Modeling Socialist Behavior. The Life and Letters of Isaac Rab, by Karla Doris Rab. The author gives her permission in advance to anyone wishing to reproduce or store this book in any form, or transmit it by any means, electronic, mechanical photocopying, recording, or otherwise. It just might somehow help speed up the revolution. Acknowledgments. I would like to say thank you to the following people for their help and support in the creation of this book. To Dawn Albright, for giving me feedback early on about material that needed to be weeded out, and suggesting the addition of chapter notes where I could put the extra material, and for giving a final read to the final version. To Adam Buick, for reading the manuscript with a critical eye. To Marden Cooper, for making available a tape recording of the oral history she did with Rab in 1978, for taping her own oral history with me during 2005 and 2006, for providing me with many photographs, and for her ongoing emotional support. To Trevor Goodyear-Hill, for allowing me to use the poem Rab's Mathematics. To Thomas Jackson, for reminiscing about Detroit Local in an email dated January 17, 2006. To Peter E. Newell, for reading the manuscript at several points along the way, correcting errors and making welcome suggestions. To Ralph Roberts, for participating in oral history about Boston Local. To Caroline Carey Rab, for participating in oral history, especially about the family and Rab's old age. To Bob Weisberg, for participating in oral history about Capel Street days and the Hicht House. To Bella Palatnik Alpine Wheeler, for participating in oral history about Camp Nicht Gedaget and about Symphony Road. And most of all, to Ron Elbert, for reading all the various versions of this text, for putting up with me for the 10 years it took me to write it, for his many helpful editorial suggestions, and for his unwavering support, both emotional and technical, throughout the whole process. There is one thing stronger than all the armies in the world, and that is an idea whose time has come. Victor Hugo. Rab's Mathematics. To everyone's protestations against his socialist utopia, with one cannot change the world into a moneyless cooperative world society without leaders or borders, he would invariably point out the logic of mathematics. If every world socialist, between 50 and 100,000, at least at present, followed his dream of the good life and convinced just one person, and they in turn convinced just one person, the revolution would be here in a year. There is nothing as powerful as an IDEA whose time has come. Trevor Goodyear-Hill. The most important task facing humanity today is to spread knowledge and understanding of the case for socialism. Isaac Rab. Preface. All over the world, we see anxiety about money, homeless people asking for help, the pressures of earning a living, putting extra stress on all kinds of relationships. These things are everywhere we look. They are hard to miss. We are living in a society based on greed. Capitalism needs to keep expanding until it eats up the whole world. It isn't very hard to recognize that no matter what our standing in this capitalist world, whether we're on welfare, we're working for a living and making it, or we have enough capital so we're all set even if we don't work, we are all adversely affected by the stress of living in this sick, greedy society. What is much harder to recognize is that it doesn't have to be this way. There is a viable alternative to capitalism. My grandfather, Isaac Rab, knew this way back in 1916. Rab's always said that the most important task facing humanity today is to spread knowledge and understanding of the case for socialism. This little book in your hand is my contribution to that task. I am one of the world socialists referred to in the poem on the previous page. The reason spreading knowledge and understanding of the case for socialism is so important is that world socialism can only come into being when huge numbers of ordinary people understand what it is and want it enough to commit themselves to making it work. That's the one factor lacking to establish world socialism right now. All the other material conditions necessary for a socialist revolution, such as the technological ability to produce abundance, are already in place. Once there is a general recognition that global capitalism is clearly not operating in the interests of most people and never could be reformed so that it would, and that a viable alternative to global capitalism does truly exist, the rest will be easy. It might sound like a waste of time to devote one's whole life to telling people what's wrong with the world and why and how to change it to make it better. In fact, it might sound so impossible as to be pretty nutty. But on the other hand, I remember Papa Rab saying, when we first started talking about these things together, just picture what it would be like. You know you're no smarter than anyone else. other people can do the same as you. Picture what would happen if thousands and thousands of people were doing the same thing as you are. He spoke in italics a lot. Think what would happen then. Just multiply yourself by about 1 million and imagine what an impact that would have. Meaning, it has to begin somewhere. That's why the title of this book is Role Modeling Socialist Behavior. Papa spent his whole adult life role modeling socialist behavior, i.e., spreading socialist knowledge and understanding every chance he got. That's how a convinced socialist should behave, because if we all did that, why then we'd have socialism. So Rab would strike up conversations with anyone who crossed his path, and 9 times out of 10, he'd bring the subject of the conversation around to socialism pretty soon. He said that was planting seeds. It's a good touchstone to use, that concept of multiplying yourself by 1 million or so. It's especially handy when you vote, for instance. If you think about it that way, it doesn't seem so nutty to spend your life telling people what's wrong with the world, and why and how to change it to make it better. A word about me, born into the Rab family in 1940. I learned about socialism by osmosis. First at endless discussions around our kitchen table, later at WSP socials in our living room, then in meetings and classes at headquarters. I can't remember a time when I didn't know that I was a socialist. In the same way I knew that I was a little girl, that I was a Bostonian, that I was a Rab. Rab was my papa. For a long time, though, I didn't really understand what being a socialist meant, or what the movement was all about, or even what socialism was. I remember walking home from 2nd grade one day, when I noticed that red flags had been put up all over the neighborhood. Joyfully, I announced to my family, "The revolution has finally happened." "How do you know?" asked Papa. "They've put up scarlet banners, that's the socialist flag," I enthused. Patiently, I was made to understand that those flags were being used to warn people away from a construction site, and that the revolution probably wasn't going to happen for quite a long time. Later on, when I was a bigger girl, I asked Rab to please explain to me what socialism was. He said it was 3 things: a science, a movement, and a system of society. He talked about the materialist conception of history, the class struggle, and a classless, moneyless society based on the common ownership and democratic control of the means and instruments of production. Well, that was quite a bit to digest all at once, but I tried. By the time I officially joined the World Socialist Movement in 1962, I had a good, basic understanding of the case for socialism. From then till now, I've been doing my very best to speed the day when the revolution does happen. You know, the only thing standing in the way at this point is the lack of a conscious majority of people who understand what socialism is and are willing to commit themselves to making it work. I hope that reading here about Papa Rab will inspire you to become a part of that conscious socialist majority. Chapter 1. Beginnings, 1893 to 1915. Rab's family in Navarodoc, his childhood in Boston, Ohio Northern University. Rab's parents, Sheppy Rabinowitz and Sarah Friedberg Rabinowitz, came from Navarodok-Shtitel in Minsk gubernia on the Russian-Polish border. Sheppy's father and grandfathers for generations back had been rabbis in Navarodok, and Sheppy, in keeping with the family tradition, also studied to be a rabbi. But at the last minute, he decided that it is irrational to believe in a God. Therefore, he gave up on being a rabbi and became a lay teacher and a scholar instead. He was one of the few Jewish people in those times, in that place, who had papers to travel anywhere he wanted. And he considered himself a revolutionary socialist. Sarah Friedberg was a young distant relative of his. They first met when her family engaged him to tutor her. Like Sheppy, Sarah was already an atheist, and she was very bright. He convinced her of the importance of establishing a socialist society, and somewhere in the midst of his teaching and their discussions, she fell in love with him despite the large difference in their ages and the fact that they were cousins of some sort. I have no way to know how the Friedbergs or the Rabinowitzes felt about this marriage, but not long afterwards, Sheppy and Sarah left for America. Sarah was pregnant during that long trip. They arrived in Boston in August 1893, and on December 22nd, Sarah birthed a son in their new home, a small apartment above a stable for horses in the North End. They named him Isaac. From the beginning, they taught him that his life would make a difference in the world. They taught him that his family was special because it held the tradition of ideas and understanding in the highest regard. Does he have a good understanding? The family still ask of one another today, discussing a newcomer. And in the years when Sarah had become Sarah Mutter to Rab's own small children, she would always ask them, "What are you reading?" after she had bestowed her wet kisses on their cheeks. The year after Rab was born, Eugene V. Debs led 60,000 workers in what came to be called the Debs Rebellion outside Chicago. All those workers participated in a work stoppage along the Western Railway lines, the Great Pullman Strike of 1894. It was a mass action for socialism, well organized and orderly. Sheppy, a member of the Socialist Labor Party during his first years in the United States, left it to join Debs' organization in 1899. By that time, he had established himself as an importer of his own special brand of tobacco, which he sold at Sheppy's Blue Store on Washington Street in the South End, and distributed to other smaller stores in the area. Sheppy worked hard, and Sarah relieved him at noon so that he could rest, although her family, like his, had been well-to-do in Nevada, and the Rabinowiches of Boston always had a maid. As soon as Rab was old enough, he also helped out in the store. "I used to go over the route to take orders and to deliver bundles," he told us later. The family considered itself to be special, but this had nothing to do with material possessions. It was a matter of what they valued as important. Sarah used to say that highbrows talk about ideas, middlebrows talk about events, only lowbrows talk about other people. The Rabinowitch family talked about ideas. Sheppy's Blue Store became a gathering place for discussions. Later, as an adult, Rab bragged, "My parents would preach socialism to the customers. Because of my parents' friendships and discussions with a coterie of inspiring persons in the neighborhood, I spent time with such persons as W. Monroe Trotter. Not only did I spend time in his store, but I accompanied him on his walks, doing errands on behalf of the Guardian." Trotter was a well-known black radical. The Boston Guardian, which he had founded in 1901, was a protest newspaper with the motto, "For every right, with all thy might." Rab felt he had a deep bond with Trotter, but many theoretical differences. Another black radical whom Rab remembered only as Mr. Cook was at the Blue Store so often he was practically a member of the family. But when Marcus Garvey loomed on the horizon, this would probably not have been until Rab was in high school. Mr. Cook became an ardent supporter of his cause. You can picture the discussions, but in no way did it interfere with personal relations. All the people at the discussions had one thing in common. They were genuine human beings. A few of them, some white and some black, also considered themselves to be socialists. Through Sheppy's influence in 1909, these people formed a local of the Socialist Party of America, the party of Eugene V. Debs. Sarah and Sheppy presided over discussions where ideas of all sorts were discussed, but the most important were ideas about social change. Rab, being somewhat frail as a child, was often home from school, listening to his parents, and especially his mother, expound their radical ideas. It is clear from his memories that mother and son were kindred spirits. For his part, he loved and admired her more than anyone else. When he was in his early 70s, he wrote of her, "Sarah, my mother, was the pioneer revolutionary socialist in the family. She was free from religious superstitions, unqualifiedly. Both comrades Cohn and Baritz visited my parents in Boston while I was still in Detroit. It was my father who had originally convinced her of socialism while they were still in Russia, but in his later years he became enamored of the Russian bug and the Jewish problems. He never swallowed the religious nonsense. Clarity on this was too deeply ingrained." Sheppy was a joiner. He was a founding member of organizations ranging from the Workmen's Circle, the old Arbeiter Ring, to the Communist Party of America. Although Rab loved and respected him, he was critical of him for letting his emotions carry him from one organization to another. Away back in 1893, my father was a member of the Socialist Labor Party. Then he jumped with the other kangaroos into the Socialist Party of America when it was formed in the 1899-1900 period. In 1919, he became a charter member of the Communist Party, to which he belonged until his death. Rab told me when I was still quite little that his mother had instructed him how to live his life. She told him, "You are a socialist. Even though it isn't fair, people are always going to judge socialism by the way you behave. So your life must be exemplary." Rab's sayings came back to me as I watched his brain die during the 1980s. How many neurons can be lost and still let the mind retain an adage like, "The devil takes care of his own"? Rab always said that with a mischievous smile when something went well. Often, in a discussion that was in danger of turning into an argument, he would say, "Please, don't believe a word I say. Papa always wanted you to question everything, to keep an open mind while looking around you, then to make up your mind based on what you had found out for yourself." He loved to point out the distinction between being open-minded and being broad-minded. Broad-minded people will accept an idea that seems vaguely on the right track, even if it isn't demonstrably valid. A broad-minded thinker might thus be willing to compromise on matters of principle. If you ever thought that the Americans for Democratic Action, for instance, or the Students for a Democratic Society, were organizations that might actually accomplish something significant, that would indicate you were broad-minded, because neither the ADA nor the SDS were primarily focused on eliminating capitalism. Whereas obviously, real democracy, which surely must involve the ability to make meaningful choices about one's own life, is impossible within the framework of capitalism. If, on the other hand, you kept an open mind, sooner or later you had to become convinced of the case for scientific socialism. There are only 3 things a person can be, he told me: a fool, a knave, or a socialist. Rab was very clear that there is no such thing as socialistic. A thing either is socialist or it is not. Another maxim, which went hand in hand with being open-minded, was don't try to make the facts fit your ideas. You have to make your ideas fit the facts. In 1895, Sarah gave birth to another son, Nat, and not long after to a baby girl, Leah. As a comrade in the Socialist Party of America, Sheppy sent all 3 of his children to the Boston Socialist Sunday School at 88 Charles Street, which had been organized towards the turn of the century to expose children ages 6-10 to ideas they wouldn't hear weekdays in the public schools. Ike and Nat started at the Sunday School in 1902, Leah a little later. We used to sing socialist songs and have a general good time. Pity there are no such things anymore, Rab reminisced later. One of the highlights was the massive Moyer-Haywood Pettibone parade of labor unions and other organizations. The Sunday School led the procession, and I was the proud chief marshal in 1906. This parade was part of a national outcry against the frame-up of 3 socialist labor leaders, members of the Western Federation of Labor and founders of the IWW, on a murder charge. In Boston, 12-year-old Rab marched at the head of 50,000 union members chanting, "If Moyer and Haywood die, if Moyer and Haywood die, 20 million working men will know the reason why." The 3 men were found not guilty. Rab's elementary schooling was at the Dearborn School and the Aaron Davis School. In the 6th grade, he told a friend in 1968, I was expressing radical views to a bunch of kids. It was not long before I was brutally attacked by a gang of enraged kids in Orchard Park because of my remarks on the church and patriotism. The favorite remark? "You goddamn Jew! You killed Christ!" And all the time this was going on, I felt sorry for their ignorance and superstitions and didn't hold any grudge against them. Incidentally, my father was boycotted by religious Jews for opening his store on sacred holidays because of their superstitious nature. And strange to say, he was regarded as an authority by the same Jews on the Bible because of his youthful studies. Rab's high school years were spent at Boston Latin School, where he formed a friendship with Arthur Fiedler, a classmate who later became famous as the conductor of the Boston Symphony Orchestra. The 2 young men maintained close ties of friendship long after their school years. While at Latin School, both of them, along with all the other students, were part of the school chorus, but, unlike the musical Fiedler, Rab was politely asked not to sing, but just to move his lips because he kept throwing everyone else off-key with his enthusiastic attempts at carrying a tune. Though not very successful at chorus, Rab greatly enjoyed school athletics. He was always proud that he once won the 100-yard dash in track, his wing being still not strong enough for the longer events. He was also an outstanding scholar, particularly in Latin, Greek and mathematics. He graduated in 1912, the same year that Sarah bore her 4th child, Dina. You can see him in his high school graduation picture above, with Isaac, or Ike, as he was called in those days. Nat, Leah, and Dina, Sheppy and Sarah Rabinowicz's family was complete. Of course, being Sheppy and Sarah's son, Rab considered himself a socialist long before he graduated high school. Like me, his grandchild, he must have learned it by osmosis, not only from his parental family, but also from discussions at the Blue Store. He had joined the Socialist Party of America in 1909, at age 16. The story goes that the SPA's constitution at that time required members to be at least 18 years old, and that 5 members were required to constitute a local. But 4 of the men who had been discussing socialism at the Blue Store were looking for a 5th so that they could organize a Roxbury local. And once Rab agreed to be their 5th member, they got special permission from the SPA headquarters in Chicago for him to join. We held several meetings in small halls on Tremont Street, he recalled later, and added that, of the 5 comrades, one especially was a powerful speaker. The meetings were poorly attended, however. He served as the local secretary from 1909 until 1912, when he left Boston. He wasn't quite sure, however, what being a socialist meant in behavioral terms. After graduating from Boston Latin School, Rab applied and was accepted to Harvard College, a course of action which his parents both encouraged. But in the summer of 1912, he conceived the notion that, as a socialist, he really wasn't interested in that type of an education. He wanted to be a real worker. He did some serious thinking and reading that summer, and in the fall, instead of matriculating at Harvard, he took the train to Ada, Ohio, and entered the freshman class of the Agricultural College of Ohio Northern University, which offered a program he felt was suited to his interests. I am tempted to say this decision to learn farming might be seen as the first signal of Rab's intent to role model socialist behavior. Rab's roommate at Ohio Northern was the son of the general superintendent of the Cadillac Motor Car Company in Detroit, Michigan. This young man had many practical talents and a good heart, but not enough academic ability to pass his exams on his own, so Rab, always generous, agreed to tutor him. They became fast friends, and even bought a motorcycle together that both of them could use to get around. Rab became part of a group, perhaps a club, of undergraduates who called themselves the Junta. In the WSP archive, there is a program of the first annual banquet of the Junta, held at the Bellevue Hotel, Sunday, June 2, 1913. It contains a song to be sung to the tune of Kelly, with a verse each for 5 of the members. Rab's verse goes, "Has anybody here seen Rabby? R-A-B-B-Y. Has anybody here seen Rabby? He can dance like a butterfly. On socialism, he will rave, and this will bring him an early grave. Has anybody here seen Rabby and his photograph?" Apparently he had found a group of kindred spirits. Handwritten on the back of the program is another verse, or maybe a chorus, to the song. Junta, Junta, that's the place we go to Sunday night with all the boys. There we make a lot of noise, socialism, anarchism, optimism, pessimo. Then to Miller we would go whist to play and ball to throw. That's what we do at the Junta, 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 Junta. Rab once told me that he wrote a paper called Agrarian Societies and Socialism while attending Ohio Northern's Agricultural College. It turned out, however, that Rab's university career came to a sudden end. He never graduated because of an entirely unforeseen circumstance that changed everything. The agricultural students were traditionally required to raise a crop using the latest and most up-to-date methods available. In the spring semester of 1915, Rab and his roommate were given a 5-acre plot of land near the Scioto River in Belset, Ohio. They chose to raise onions as their project. In Rab's own words, transcribed from an oral history tape made in 1978, "We had everything that you could imagine happen to us. Everything. We had a wind blowing. We had a sun that burned 5 times. We had to replant, reseed it. But the climax was, one day it started raining, pouring thunder. It was real rainstorm, and it lasted all night. We had a wooden cabin, 2 bunks, one on top of the other, see, but he went someplace. I was alone there that night. When I woke up in the morning, I found myself floating down the Scioto River. Having lost the entire crop of onions, there was no money left to go back to school, so the roommate, whose name is nowhere mentioned in any of the accounts I've heard of this part of the story, wrote to his father on Rab's behalf. The father was well aware that his son would never have gotten this far in his academic career, nor passed any examinations, without Rab's tutoring. "Bring him to Detroit," he wrote back, "and I'll give him a job." "And he gave me a job that I was no more qualified for than the man in the moon," said Rab later. "He put me in charge of all the tool cribs in the Cadillac Motor Car Company, and what did I know about machinery, tools, lathes, and all that kind of stuff? I wasn't equipped. But he kept me there for about 7 or 8 months. He should have fired me in 2 weeks. But anyhow, that's how I happened to get to Detroit. That was in the middle of the summer of 1915. Chapter 2. Rab becomes a revolutionary. 1915 to 1921. Detroit, Michigan. Rab's introduction to revolutionary socialism. Founding of the WSP. Marriage to Ella. Starting a family. The Socialist Education Society. Detroit was a boom town from 1910 to 1918. Auto and other industries attracted hosts of workers. When Europe went to war, contracts for military supplies went to Detroit, and workers from Canada and Britain who didn't want to get into the army came there too. Among these were members of the Socialist Party of Canada, SPC, and the Socialist Party of Great Britain, both Marxist and opposed to reformism. In the Detroit local of the Socialist Party of America, SPA reformers predominated, but the revolutionary minority drew encouragement from the new reinforcements and from Kerr's International Socialist Review with its flow of Marxian classics and corresponding American studies. The combination of these circumstances led to the establishment of a noteworthy study class in Duffield Hall, a highlight of the period. The two instructors were Adolf Kohn, a Marxist scholar, and Moses Baritz, professionally a musicologist and a formidable debater and socialist agitator. 1915 Rab, though, was not remotely interested in this opportunity to join the Cadillac Company. Almost as soon as he arrived in Michigan, he got in touch with the Detroit local of the Socialist Party of America. He already knew Bertha Kleeman, who had only recently left Boston to join her husband Sam in Detroit. The Kleemans were acquainted with the Rabinowitz family through the Socialist Party of America. Rab soon learned about the study class being conducted in Duffield Hall by members of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, such as Adolf Kohn and Moses Baritz. In Detroit, he wrote years later, I came into contact with so-called slackers escaping military service in Canada and England. They changed my whole point of view from reformism into revolutionary socialism. These comrades from the SPC and the SPGB wielded a great influence in Detroit with their study classes and street meetings and public lectures. When Rab entered his very first class with SPG Moses Baritz, his impulse was to impress Baritz with his learning, which was after all considerable. The class consisted, in part, of readings from the first volume of Marx's Capital. Rab proudly offered to translate a Latin phrase to show off his classical scholarship, and Baritz graciously accepted the offer so that Rab felt like a helpful assistant instructor. But a little later in the same class, based on Marx's text, Baritz asked the class, do the workers pay taxes? And then he listened with surprise to Baritz's response. Taxes are essential to the maintenance of the capitalist state. In the long run, the workers don't pay taxes. All that happens is that the workers function as transfer agents via withholding taxes, sales tax and the like, resulting from the quarrels among the various sections of the capitalist class to shift the burden of taxation. As far as the workers are concerned, these taxes are but a reduction in wages. Baritz stressed that taxation is not a working-class problem. It is a problem that the ruling class, that is, the capitalist class, has to grapple with. If the taxes paid by the workers were drastically reduced or increased, that would have no significant effect on them as a class. The capitalist system tends to turn more and more things into commodities. As an economist, Marx explains that the value of a commodity varies according to the necessary labor time wrapped up in its production. Wages or salaries are the workers' means of subsistence. They are what the workers get for something they sell. The only commodity they have to sell is their own physical and mental energy. This is generally disposed of on a time basis, and, like every other commodity, its value, the value of labor power, is determined by the necessary labor time wrapped up in its production, i.e., the things working-class families need to live, such as food, clothing, housing, entertainment, transportation, training/education, etc. When the prices of those things rise on account of higher taxes, then the workers, through unions and other labor organizations, have to struggle with their employers to keep wages, even with the cost of living. If taxes are lowered for any reason, then employers try and force wages down, but in either case, the social situation has not changed. Looking over periods of low prices, low taxes, low wages, we find the same general conditions as in periods of high prices, high taxes, high wages. There is only one way really to improve matters significantly and permanently, and that is removing labor power from the category of commodities, abolishing the system of capitalism, and establishing socialism in its place. This analysis was new to Rab, in spite of all the SPA meetings he had attended. The gregarious, charismatic Baritz, together with Adolf Kohn, a quiet and scholarly theoretician, introduced Rab to Marxian economics and to the view of capitalist society articulated by Engels and Marx. He continued to attend the study class, as well as lectures given by Kohn and Baritz. It was also around this time that Rab first encountered John Carricher, the Michigan State Secretary of the SPA. Carricher was originally from Scotland, but had settled in Detroit and been in the SPA there since 1910. He and Rab became good friends. Rab became an active revolutionary in 1915 as a direct result of his exposure to the SPGB's principles. It brought him to the realization that there was, as yet, no political party in the United States embracing the principles of scientific socialism. Neither the SPA nor the SLP had the necessary scientific analysis. The socialist revolution would have to be the result of conscious political action undertaken by a majority of the whole community. Only so could it sustain itself. As Rab so often pointed out, socialism cannot be rammed down the throats of the workers. It cannot be brought about by leaders or great men, but only by convinced socialists, i.e., by ordinary working people committed to making it work. The first step in revolutionary activity, then, must be to educate people about the futility of trying to administer capitalism in the interests of society as a whole, which is an impossibility on the face of it, and persuade them of the desirability, and even the necessity, of socialism. Then, once this idea takes hold, the revolution can be as simple and as easy, in Rab's words, as voting capitalism out and voting socialism in. The Socialist Party of Canada, which held to this analysis, was already publishing a journal called The Western Clarion, for which Adolph Cohn was writing under the name John O. London. The SPC was the third largest political party in Canada at that time. In April 1916, Rab attended a lecture at Duffield Hall with Bob Reynolds, a member of the Socialist Party of America who had come to Detroit from Bay City, Michigan. After the lecture, Rab couldn't pull his eyes away from the girl taking up a collection a little way down the aisle from them. She was slender and wore a white picture hat that framed her face. Rab turned to his companion. "Who is that girl? Do you know her?" Yes, Reynolds knew her from Bay City. She was Ella Rebe, a friend of his sister Martha. Her father, a German, had been active in the party for a long time. "That's the girl I'm going to marry," Rab told Reynolds. Rab was 21 and Ella was 19 years old. It was fairly easy for Reynolds to arrange for Rab and Ella Rebe to be paired up at the May Day meeting just a few weeks after this, a big affair at which the SPA traditionally had the boys and girls in the Young People's Socialist League couple up to sell red roses to the crowd. Over the next weeks and months, the young couple exchanged stories. Rab told Ella about his family in Boston and his agricultural studies at Ohio Northern. She was very sympathetic about the lost onions. He also told her about the job he'd just landed in the tool crib at the Ford plant to earn some money before he went back to college after losing his position at Cadillac. Ella was country girl. She told him about growing up on a sheep ranch out west in Laramie, Wyoming, with her brothers Otto, Freddie, and Willie, and how poor Willie had just recently been killed in a tragic bicycle accident. She told him about her wonderful father, Alex Rebe, and about her mother, Anna von Kleeman Rebe, who had been so sick with breast cancer until they sold the ranch so she could have an operation, and how after that, the family had to move to Bay City, and then in 1914 to Detroit. She told him about the time when she was a little girl, and Eugene V. Debs had picked her up and kissed her when she presented him with a bouquet of red carnations at a socialist rally. By the time it was summer, it was hard to tell whether Ella was warmed more by the Michigan sun or by love. Both of them were naifs. Neither of them had ever been warned what might happen if they gave in to their feelings of passion. In fact, both the Rabinowitz family and the Rebes prided themselves on their freedom from conventional prejudices and on their commitment to socialist values. Rab and Ella had the confidence of the innocent and the open-minded. Both of them enjoyed the frequent discussions of Marxian socialism that went on among their comrades in the YPSL, as well as with some of the broader membership of the Detroit SP local. 1916 was certainly an exciting time for anyone interested in changing the world. Probably most of the people involved in the Socialist Party of America were following the news of current events in Russia very closely. It was possible to read between the lines in the newspapers and imagine a real socialist revolution was brewing there. There was one couple in the Detroit local who, like Rab's parents, had considered themselves revolutionary socialists in Russia before immigrating to the United States when they were young. The Rivkins had become well established in Michigan. Both husband and wife were successful physicians, and they had a teenage daughter, Olga. The Rivkins now wanted very much to return to Russia, where they felt they could help the cause of the revolution that was fermenting there. But Olga didn't want to leave Detroit. It had been her home for her whole life. She led an active social life centered mostly around the YPSL, and had many friends, including Ella Rebe and others in that social circle. Olga's parents felt uneasy leaving her on her own, a single girl with no one to watch over her. They noticed that she liked to dance with Walter Green, one of the young socialists in the group. They spoke to Green as a comrade, and told him that if he would marry their Olga, they would provide him with enough money so that there would be no financial problems facing him and his young bride. And so it was arranged. Olga's parents went back to their homeland, thrilled to be able to take an active part in the Russian Revolution. John Kiracher, still the state secretary of the SPA, also watched what was happening in Russia. As a Marxist, he was aware that circumstances in Russia were not really ripe for socialism. But what if it could muster support from workers all over the world? Wasn't there a role that the SPA could play to help? The way Rab remembered it later, his friend Kiracher might have acted differently if he hadn't been the state secretary of the Michigan Socialist Party at this time. A new political party was needed in the United States, a party determined to wage war against all other political parties, whether alleged labor or avowedly capitalist, to call upon all members of the working class, to the end that a termination may be brought to the system which deprives them of the fruits of their labor, and that poverty may give place to comfort, privilege to equality, and slavery to freedom. From the Declaration of Principles of the SPGB, gradually, that summer, a group came together in Detroit with the goal of establishing just such a party. Rab was sure Kiracher agreed with the SPGB principles. Kiracher had persuaded the Michigan SP to change the first clause in its constitution so that the party would no longer support reforms of capitalism. And he had also rewritten Clause 2 regarding the role of religion in capitalist society. There was a substantial revolutionary tendency within the Detroit local of the SPA, sometimes referred to as the Michigan Marxists, which included Rab himself, Walter Green, George Ramsey, Bob Reynolds, Martha Reynolds, and others. But in the end, John Kiracher apparently felt he could use his influence to move the SPA closer to the SPGB position by remaining within it as an active member. On July 7, 1916, Rab and the other Michigan Marxists officially formed their own organization, which eventually came to be called the Workers' Socialist Party of the United States. In July 1916, 43 members of Buritz's and Cohn's study class, including 19 members of local Detroit, SPA, of whom this writer was one, decided it was time to organize a genuine socialist party in the United States along the lines of the SPGB. The Workers' Socialist Party of the United States resulted. Rab reminisced later about how he and Adolph Kohn that July had sent out notices to announce the organizing meeting to form the WSP in Detroit. At first, this group actually named it the Socialist Party of the United States. But since the SPA challenged their right to that, Workers' Socialist Party was substituted. 19 of us resigned from the Socialist Party of America, and the attitude of most of the members there was, you don't hand in any resignation, just quit, that's all. And they passed a motion that they shouldn't accept the resignation. But Kiracher took the floor and explained that it was an obligation that they should see. They took a vote. All those in favor, they raised their hands, and all those against, they raised their hands. And Ella voted in favor of not accepting. And I yelled out, just like this, you too, spontaneously, you see. Along with Rab, some of the founding members of the WSP were Bill Davenport, who became its first secretary, Bill Gribble, the first organizer, Lawrence Beardsley, George Ramsey, and Walter Green. It is not clear whether or not Ella Rebe was officially a part of the new organization at the beginning. She had, after all, voted not to accept Rab's resignation from the Socialist Party. I think it's likely that both she and her friend Olga left the finer points of socialist theory for the men to sort out. But emotionally, Ella gave herself to Rab without holding anything back. He had swept her off her feet. He embodied everything she valued and desired. He was handsome, charismatic, and intelligent. Like her father, whom she adored, he was a socialist and a free thinker who had no use for religion. Alex Rebe, upon being introduced to Rab, did admire the young man's intellect, and was impressed that Rab agreed with the very socialist principles that he, Alex, had held dear for so long. Years before moving his family to Michigan, Rebe had been an organizer for Eugene V. Debs' campaign in the three-state region of Wyoming, Colorado, and Montana. But after a while, it struck the man that his adorable little girl, the apple of his eye, was actually considering leaving home and marrying this Isaac Rabinowitz, this Jew. He couldn't let that happen. Although he was an atheist, Rebe came from a Christian family of Prussian origin, and when as a young man he shook off the Christian faith, he did not lose the anti-Semitic feelings he had grown up with. Now things were going much too fast, and he wanted to slow them down somehow. Some new rules were established in the household for Ella. The doors are locked at 9 o'clock. If you are not back by 9, you will not be allowed to come in. As Rab told a comrade later, they made it awful tough for Ella. We decided that I would quit the job I had in Detroit, and I would go to Ann Arbor, to the University of Michigan, and resume my studies, and she would get a job in the 5 and 10, which she did, and we'd tell her parents that we separated. But something happened. On account of the pressure being put on Ella, it finally got under Ella's skin. One evening in September, when 9 o'clock came, they were not back. And when they did eventually arrive back at the Rebe home, they found the door was locked. Although Ella could see that her mother and father were in the house, they wouldn't let her in. What should she do? Rab brought her to Bertha Kleeman's house, where she stayed until they decided. Ella and Rab were married on September 27, 1916, only a few months after they had first met. "Oh," Rab said, unsuccessfully trying to conceal his disappointment the first time he saw his slender sweetheart undressed. "You don't have any breasts." But before Ella could mind very much, he showed her how little it mattered. None of Ella's family came to visit them after they were married, neither her parents nor either of her brothers. Her mother pretended not to see her when they passed each other on the street. Ella walked to the house where she used to live, but no one would acknowledge that she had ever been a part of the family there. 1917. As the winter months came on, Ella began to feel weak and too sick to face the thought of food, even when her friends Bertha, or sometimes Olga, fixed her favorite things. Bertha, the expert in such matters, recognized the signs of pregnancy. Neither Rab nor Ella ever forgot Bertha Kleeman's kindness and the care she took of her then. Bertha was a real friend in need. One cold February day, Anna Rebe saw Ella walking through the market, looking very pale, and saw her faint. The mother took the daughter back to the family house, and all was forgiven. That month, at around the same time that Rab and Ella moved into the Rebe home on 28th Street, the Russian Revolution began in earnest. Leon Trotsky paid a visit to Detroit that year, during his American tour. A majority of the Michigan SPA membership, including Karcher, were moved to support the Bolshevik attempt to establish communism in Russia, and the Socialists, in the new Workers' Socialist Party, were sneered at for their failure to recognize a socialist revolution when it took place. To their credit, the WSP comrades saw that there was no conscious political majority of convinced socialists in Russia. Any revolution there could only lead to the establishment of a capitalist government. Still, the excitement surrounding events in Russia made for increased class awareness on the part of working people of Detroit. As President Wilson urged Congress to declare war against Germany to make the world safe for democracy, that April, Rab found himself speaking to larger audiences than ever before. Ella gave birth on August 11, 1917. She was screaming in pain on the kitchen table of her parents' house, and Rab was glad when the doctor gave him an errand to do to get him out of the way, at least, so the story was passed down in the family to me. Here's a letter Rab himself wrote about the events of that time, dated August 12, 1917. "Dear Aunt Rosie, the most wonderful, sweetest girl in all this world is, now my wife. The story of our love affair is, indeed, rare in capitalist society. As Engels points out in the best book that I ever read or studied, The Origin of the Family, our love is almost impossible to the bourgeoisie and can only be developed in the more favorable soil of proletarian surroundings in few instances. The action and practice of capitalism, with its resulting superstructure of its present moral conceptions, of course, really prevents, in the larger sense, true love. One of the few, rare, real love affairs under capitalism is mine, and someday, when we meet together, I may tell you the story. 15 minutes after 12, yesterday afternoon, a little stranger arrived to brighten our lives. Willie Karl Rabinowitch is his name, weighing 7 pounds. We named him Willie after Eld's older brother, who died years ago, and Karl after Karl Marx. We can't figure out who it resembles. All that has been definitely decided is that it has my nose. Ask Uncle Nathan what he thinks of that. Otherwise, his features are perfect. Dear Ella is resting comfortably. The sufferings of birth labor are indescribable, but Ella came out of it excellently. She is nursing little Willie, and he is as fat as a tub. Love from Ella and myself to the family and regards to all our friends. Your nephew, Isaac. P.S. Answer soon, and L. Promise you some discussion on any socialist topic, Uncle Mashi, or you may disagree with me. Ella continued to nurse Willie Carl, and Rab continued to be a doting father at the same time as he was constantly involved with socialist education. He never was successful, however, in bringing any of the relatives referred to in this letter into the Workers' Socialist Party. Uncle Mashi, Sarah's brother, remained in the Socialist Party of America and later became a Zionist. Uncle Nathan remained apolitical. Ella and Rab remained close to Sam and Bertha Kleeman and also developed a warm friendship with Olga and Walter Green. Walter and Rab consistently supported one another's propaganda efforts. Olga was enchanted with little Willie. She was expecting a baby of her own in the winter, and she and Ella formed a special bond. Olga missed her own mother terribly. She didn't really care much about things like Marxian economics or the class struggle, the subjects that occupied Walter's mind and took his attention away from her. She wished her parents were with her during these months of her pregnancy, and wished her mother could be with her when the baby came. Ella remembered how hard it had been for her, too, to be separated from her parents, even though Rab and she had been so much closer then than the Greens seemed to be. And now, to her relief, the Rebe family had truly become reconciled to Ella's marriage. How could they help falling in love with their new grandson? Maybe Walter would change, too, after his baby was born. When Willie was a vigorous and healthy 3-month-old, one day Olga came to the Rabs' home while Rab was at work at the Ford plant. At first, Ella couldn't make out what was wrong. Olga was incoherent, almost as if she had lost her mind. Where is he? What will I do? Finally, the story was told. Walter Green had left her, taking with him all the money her parents had entrusted him with. The relationship between Walter Green and his wife Olga had been, sadly, much like Engels' conception of a typical love affair in capitalist society, under unbearable stress. Both Ella and Rab commiserated with Olga, abandoned at the very time when a woman is most dependent on a husband. When Olga gave birth on November 25, 1917, she was so distraught she was unable to care for her child. Ella nursed Olga's baby Joey, along with her own Willie, and both children thrived. Rab had joined the Auto Workers Union, the UAA, in 1915, shortly after arriving in Detroit. By 1918, he had been put in charge of running the tool crib at the Ford plant. That year, he was teaching his fellow workers about Marxian economics in the yard of the plant, explaining, among other things, that regardless of the socialist pretensions on the part of the Russian Communist Party, it was a form of capitalist economy that was being developed in Russia, and urging that if they wanted to bring about a real socialist revolution, the first step must be to organize and spread socialist awareness in Detroit. 1919. For a while, his employers at Ford tolerated Rab's teaching, but after the war ended, there was a climate of increasing repression towards communists, anarchists, and socialists, not only in Detroit, but all over the United States. The apparent success of the Russian Revolution in 1917, which inspired hope for a better world in many ordinary workers, had alarmed the representatives of the ruling class. A.M. Palmer, the U.S. Attorney General under President Wilson, organized raids against radicals in which union offices were smashed and the headquarters of many communist and socialist organizations were ransacked. Faced with this hostile political climate, the Workers' Socialist Party membership had a hard decision to make. Without changing its principles, the group opted, in 1919, to abandon the structure of a political party and to regroup as the Detroit Socialist Education Society. George Ramsey, who became its secretary, referred to the Detroit SES as a club. By that time, the Ford Company would no longer allow Rab to teach his study classes in the factory yard, as he had been doing since 1917. During the Palmer Red raids, he was teaching a class on wage labor and capital in the Auto Workers Hall. One among the many workers who attended Waste, young Frank Marquardt, who eventually became an education director for several Detroit UAW locals, 1937-1958. Marquardt remembered Rab in his memoir, An Auto Workers' Journal, in which he also noted that several members of the new Marxian Party contributed theoretical articles to the Western Clarion, Journal of the Socialist Party of Canada, in its earlier incarnation. 1920. In April 1920, Ella gave birth to another baby, a little girl this time. Rab wanted to name her Hatikva, Hope, for a revolution, and Ella wanted to name her Wilmina because it went nicely with Willie. But Ella's mother, who had lost 2 of her own 5 children, had already insisted Ella's firstborn be named for her son Willie, killed in a bicycle accident in his teens. Now she was adamant that her granddaughter carry the name of the little girl she had lost as an infant, Anna. So this baby was called Anna Hope Rabinowitch. The same month that my mother was born, the shop foreman told Rab he had to stop teaching his Marxist classes anywhere, and he had to stop making speeches about socialism anywhere too, if he wanted to keep working for Ford. But Rab didn't stop. He was doing a good job for Ford, running the tool crib. His fellow workers respected and admired him, and did their best for him. Rab bragged that he never lost a tool while he worked for Ford. In the end, he was not fired immediately, even though he continued to organize for socialism whenever and however he could. He was warned that if he continued with his radical activity, the Ford company would blacklist him, but Rab was not about to let any job interfere with the important work he was doing. Ultimately, he was fired, and, blacklisted by Ford, he found himself unable to get a paying job anywhere in Detroit. He was doing a good job for Ford, running the tool crib. His fellow workers respected and admired him, and did their best for him. Rab bragged that he never lost a tool while he worked for Ford. In the end, he was not fired immediately, even though he continued to organize for socialism whenever and however he could. He was warned that if he continued with his radical activity, the Ford company would blacklist him, but Rab was not about to let any job interfere with the important work he was doing. Ultimately, he was fired, and, blacklisted by Ford, he found himself unable to get a paying job anywhere in Detroit. Rab, Ella and their children were living with the Reba family, so they continued to have a roof over their heads even after Rab had no more income. But it was an untenable position to be in. Besides, Sheppy Rabinowitch was urging his son to come back in Boston. 1921. So, when Lily Carl was 4 and Anna Hope was almost a year old, Rab left Detroit, promising to send for them, and for Ella, as soon as he could. Rab never went back to the agricultural college at Ohio Northern University, and never graduated from any institution of higher learning. He devoted the rest of his life to organizing for socialism. It is interesting to reflect on the unlikely combination of circumstances that brought Rab to Detroit. Had the Scioto River not flooded its banks in Ohio in 1915, and had his college roommate not been the son of a Cadillac executive, he might very well have become a farmer. Chapter 3. The Birth of Boston, Local. 1921, 1932, the move back to Boston, Capon Street days, the Vagabond Club, the Science Club, Rab's study class at International Hall, from Socialist Education Society to Workers' Socialist Party, 98 Walnut Avenue, moving and settling in. Rab's father had been urging his son to return to Boston because he needed help in the store. Sheppy had joined the newly formed Communist Party as a charter member, and Sheppy's Blue Store had become a central distribution point for communist literature while Rab was in Detroit. It was well situated for the purpose, in the Roxbury neighborhood of Boston, not too far from the CPA's headquarters on Winona Street. Comrades could conveniently visit there to pick up pamphlets and the latest communist circulars. Sheppy's Blue Store was something of a gathering place for these revolutionaries. Many of them already knew Rab from before he left Boston. Some of them were still members of the old SPA, others were in the SLP, or the new CPA. None of them had ever heard of the Workers' Socialist Party, nor of the SPGB, and none of them took it seriously when Rab tried to explain why his new organization did not support the Russian Revolution. They assumed that Rab would rather be a big fish in a small socialist pond than a little fish in the big pond of the new communist movement. Be that as it may, Rab helped out at his father's store, as did Sarah, while Sheppy drove around town with his horse and wagon, delivering communist literature along with the cigars and tobacco with which he provided various corner stores around the city of Boston. Before too long, Rab was able to send to Detroit for his family. Ella and the children left the Reba household to join Rab in an apartment in the south end of Boston. All of them, at various times, told me stories about those days. One of my favorites was the story of how my mother had been blind for a while as a baby in the South End. Anne loved to tell the story. While we lived there, I had diphtheria, and the doctor gave me too much toxin, or antitoxin, or something. My mother was still nursing me then, and she passed her hand in front of my eyes, and noticed that I couldn't see. How terrible that must have been for her. But I couldn't see. I was blind for 3 months. Anne could date her earliest memory to the time before she became blind, because when she regained her vision, the family had moved to a different place. My earliest memory is a visual one, looking through white bars and seeing a mackerel sky and a full moon, and what looked to me like a big Easter egg on a wall. The bars were my crib, painted white, and on the back of a building of some sort, they had painted an ad for King Arthur's flower that looked like an Easter egg to me. And I was 9.5 months old then. Her earliest memory was of seeing, between the white painted slats of her crib, the view of the alley outside the window of the South End apartment. By the time she regained her vision, the family had moved to Roslindale. Ella was lonely in the new place. They were further away from Rab's family, and she made no new friends in Roslindale. She took Willie and Anna for a long walk through the nearby reservation, where both of them enjoyed rolling down Tower Hill. At Ella's urging, Rab moved the family back to the city, to a great big red house, with a porch all around it. Anna was 3.5 years old when they moved to Morton Street, in the Dorchester neighborhood. Willie started school from the Morton Street house. He told me Ella had taken him to several different kindergartens the year before, but he didn't want to go and nobody made him. When he started first grade, Ella simply told the school he'd been to kindergarten. By that time, his English had become passable. His first language was German, since he had grown up among the Reba family who spoke German at home. Because the Boston school system could not accept that Willie was a real name, he became William Carl Rabinowitz in all his school records, and eventually, even the family called him Billy or Bill. Capon Street days. The house on Morton Street was cold, and the landlord unsympathetic. So after only a year, the Rabs moved again, the fourth move in just over 3 years. But this time, it was to 123 Capon Street, Dorchester, the place they were to call home from 1924 to 1932, while Billy and Anna grew from childhood into adolescence. Rab had resumed the task begun in Detroit, his lifelong work of spreading knowledge and understanding of the case for socialism, almost as soon as he got back to Boston. He began soapboxing while the family lived on Morton Street and continued after the move to Capon Street in 1924. He spoke on Dorchester street corners all along Blue Hill Avenue and became a familiar figure to the groups who would gather to hear his point of view on current events. His charisma as an outdoor speaker drew large audiences to listen to the socialist analysis. Of course, he stayed in touch with the socialist comrades he had known in Detroit. George Ramsey, Tom Bolt, and perhaps a dozen others remained actively involved in the Socialist Education Society, established in 1919, to promote the study of scientific socialism through the medium of study classes, lecturers, and the best and latest literature attainable. By the mid-20s, this group, without making any changes in its principles, had dropped the name SES in favor of the Marxian Club. Rab corresponded regularly with these comrades. Meanwhile, another branch of the Socialist Education Society had gotten started in New York City in January 1921, at about the same time Rab left Detroit for Boston. Inspired by some of the same British draft dodgers who had been in Detroit earlier, for about 3 years, the New York SES carried on regular propaganda meetings, classes, and lectures, which were advertised in the Western Clarion. Walter Green moved from Detroit back to his hometown of New York City in September 1923 and became active in the group. It was there that Green met Sam Orner, the taxi driver immortalized in the play Waiting for Lefty. Rab was delighted that Green was now much closer, although neither man had the means to travel the distance from New York to Boston easily. In 1923, the New York SES reprinted an SPGB pamphlet, Socialism and Religion. The Declaration of Principles held by the SPGB and by the WSP when it was first founded in 1916 was included on the inside front cover of this SES pamphlet with only one alteration. Instead of affirming that the party seeking working-class emancipation must be hostile to every other party, the SES pamphlet version declares its purpose of carrying on educational work to the end that a political party seeking working-class emancipation be formed. Rab was aware of these active socialist groups in New York and Detroit, but there was nothing comparable in Boston. He had not a single comrade to help with the revolutionary task he had set for himself. Ella provided moral support, but was too occupied with the children to be an active socialist. My Uncle Bill told me in 1996 that he remembered Rab and Ella fighting quite a bit during the Capon Street days. Fights were mostly about issues of money and security. Both Ella and Rab placed a high value on socialism and on raising their family, but for Ella, her children always came first. For Rab, the first priority was the socialist movement, the successful outcome of which he understood to be necessary in order for all children to have good lives. This difference between them was never to be resolved. Rab was always having job interviews and being offered positions, Bill Rab remembered Ella saying, "For goodness sakes, take one of them, even if it's only for a little while." Sometimes, her husband complied. For instance, after he stopped helping at Sheppy's Blue Store, he worked at Friedberg's electric and locksmith shop for several years. This business belonged to Rab's uncle, Maishi Friedberg, who made a good living operating it. The shop was successful enough that Uncle Maishi could afford to travel, which he was eager to do. So when he took his two nephews, Nat and Ike, as Rab was always called by his parental family, into the business, Maishi freed himself up to spend his time as he pleased. This was during the period when the city of Boston was gradually being converted from DC to AC, and the shop did contracting work all over the Back Bay neighborhood. Rab was in charge of managing the inventory. He did well and learned enough to become competent at minor electrical repairs in all the various places he lived afterwards. But following the usual pattern, it wasn't long before he found that the job interfered too much with his attempts to organize for socialism. Nat, recently married and struggling to support his wife Mary and their son, was not unhappy when Rab left. Nat kept Maishi's firm a financially successful enterprise right up until the Depression, and his son Leon grew up to make a successful career as an electrician too. Rab consistently put socialist work ahead of mere opportunities to earn money, and turned down many prestigious and high-paying jobs that were offered him, until Ella would shout in frustration, "Get out of this house," which Rab obediently did, often asking his son if he wanted to come with him in the car, maybe so he'd have an excuse to come back, Bill said. The boy always went because that meant he could have a driving lesson. He liked to sit on Rab's lap and help steer the car. Bill told me about one occasion in particular when there had been no shouting, nor a fight of any kind, and Rab was asked to take him out of the house for no reason he could think of. Ella had become pregnant for the third and last time, and she realized that there would not be enough money to take good care of the two children she already had if a third were to be born. Ella knew by then, if she had not known all along, that Rab would never put his family's fortunes ahead of socialism, and, after all, she was a socialist too. She adored Rab because he was what he was. Ella, just as sincerely as her husband, yearned for a world where mothers and fathers could nurture their children because they had free access to what they needed, without the necessity of working for wages. How could she bring another child into this bleak capitalist society? She made her choice and asked Rab for help. He found a doctor who was willing to terminate Ella's third pregnancy. This was, of course, before such help was legal. Ella's choice was more dangerous than it would be today. She was sick and bleeding. She didn't want her son to see her that way. That's why she asked Rab to take Billy out of the house. Years later, Ella did tell her daughter about the abortion, and, later still, Anne told me about it, but all Billy ever knew was that he got to go for a ride in the car, alone with his father, one time when there hadn't been any fighting. Around 1926, Ella took both children and went back to her family's home in Detroit for several months. In 1927, Rab and Ella took Billy and Anna to march in the funeral parade for Sacco and Vanzetti, two anarchists executed by the state for a murder of which they were patently innocent. It was an example of the class struggle in action. The capitalist class had squashed the lives of two workers using the raw power of the state. Both of the children were impressed with the significance of this event, but Anna, 7 years old, also remembered later being afraid of getting lost in the scary and confusing mob of people. Rab brought them to a frame shop where they could take shelter from the crowd outside. This shop belonged to a professional artist, Fred Jacobs. Jacobs and Rab talked about Sacco and Vanzetti, and about how the capitalist class effectively deals with threats to the system. Rab was no anarchist, but he often said that when anarchists erred, they erred in the right direction, that their hearts were in the right place, although often they hadn't thought things through. The direct action advocated by many anarchists appealed to the heart, but Rab's position was that political action, as advocated by socialists, would be necessary to achieve a lasting revolution. Heart and head must both be involved. 2 members of the working class were arrested and convicted of a murder by the state of Massachusetts. Evidence in overwhelming abundance shows that these 2 workers were innocent of the crimes of which they were accused. Hosts of people who have no inkling of the existence of a class struggle admit this. If you don't know it was a class affair, your masters did. Electric chairs are made by workers, operated by workers, and sat in by workers. Here is one case of something being done for the sole benefit of the working class. Sacco and Vanzetti were kept in prison for 7 years, and then executed by the masterclass, who, by the way, seem to have a pretty thorough understanding of their class position and interests, and show a lot of solidarity in protecting those interests. It's a shame and a disgrace that we working people don't show the same understanding and the same solidarity in protecting our own class interests. Jacobs, a former Wobbly, found that Rab's analysis of the class struggle resonated with his own. From then on, the frame shop, located at 113C Warren Street, in the Roxbury neighborhood, became the first headquarters for the people who were to form the nucleus of socialist activity in Boston. Jacobs lived in rooms behind the shop. There was a little kitchen and a place to sit and talk. Fred Jacobs was the first worker in Boston to be recruited into the socialist movement through Rab's influence, and the first person Rab could count on to help him in his task of building a revolutionary socialist organization in Boston, the Vagabond Club. It was not long after this that Rab took charge of the Vagabonds, an athletic club that played a role in the growth of the socialist movement in Boston that no one could have anticipated. The Vagabond Club was associated with the Hecht House, which was still a well-known institution in Dorchester during my own childhood in the 1940s. It was a neighborhood house whose mission was largely keeping young people off the streets by providing them with supervised activities, mostly sports-related, after school, drawing boys and girls from many different school districts. There was a policy that every Hecht House club must have an adult director. The adult who had originally directed the Vagabond Club now no longer could find time for it. And since the members were very eager to continue meeting, they looked around for a suitable replacement. Several of the young vagabonds already knew Rab. Some of them had been part of the audience who went to hear him speak about socialism on Blue Hill Avenue, and were already familiar with his ideas. It was young Louis Spiegel, a high school boy who happened to be the Rabs' upstairs neighbor in the Cappan Street house, who asked Rab if he would be willing to become the director of the Vagabond Club. Well, Rab had always been interested in athletics. Nevertheless, under his directorship, the Vagabond Club did not really remain a typical athletic club. The Vagabonds continued to play baseball and tennis, but they also were taken on tours of the Harvard museums, where Rab lectured them about the exhibits, and where Harvard undergraduates also were sometimes drawn to hear his explanations. He encouraged them in discussions of science, history, anthropology, and materialism, and on more than one occasion he brought experts in these fields to address the boys. With Rab as director, although the club per se never became overtly socialist, the Vagabonds all learned to keep an open mind while observing the world around them, and the club itself became an environment that fostered receptivity to a socialist analysis of the world. These boys, whose average age was about 16 when they first came under Rab's influence, all lived in different parts of Dorchester. They brought their friends to hear Rab speak. More and more people heard the case for socialism. In the end, 8 of the Vagabonds joined the socialist movement, but all of them, not only those 8, were part of a widening social circle where socialist ideas were understood and accepted. The Science Club and Camp Nitgit. Rab treated his own children in much the same way as he did the Vagabonds. He encouraged them to explore everything they could, to keep open minds, to be scientific in their analysis, and to make up their own minds as to what explanations made the most sense. Billy went to Hebrew school with one of his friends for a while. He also attended some holy roller meetings. Rab encouraged all this exploration. He and Ella also sent the children to the Young Pioneer meetings, sponsored by the Communist Party, where they met children whose parents belonged to various other political organizations. Billy and Anna had many friends in the neighborhood where they lived. Both Rab and Ella encouraged them to bring their friends home. Ella was always warm and welcoming. And somehow, in spite of Rab's not being a good provider, she could always find refreshments when Anna and Billy's friends came by after school. One of these friends, Bob Weisberg, told me in his oral history that the flat on Cappan Street was a haven for anyone who wanted to drop in. For these youngsters, too, Rab created an environment that would foster the socialist outlook. Treating this houseful of his children's friends as young scientists, he encouraged them to form a science club. Rab was the director of the Vagabond Club, but he never exactly directed the science club. He let the kids do that. They met in the big living room at Capon Street, and after a year or two, there were so many of them that they couldn't fit into the living room anymore and spilled over into the dining room as well. When Bill Rab, at age 81, reminisced about the science club, he said, "Somewhere in the attic I have some of the science periodicals that we put out. We called it Science News or something like that. And what it consisted of was the talks that we gave to the science club on whatever subject happened to interest us there or on a specialty." There were a couple of people with specialties. When we've a talk, we couldn't just ramble, we had to have notes, or sometimes we'd type it up. I think that's where I learned to type. Sometimes we would hectograph them. The original ones were hectographed, and later on, we got access to a mimeograph machine someplace. Sometimes one of the vagabonds would give a lecture at the science club. The vagabonds were about 7 years older than Billy, 10 years older than Anna. The club began with Billy and Anna's friends and neighbors, but later, those friends would bring other friends in, and the circle expanded. Bill's best friend, Squee, for example, brought in many newcomers. It is noteworthy that although the club's subject matter was science, not socialism, several of these children, including Weisberg, joined the WSP when they grew up. One of Rab's maxims was, "All the sciences are interrelated, and socialism is the queen that unites all the sciences, because only a socialist is capable of viewing science objectively, without moral reservations and ethical compunctions." The Rab children also attended Camp Nikgadiget, a summer camp run by the Communist Party. The camp was on a lake in Franklin, MA. Some young pioneers stayed there. Others were brought each morning by a bus that picked them up in front of International Hall. Here Billy and Anna met more children of communists and socialists from various organizations. Many of the other parents knew of Rab, and knew that Rab didn't agree with many of the ideas being inculcated into the young pioneers. At Camp Nikgadiget, Anna met Lillian Pollock, a girl who was to be her closest friend all through her girlhood, and brought her into the science club. Lillian grew up to be a scientist, and always gave credit to the science club for getting her started on the right track. Bella Palatnik also first met the Rabs through the camp, where she, like many others, developed a crush on Billy. Bella later joined the WSP for a brief time, and still at the time of this writing acknowledges the influence of Rab and the science club on her thinking. I commented earlier in this narrative that Fred Jacobs was the first person Rab could count on to help him in his task of building a revolutionary socialist organization in Boston. That statement really should be qualified. In a sense, Rab's first helpers were his children. Both Bill and Anna were tremendously popular with their peers, as if they had inherited some of their father's charisma. When my mother reminisced about her teen years, she often remarked that all her girlfriends were in love with Billy at one time or another, and certainly she herself, from age 15 on, drew men and boys to her like moths to a flame. They were both remarkable in this way, and, beginning at Camp Nikgadiget and the Science Club, and continuing for years afterward, they were also remarkable in their success at recruiting their friends into the socialist movement. Fred Jacobs was the first person Rab influenced to join the Socialist Education Society, and the first to become a member of the WSP when it reformed itself out of the SES. But Billy and Anna, along with the Vagabonds, were a very significant part of the base upon which Boston Local was built. Years later, when asked how he had managed to enlist his children's support as he did, Rab replied, "Socialist pressures on their children often create resentments and resistances. There is no substitute for exposure rather than persistence. I've been fortunate in having very favorable advantages, such as being able to organize and direct boys' clubs and science clubs when the kids were young. My emphasis was on making ideas fit facts rather than on making facts fit ideas. This is effective in creating the healthy attitude for hearing the socialist case. At no time was the heart divorced from the head, but the coupling of the heart was on the groundwork of the head. Then, of course, there was Ella, without whose enthusiasm and support there would have been no results. In a word, I had the lucky breaks, and no special credit for superior wisdom is really involved. Rab never stopped adoring Ella, but it wasn't always easy for her to give him her enthusiasm and support. She was concerned when he put the socialist movement ahead of his family responsibilities. He never really had a career except for that of a revolutionary, although he was successful and respected at almost every job he had, from the position at the Ford plant in Detroit, through working at Friedberg's electric and locksmith shop with his brother Nat, to the proofreading he did for the Hearst newspapers in the 1950s and later. Rab's goal, though, was to spend as little time as possible making money, while he devoted himself primarily to the socialist movement. Ella, on the other hand, cared more deeply for her children's welfare than for anything else, so it was that Ella was frustrated and at times depressed. Once, when she went to Rab's mother for comfort, Sarah told her, "Remember, we come from a long line of self-immolators, from Socialist Education Society to Workers' Socialist Party." In 1929, A new phase of socialist organization in Boston began as Rab and Walter Green reconnected in person. Ella was horrified at the prospect of seeing Green again after his desertion of her friend, Olga, 12 years before. Rab's thought was, it is easy to condemn. The acid test of a socialist reaction to an individual's behavior is socialist sympathy and understanding. Personally, I reserve my condemnations for the system and its apologists. In New York, Green had found a new companion who fully shared his commitment to socialist education in a way that his first wife never had done. Bertha, or Babe as she preferred to be called, was gainfully employed full-time as a typist, a useful skill for anyone interested in the communication of ideas. She was happy to put aside any thought of conventional family life in order to devote herself to revolutionary activity. Together, Walter and Babe were urging the New York SES to begin publication of its own periodical, The Socialist. Meanwhile, in Boston, Rab had already begun an informal Marxian study class in the big living room of the Capon Street flat for people who had demonstrated an interest in socialist ideas. Green visited Boston on August 16, 1929, and addressed a meeting of this study class at Rab's home. The minutes of this historic occasion, taken in Fred Jacobs' careful handwriting, record. Meeting called to order at 123 Capon Street to discuss the advisability of issuing an educational socialist publication. Comrade Green of NYC gave a talk on the value to the movement of such a paper. After some discussion, Comrade Louis Spiegel was elected chairman and F. Jacobs secretary. Moved and seconded that the name of the Marxian study class be changed to the Socialist Education Society. The New York comrades officially admitted Rab to the Socialist Education Society as a member at large that October, and the first issue of the new publication, The Socialist, appeared in November 1929. Rab was one of the regular writers for The Socialist. I think I hear his voice in an unsigned column in the first issue asserting, "The socialist movement is far from dead in America. The capitalist press is congratulating itself prematurely on the downfall of the SP of A. The force of the class struggle still operates. We strive for the amalgamation of those groups and individuals throughout the land, subscribing to our position. Upon that position, we shall erect the political party of the working class." Elsewhere in that issue, he wrote, "The Other Side of the Wailing Wall, an analysis of the then current situation in Palestine." Rab's contribution to the second issue, December 1929, is reprinted in full as our practical program in selected writings, pp. 428-432. It is well worth reading, and its analysis is as timely today as it was in 1929. Here are just a few excerpts. Our immediate task is to arouse a socialist understanding, to the end that we may establish socialism. In a word, a socialist revolution first must take place in the heads of the workers, then will follow the conquest of political power, overthrow of the capitalist system, and the establishment of socialism. A socialist working class, conscious of its position in society, has no need for a special program or blueprint plans. Whatever measures are dictated by the particular social forces then operating will be adopted by a socialist proletariat. The socialization of production, together with the concentration of capital, has already laid the economic foundation for socialism. Our practical program, if you please, is clear and definite. The working class must organize consciously and politically for the conquest of the powers of government. Let us briefly review such measures as are advocated by the alleged socialist organizations. Number 1. The so-called Socialist Party of America is not a socialist organization. Even the cloak of socialist appearances was shed at their last convention, when the clause subscribing to belief in the class struggle was dropped from their application for membership form. Number 2. The Workers' Communist Party's practical program was so involved that it required 64 pages, the platform of the class struggle, to state these demands. A little comment on but a few of these revolutionary gems will serve as an object lesson in the pitfalls of a practical program. We find demanded the immediate enactment of a federal law for a 40-hour, 5-day week and forbidding all overtime. This is a measure that helps capitalism run more smoothly and is a favorite palliative of capitalist reformers. In all, there are 102 demands by these practical people. If all this activity resulted in the arousing of revolutionary understanding, there might be some justification, but sorry experience has shown that it only results in apathy because of the false hopes raised, then dashed. Number 3. The Proletarian Party, too, has a practical program. They call for the unfaltering support of the class-conscious workers everywhere to the movement of anti-imperialism among the backward nations, because they fight the imperial capitalist class. A travesty on Marxism, indeed. Countries like China, India, and the rest are blossoming out into capitalist countries. The newly rising bourgeoisie in such backward countries find the ideologic expression of their economic and political needs in movements of nationalism. Number 4. The Socialist Labor Party stated officially their practical program, not a general strike of the workers, but a general lockout of the capitalist class by organizing the workers, industrially, to take and hold the means of production. A study of history will show that control of economic resources is only made secure by control of the state. It is impossible for the working class to take and hold industry as long as the state is in the hands of the capitalist class. Their view that the industrial union is the only means of taking and holding industry is but the pipe dream of this LP. Our task at the moment is to carry on the work of socialist education. The capitalists rule today because the workers sanction and uphold the existing form of property relationships. It is worth noting that this article denounces all these other organizations equally, since at this time there were strong social and personal links among them. The Proletarian Party, for instance, had been formed by Rab's old friend, John Carricher. Moreover, Rab always maintained that there was no competition going on about who was going to make the revolution. If another group should turn up that proved to be organized on the same basis as the WSP-SES, he was, in principle, ready to take steps to merge. But this article delineates very explicitly some of the factors that prevented him from considering the Proletarian Party, or any of the other parties mentioned, as a genuine socialist organization. To him, it was always clear that they were not organized on the same basis as the WSP or the SES. To join forces with any of them would have been tantamount to abandoning the task of preparing the groundwork for a lasting socialist revolution, namely, building a conscious, political working-class majority who are committed to socialism based on knowledge and genuine understanding. All the issues of the socialists in the WSP archive from 1929 and 1930 announced many activities in which the group in New York were engaged. There were lectures being given, for instance, on the basis of political economy and on the nature and development of the state, and there was also a weekly class based on Engels' socialism, utopian and scientific. Members of the New York SES were clearly engaged in socialist activity at this time. Rab study class at International Hall. Each issue of The Socialist also contains an advertisement for Rab's study class, which by late September had moved into International Hall, located at 42 Winona Street, Roxbury. This was the headquarters of the local Communist Party, who had offered to let Rab use their hall free of charge out of respect for his father. Sheppy Rabinowitz was a good communist, but his son, of course, was not. Rab made it clear from the beginning that he would not present the communist position, e.g. support events going on in the new USSR, and in fact would oppose it at every opportunity in conducting his class. Nevertheless, from September 1929 to March 1930, Rab was able to use International Hall free of charge. From that point on, hall rent of $1 per meeting was required, and by the end of December, the Communist Party was no longer willing to put up with the disrespect they were getting from Rab and the members of his class. After 15 months, socialist meetings at International Hall came to a stop. As the reader will remember, when Walter Green addressed Rab's Marxian study class back in August 1929, the members of the class voted to name themselves a Boston branch of the SES. This was, however, a little premature. At the beginning, there were really no membership requirements for being in the study class. Rab's younger sister Dina came, for instance, and even chaired one of the meetings. She brought her best friend along, and this young lady got to be chairman the following week. Neither of these two was ever seriously interested in socialism. Fred Jacobs brought his friend Tom Flanagan to the meetings, and Tom came often enough so he was referred to as Comrade Flanagan, but Flanagan also never officially committed himself to socialism, although he remained a close sympathizer. In spite of this, the core group that met at International Hall did agree with the principles of the SES, and it was they who were to form the nucleus of Boston Local. The minutes from those 15 months of meetings document a small but lively organization who were actively involved in distributing the Socialist. They also attended and helped publicize both street meetings and the indoor lectures given by Rab and by visiting comrades from New York. They paid dues and voted democratically about how those dues would be spent, regretting that some of the money went to the Communist Party as hall rent. They also studied Marxist literature and were encouraged to give weekly 3-minute talks on various subjects, ranging from current events to scientific developments to economics. In this way, the vagabonds and other regular class attendees developed their speaking skills. As an interesting side note, several years later, long after the class Rab had conducted at Communist Party headquarters had found other meeting places, a controversy arose in the newly formed WSP as to whether it was a violation of the party constitution for a member to conduct classes under the auspices of another organization. Scott Frampton, who was secretary of the National Executive Committee at that time, wrote, "Good example of the proper method in such cases was that used by Moses Baritz many years ago when he had a class in Detroit under auspices of the SP of A. At every point he showed the class not only the socialist position, but also showed how the SP of A wasn't taking that, but an anti-socialist position." Frampton recognized that, like Baritz, Rab had made it clear at every point how different the socialist analysis was from that of the Communist Party. That spring, while the study class was still meeting at International Hall, little Anna was looking forward to more interesting matters. She would be turning 10 years old on April 18th. She told her parents she would like to see New York City for her 10th birthday. Anna really thought she was asking for the impossible because she knew trips were very expensive. Rab amazed her when he said he would be honored and delighted to take her to New York for her birthday. "My mother loved being shown the sights of New York. What a thrill it must have been to climb up the Statue of Liberty's arm all the way to the torch. But the most special part of the trip for her was the time spent alone with her father, far away from her always teasing big brother Billy. She always remembered that trip as one of the highlights of her childhood." On the other hand, she was also aware that one reason he was so willing to fulfill her birthday request was that there was some important socialist organizing going on in New York City. In fact, Babe Green had written this letter to Nils Akervall, a Detroit comrade, on April 9th, just over a week before Anna's birthday. "A few weeks ago, a discussion arose on the new constitution and bylaws of the SES, of which I enclose a copy. Walter suggests that if at all possible you attempt to dig up an old copy of the Detroit Workers' Socialist Party's constitution for purposes of comparison. Both Walter and Rab consider it much better. He would like to have your version of the story, therefore this suggestion." Upon taking up the first part of the Constitution, we immediately struck a snag, and thereafter nothing else was taken up until 12 p.m. when a motion was moved and seconded to adjourn, which of course most of us did not. The entire discussion, which was quite heated, had to do with a new name for the organization and the advisability of forming a political party. Strange to say, someone whom we never expected to bring up the subject did so. The man is Sam Orner. A number of them were in favor of both, but there was a great deal of opposition. The matter was tabled until April 25th. The reason why the above is given to you with such a wealth of detail is due to the fact that Walter wants you to line up those who are interested in joining and yourself on the side of a political party. Walter proposed that all members at large should have a hand at voting on the formation of a party. That is why he is so anxious to have you and the others join. A few here and there could bolster up our position tremendously. Looking at the matter from all angles, it is quite necessary that we once and for all become a political party, instead of holding on to the name of the SES as though nothing better could be found just because of the conservatism of a number of the members. We intend to get in touch with Rab in Boston and see what we can do with him. My mother had the impression that the little group of socialists in New York had grown up around Green, as the group in Boston grew up around her father. Rab, Walter, and Babe Green and Sam Orner must have engaged in some very lively discussions that April. Orner and Rab remained lifelong friends and comrades. Green and Babe spent 3 months at the Rab household on Coppin Street that summer. Billy Rab could remember the date for certain because the Greens were there the August when he turned 13. and managed to take up so much attention that no one remembered his birthday request, a bicycle. Bill explained to me that although the Rabs did not consider themselves Jewish, still, most of his friends had had a big fuss made over them at their bar mitzvah when they turned 13, so he had been expecting something. Ella still disliked Green intensely for the way he had betrayed her friend Olga. Rab was able to overlook this. He was full of admiration for Green's deep commitment to organizing for socialism. I think Rab also appreciated his free-spirited way of life. Walter and Babe lived on a houseboat when they were at home and held unconventional views on many aspects of life unrelated to scientific socialism, such as matters of diet and digestion. Both Billy and Anna felt, resentfully, that the Greens were allowed to take over the household during their visit. Ella learned to cook vegetarian food while Walter and Babe were guests in her home, and the whole household remained vegetarian until Billy began to complain of stomach aches. Well after the Greens' departure, at which point Ella, supported by the family doctor, insisted that they resume a more conventional diet, although a few delicious vegetarian meals, such as her spinach and egg pie, continued to appear on the menu throughout my own childhood. Rab followed some of Walter Green's precepts, such as fasting one day each week, for the rest of his life. Aside from these anecdotes that both my mother and my Uncle Bill loved to tell, it is clear that the grown-ups that summer were focused on how best to go about organizing for socialism. It was during the Greens' visit, on August 3, 1930, that Jacobs became the second Boston socialist admitted to the SES, in time to be eligible to vote for the resumption of the name Workers' Socialist Party, and for the change from an educational society to a political party. Fred Jacobs never became a speaker for the party, but he was a loyal member. See page 437 for a tribute Rab wrote for Jacobs upon his death in 1958. Some of the New York comrades, probably those accused of conservatism by Babe in her letter to Akervall, favored changing the name of the organization to the Working Class Educational Society, which could be affiliated with a working class revolutionary party. Others favored Social Revolutionary Party, or Marxian Party. There was some concern that the word socialist might no longer mean, to the average worker, the same thing that Marx had meant when he used the term socialism interchangeably with communism. Nevertheless, when the ballots were all in and counted on September 12, 1930, the old Workers' Socialist Party was reformed at a meeting of the New York Socialist Education Society, and the 28 members in good standing at that time became charter members of the new political party. Thus, the WSP continued as it had begun, having only used the alias of SES for an 11-year interval. The New York comrades were slow to put into effect the decision made in September 1930. It was actually not until the spring of 1931 that a memo on reorganization was finally sent out, which read, "At a meeting held June 5th, it was decided to take the action for which the convention of May 30 was called, and to refer this action to the members for their comment and correction. The provisions of the Constitution were put into effect with the election of the following national officers: Secretary, E. Hagman; Treasurer, S. Frampton; additional members of the Executive Committee, E. Brown, S. Felprin, J. Frampton, N. Akervall; Detroit, I. Rabinowitz; Boston. As to the two auditors, nominations were asked for in the report sent to the members. Minutes of the NEC meetings are to be sent each time to N. Akervall and I. Rabinowitz, who will function on the Executive Committee through correspondence. NY Local was established. Edgar Hagman, Secretary. Soon after that, Louis Spiegel, Ralph Ober, and Louis Shapiro, all members of the Vagabond Club who had been in Rab's Marxian study class, joined the WSP. That made 5 comrades in Boston, the number needed officially to constitute a local. On June 12, 1931, Boston Local was officially recognized by the National Executive Committee of the WSP. Rab, Jacobs, Spiegel, Ober, and Shapiro were the 5 charter members. 198 Walnut Avenue. Fred Jacobs had introduced his friend Tom Flanagan both to socialist ideas and to Rab. In 1931, Flanagan was living with his sister Nellie at 98 Walnut Avenue. On one occasion, he invited Rab and Ella to dinner. Ella was tremendously impressed with his gracious home, which was situated directly across the street from Monroe Park, in Roxbury. Nellie Flanagan's health was delicate, and her brother took care of her. Ella regaled Anna, then about 11 years old, with descriptions of the house and what a kindly old gentleman Tom Flanagan was. Rab often set up his soapbox on the corner of Blue Hill Avenue and Talbot Avenue, just across from the tennis courts of Franklin Field. Many of the vagabonds enjoyed playing tennis and watching the expert matches that sometimes went on, so inevitably there was some crossover between the group listening to Rab speak and the group competing on the tennis courts. It is not surprising that one day in the late summer, a really top-notch tennis player named George Gloss crossed Blue Hill Avenue to hear Rab speak. Gloss was about the same age as the vagabonds and knew some of them from the tennis games. He expressed an interest in joining their club but was rejected by vote of the membership. In spite of this rebuff, Gloss became a regular at Rab's lectures, and at least once, probably in 1931, he was a visitor at the Capon Street flat. Gloss was to play a major role in the history and development of the WSP. As the summer turned to fall, Nellie Flanagan's health worsened and she died in 1932. Tom Flanagan, finding himself alone in a big house in the very depths of the Depression, and seeing people he cared for and admired having trouble paying their rent, invited the Rabs to move in with him. He kept 2 rooms for himself, which were off limits except by invitation, but the rest of his spacious home was theirs to enjoy. There is a wonderful irony in the fact that during the worst of the Depression years, when so many workers suffered hard times, the Rabs were always comfortable and even able to offer comradely hospitality to others. Early in 1933, they moved from Capon Street, Dorchester, to 198 Walnut Avenue, Roxbury, across the street from a lovely rock park. Flanagan never joined the WSP, but he was a comrade in a very real sense, inviting his friends, the Rabs, to share his home with him. Chapter 4. The Local in its Heyday. 1932 to 1947. WSP headquarters at 12 Hayward Place, the Western Socialist, a youthful mingling of social and socialist activity. The war years. The WSP moves to 27 Dock Square, the Scott-Nearing debate, the World Socialist Party. Around 70 new members joined Boston Local of the Workers' Socialist Party between 1933 and 1939. Towards the beginning of this period, the comrades were renting a hall in the Morton Theater Building on an as-needed basis for propaganda meetings, while the discussion at business meetings centered around plans for distributing the Socialist Standard, how best to publicize Rab's study class, which had been meeting more or less continuously ever since late 1929, lectures, and, during the summer, outdoor meetings, at which the local membership were joined from time to time by visiting comrades from New York. The official contact address, which was listed in the Socialist Standards of the period, was Fred Jacobs' home in Roxbury. In late November 1933, with a membership of 12, the local voted to rent a 2-room suite in Codman Square, Dorchester, one room having a seating capacity of 75, and the other suitable for an office. The local was very eager to publicize this new headquarters. They asked the comrades in England to help by advertising, and the SPGB complied. An ad appeared in the Socialist Standards for April and May 1934. Much later, in 1978, Rab was asked how he had gotten Boston Local started. In reply, first he mentioned the Vagabond Club and the Science Club, and he told about organizing street meetings. Then he said, but more important, I organized a class in Dorchester. That was the most wonderful class. It was always on a Tuesday night, and the average attendance, believe it or not, was 125 people. It's amazing. It's unbelievable. And who were they? The class was organized in a very unusual fashion. The first section was a discussion on current events, and all the politicians of Boston and Dorchester, it was a Jewish neighborhood up there on Blue Hill Avenue, used to come to that class to get information about current events. They'd stay for the other stuff too. Second section was some Marxian pamphlet, the Communist Manifesto, value, price and profit, all that kind of stuff, see? The third section was, there was an ex-member of the SLP. He was an elocution teacher, and he says, I'd like to give a class on speaking. So that was the last section of the class, and that's how come it was so well attended every week for over 2 years. Gee, that was something out of the ordinary. WSP headquarters at 12 Hayward Place. Within a few years, as the membership grew, it became feasible to move WSP headquarters to 12 Hayward Place, a tiny byway just off 600 Washington Street in the heart of Boston. It was an easy walk from there to the Boston Common, where there was a long-standing tradition of outdoor speaking. The new headquarters was a long walk from the Rabs' home in Roxbury, but Rab and Ella used to walk to headquarters on a regular basis, often accompanied by other comrades. One of these old-timers, Ralph Roberts, reminisced with me in 2005 about Rab's wife, my grandmother, during this period. You know, we would go to Rab's on Walnut Avenue, and we'd walk to Boston from there to the headquarters to save carfare. We'd walk together as a group and talk the whole way up there, and Ella would come along with us. She always used to ask questions, "What have you been doing?" and all that stuff. She had a genuine interest in everybody who came there. She was a great mate for a dedicated socialist. Members of Boston Local spoke regularly on Speaker's Mall, a space along the Charles Street side of Boston Common, which disappeared in the 1950s when the present-day parking facility was built. Soapbox orators representing many different groups, both political and religious, spoke there all during the 30s and 40s. The WSP was also an active presence on the close-by Tremont Street side of the Common. During this time, Rab was by all accounts an outstanding speaker, both indoors and outdoors. Unfortunately, by the time I was old enough to pay proper attention to such things, his thoughts had gotten so much faster than his speech that sometimes the phrases would slur. He would talk about the dog-eat-dog jungle of capitalism, and not until much later would I realize that this meant the dog-eat-dog jungle. But during the 30s, Rab soapboxed effectively on the Common and elsewhere, joined from time to time by visiting comrades from New York like Walter Green, Edgar Hagman, and Jack Whitaker. George Gloss, who joined the party in 1933, was the first member of Boston Local other than Rab to take a really active part in the work of spreading socialist knowledge and understanding. Gloss proved to be an excellent outdoor speaker. Ella wrote a letter to Rab, dated August 27, 1935, when he had gone out of town on a trip with the Vagabond Club, which was still meeting during this period. The letter is worth including here because it so artlessly shows the delight both of them felt at how well Boston Local could function in Rab's absence. It also gives a good idea of what the Local's activities were in the mid-30s. Dear Rab, be careful not to catch a cold. This is just to let you know that I have one coming on. I can feel it, you know, that grand swelling feeling. But don't worry, Ella and the kids are not missing the goat one bit. Now that you are gone, we are one step nearer to socialism. We are through with wet nursing. We now feed them alfalfa tablets. We will soon come out with a report disclosing startling results. I did not go to the afternoon Common Mall meeting, but I understand George Gloss pulled off a piece of strategy. He opened the meeting 10 minutes earlier, before any of the other meetings had begun. In this way, he got the whole crowd that were hanging around the mad. When the others opened their meeting, he was way in his talk, and as good many stuck. $80 literature was sold. Rothstein, Callahan's, Jacobs were present. Forums was okay too. George just gave as rambling talk with clippings from the newspapers. His new Hugh book from the State House stood him good. 15 were present. Questions were asked on the ballot and how it would take place, etc. Collection was $1 Last night's street meeting, George Gloss gave a general talk. Not bad at all, if only he would try to develop his own intelligence and not constantly rely on clips. For once he was good in the answering of questions, but near the end the meeting was broken up by a bunch of hoodlums, but as it was near 10:30, it did not matter. After the meeting we had a discussion. Alpine had a group at one place, and GG at another. In this discussion, George did a most masterly job. It was a treat to see how he not only met, but put their argument on a dusty back shelf no longer meeting the needs of society today, and they listened with keen interest until way after 11 o'clock. It was really a second meeting. For Tuesday class, Leo Kahan would give a talk on science. He would speak for about an hour and a half, and then George would interrelate it to our positions, the scientific socialist positions. Gigi will also speak on Engels, and we look forward to a very pleasant evening. Street meetings are no worry to us. I wrote to Jack Whitaker. Do you think any of the NY fellows can come to speak on the Common Sunday and at our forum? I hope Jack can influence someone to come. If not, Gigi would give a talk on Engels, and if it is as good as his talk on Marx was a few months ago, well, it would be worth listening to, as you would remember. Anne and Bill are on the job every morning at 7:30. Bill is anyway. Anne gets there around 8, but never much later. They say there is absolutely no business. Oh yes, lest I forget, it will be a damn shame if Craigie don't do something about his election. Everyone wants to see our candidate. Gigi made it clear that it was not the man but the principles of the party they should vote for, that too long had they voted for men who later betrayed them. It caused us plenty of worry last night, and Craigie better come in and attend to his obligation to the party, or else the local activities committee will take action. To those in the Boston local now, this is a very vital thing, and no monkey business will be tolerated, believe me. In this letter, when Ella says Gigi, she means George Gloss, but where she says simply George, she may be referring to George Alpine, another comrade. Of the comrades Ella mentions in this letter, the only ones I remember clearly other than the Rab family are Charlie Rothstein and Craigie. I don't know how Rothstein met Rab, probably through the study class, but he was always quiet, like Fred Jacobs. Those two, I understand, were always present at meetings, but spoke very seldom. Jacobs moved away from Boston before I was old enough to really have retained much of an impression of him, except as an old man who was a comrade. But Charlie Rothstein was a presence in the WSP until I was active in it myself, always doing his quiet part. He used to spend his summers in Miami, and eventually he retired and moved there permanently. Craigie, Nathan Krigman, was one of the vagabonds who remained an active socialist for his whole life. I do not know whether or not he fulfilled his obligation to the party regarding the election Ella alludes to in her letter. He and Bill Rab later became business partners. Craigie died young, leaving a wife and 3 young children. Billy gave his only son the middle name of Craig in honor of Comrade Krigman. Carl Craig Rab was born in 1950, not long after Craigie's death, because it was recognized that anyone representing the WSP in public needed to have a solid grasp not only of the subject matter they were speaking about, but also of any issue that might be brought up by a heckler in the audience. No comrade spoke in public for the organization without having passed the speaker's test. Rab and Jack Whitaker both had taken the test in January 1933. The National Executive Committee, which was located in New York until 1939, administered the test in person to comrades applying for it in the New York area. In Boston, Rab handled it himself, until the local had enough speakers to form a committee for the purpose. Rab always had a special talent for reaching out to people and communicating with them. This was not only true for people close at hand, like the Harvard and MIT professors he often got to speak at the Vagabond Club meetings, but also for people far away whose writings he admired. Early in the 30s, Rab became impressed with the work of Anton Pannekoek, the Dutch astronomer and Marxist theoretician. He corresponded with this scientist, establishing a relationship of mutual respect. Referring to Pannekoek later, Rab wrote, "He's one of the greatest scholars you'll ever meet. He wrote Marxism and Darwinism, which is one of the socialist classics. He does not agree with us on the question of the ballot. He thinks the industrial workers will organize workers' councils and take and hold industry and introduce socialism. But on Marxian economics, reforms, and especially the question of leadership, he is crystal clear." At the Harvard Tercentenary in 1936, Pannekoek received a special honorary degree for his work on astrophysics. He let Rab know he was coming to Boston well in advance, and the two of them arranged for him to address a meeting at WSP headquarters. Ralph Roberts, one of the newer comrades, was assigned to meet Pannekoek and bring him to headquarters. "Rab told me to go to the subway," Roberts reported, "and wait out on the outside, and a man by the name of Pannekoek, a philosopher, will come and speak to us, and he'll be wearing a flower in his lapel." Sure enough, a little old man with white hair came out, wearing a flower. I said, "Are you Mr. Pannekoek?" He said, "Yes." I introduced myself and told him I was here to greet him and take him down to the headquarters, and that night we had a good turnout at the meeting, and he spoke. His approach was similar to ours. That's why Rab knew about him. Rab smiled mischievously when he told me the sponsors of Pannekoek's trip to Boston were upset that their honor much preferred the WSP environments to the Harvard intellectuals. Rab crowed, "He gave us the most inspiring talk on Russia I've ever heard. It was impossible to get in the hall. People were in the outer hall and stairs. His Socratic method of dealing with the Russian patriots was superb. Is that not so? He had opposed the Bolsheviks at the very beginning on the basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat versus democratic majority." Later in 1947, Pannekoek contributed an article on public ownership versus common ownership to the Western Socialist, jointly produced by the SPC and the WSP since 1939. Later still, in 1959, when I was planning a trip to Europe, Rab urged me to look him up and say hello. I was too shy to do so at that time, and Pannekoek died the following year. a youthful mingling of social and socialist activity. The street connecting Hayward Place with the Tremont Street side of the Common, where both Gloss and Rab spoke almost on a daily basis, is called Avery Street. A young student of accounting named Leonard Feinzig was putting himself through night school by working in that neighborhood as a bookkeeper, and got into the habit of walking through the Common on his lunch hour, eating his lunch on a bench and listening to the speakers from various groups and organizations. In the fall of 1936, Feinzig heard Rab expounding the case for socialism, and after that, he was eager to get involved. Noticing Feinzig's interest, another comrade in the crowd, Julius Sherman, told him he was welcome to attend a forum at the WSP headquarters right down the street any Sunday evening. It was at one of those Sunday forums in 1936 that Feinzig met Rab's daughter, who, as a teenager, liked to be called Anne instead of Anna. It wasn't long before they were courting. Anne, 16, was in her senior year of high school when they met. Lenny was 18. Len Feinzig joined the WSP on December 11, 1936. He passed the party's speaker's test in September 1938, 3 months after being awarded his diploma in accountancy from Bentley. Anne Rab didn't join until May 28, 1937, but she passed the speaker's test a month before Lenny did. She told me Rab was surprised when she became a speaker for the party, that he hadn't expected her to. She was pleased to have made him proud of her. She'd done something her brother hadn't done, and she felt good about that. Anne and Lenny knew they were in love forever within months after they met. They are my parents, and when I was born into the family in 1940, they named me Karla in honor of Karl Marx. Their marriage lasted for 63 years, until my mother's death in 2002. Lenny, my father, remained an active member of the WSP till he died at the age of 88. All during the Depression era, more and more people were attracted to the Workers' Socialist Party, and the more members there were, the more activities the organization was able to support. There were locals in New York, Boston, and Los Angeles in the mid to late 1930s. The national office was still located in New York, at 5 Sylvan Place, and regular business meetings were held there twice a month. But it was in Boston that socialist propaganda activity really thrived. The July 1938 issue of the Socialist, since 1937, the official organ of the Workers' Socialist Party of the USA, rather than of the SES, lists the following calendar of activities for local Boston. Sunday, open-air meetings. Boston Common, every Sunday from 3 to 6 p.m. Forum at local HQ, every Sunday at 8 p.m. Monday, open-air meetings. Talbot and Blue Hill Avenue, Dorchester, 11 a.m. Tuesday, Marxian study class. The Gotha program, 163 Blue Hill Ave, Dorchester, every Tuesday, 8 p.m. Wednesday, speakers class, for members only, at 98 Walnut Ave, every Wed, at 8 p.m. Thursday, study class at HQ, textbook used, The Theoretical System of Karl Marx by Louis Boudin, every Thursday at 8 p.m. Friday, business meeting of local, at HQ. Saturday, on June 19th and August 21st, Museum of Fine Arts tours. History of social customs, meet at main entrance at 1:30 p.m. Youth movement, study class on the Communist Manifesto and news events, every Sat, at 8 p.m., 98 Walnut Ave, Roxbury. The local, that had grown up around Rab, kept socialist activities going on every day of the week. Its membership not only had a solid understanding of the case for socialism due to the ongoing study classes, but also an enthusiasm for promoting the movement, which proved contagious. The minutes of the monthly business meetings for 1936 to 39 were kept in a loose-leaf 3-ring binder, now in the WSP's archive. Through these minutes, the secretaries of local Boston, Ella Rab in 1937, followed by Charlie Rothstein through 1939, tell how the local supported the 1937 decision by the party's National Administrative Committee, NICS, located in New York, to resume publication of the Socialist. Besides contributing articles, members arranged for the paper's distribution at local bookstores and sold it themselves at street meetings. The local activities committee also assigned comrades to sell party literature door to door. Local Boston raised money to help New York publish the Socialist, and also to pay for local propaganda activities, including the rent on 12 Hayward Place. They held raffles, which were moderately successful, but the most important fundraising activity was the holding of weekly party socials, at which a collection was always taken up. Bill Rab referred to this later as a youthful mingling of social and socialist activity. Socialist fervor was in the air. When the Boston comrades hired a band to play at their socials, half the musicians wound up joining the organization as active members. Jazz musician Nat Hentoff attended study classes, though he never was recruited into membership. Local Boston was truly in its heyday. A critical mass had been achieved. Local Boston was truly in its heyday. A critical mass had been achieved. What might be seen as a kind of climax to this period in party history was the mass meeting for socialism that the members of Boston Local held that year. The suggestion first came up at an August meeting of the Local, at which it was agreed that a mass meeting be held at the Old South Meeting House, providing $25 for that purpose is raised beforehand. A committee of 6, including Billy Rab, Len Feinzig, Krigge, Ralph Roberts, and 2 others, was put in charge of making the arrangements. They held a Depression Party social on November 12 to raise money and considered which comrades would be the best speakers for the occasion. Billy made an advertising circular to distribute. It was the custom at this time for the officers of Boston Local to present a semi-annual report to the membership every June and December. Here is Secretary Charlie Rothstein's account of the mass meeting in his semi-annual report for the winter of 1938. The most important event of the period was the mass meeting for socialism held at the Old South Meeting House on November 27. Despite the fact that the weather was unfavorable, between 230 and 270 workers were present. The fund for the mass meeting was first set for $25. But with the aid of our members and sympathizers throughout the country, the final figure reached far beyond expectations. Thousands of circulars were distributed throughout the city and suburbs. A brief announcement was made over the radio, and a sound truck was hired for a day to advertise the meeting. There were also 2 conspicuous ads placed in the newspapers. The speakers were Comrades A. Rab, I. Rab, and Gloss of Local Boston, and Comrade Philprin of Local New York. The chairman was Comrade Muse. The position of the Workers' Socialist Party was ably presented. Towards the end of the time that Rab's family lived at 98 Walnut Avenue, some of younger members of Local Boston had voted to organize themselves as a club, the Young Workers' Socialist Educational Group, under the auspices of the WSP. They studied pamphlets that were available from the selection at headquarters. The first one they chose was Marxism and Darwinism, but held their meetings at the Rabs' home. Of course, the Rabs had a long history of holding open house for young people interested in scientific socialism. Bob Weisberg, a former member of the Science Club who was also in the Young Workers' Socialist group, and a frequent visitor to the Rabs because it was so much more interesting and welcoming than our own homes, told me, "We'd be there, until 1-2 in the morning, we never would go home." One time, Rab decided that we should go home, and paraded through the living room naked, saying, "I think you should all go home." At one meeting, Mickey Rosenfield's minutes recorded, a suggestion was made that all members be asked to sit in the room and take part in the text, and at another meeting, a motion was passed that no individuals be allowed in any other part of the house but the living room during the meetings. This group had an educational committee comprised of Ann Rab, Lenny Feinzig, and George Alpine, as well as a social committee that included Bella Alpine and Bobby Weisberg. Ralph Roberts was in the youth group too, although he was probably its oldest member. As an organizer for the ILJWU, Roberts was able to introduce many of his union contacts to socialist ideas. He also was at least partly responsible for the extraordinary success the WSP had at drawing crowds to the party socials at headquarters. Mickey Rosenfield was the group secretary. Reading her minutes, I have the impression that the Young Workers' Socialist Educational Group felt, in many ways, like a continuation of the old Science Club, with a lot of the same individuals in attendance and the same kind of informal oversight from Rab. Only now, the young people were older and more politically focused. This was the core group who planned the socials for Local Boston. In September 1938, there was a highly enjoyed masquerade, followed by the Depression Party fundraiser for the mass meeting on November 12, and a gala New Year's party on Dickon 31. The youth group also arranged for tours of the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, which were conducted by Rab. During the meetings at 98 Walnut Avenue, each member in turn gave a 15-minute talk on current events, which often led to lively discussions about the Civil War in Spain and other issues of the day. Rab attended some, or perhaps even all, of their meetings, which is not surprising since it met in his home. A few times he stepped in and gave the current events talk in the absence of the person whose turn it was to give it. Meanwhile, the local in general participated in very successful outdoor Sunday meetings on the Charles Street Mall, which continued into December with an estimated average attendance of 264 people. A crowd estimated at 1,350 listened to a debate between the WSP and group called the American Action Associates on September 11. The topic was, "Can capitalism be reformed in the interest of the working class?" with Comrades Gloss and I. Rab representing local Boston. As Comrade Rothstein asserted in his report at the end of the year. In conclusion, due primarily to the mass meeting and to the large attendances at the Sunday outdoor meetings, the last 6 months of the year 1938 can be considered as the most successful in the history of local Boston. The influence of the local was extended, and many workers became acquainted with the name and principles of the Workers' Socialist Party for the first time. Towards the middle of 1939, Tom Flanagan, the owner of the house at 98 Walnut Avenue, who had so graciously invited the Rabs to share it with him in 1932, began courting. When Flanagan and his sweetheart set up housekeeping together, not only could the WSP's youth group no longer meet at 98 Walnut Avenue, but Rab and his family had to find other quarters as well. George and Bella Alpine, members of the youth group, were already living in a pleasant and affordable apartment building at 71 Symphony Road, Boston, which was actually closer to headquarters than Walnut Avenue was. When Flanagan hinted to Rab that he should seek a new home, Bella told Anne and Lenny that there were vacancies where she and George lived. Anne and Len moved in on one floor, and Rab, with the rest of the family, took a larger apartment upstairs. Billy Rab had married Mickey Rosenfield in 1937, while the family was still at 98 Walnut Avenue, and Ella and Rab had given the young couple their bedroom at that time. Around the time the family left Roxbury, sadly, Billy's marriage was beginning to fail. The Western Socialist, 1939 was the year when the Western Socialist, the Journal of the Socialist Party of Canada, moved to Boston and became a joint organ of the SPC and the Workers' Socialist Party. The first issue of the Western Socialist had been published in Winnipeg, Manitoba, in October 1933. But by 1939, the Canadian comrades feared for its continued publication because of the political climate. The Canadian Parliament declared war on Germany September 7, 1939. Although New York had always been the seat of the national office, and the New York comrades were still managing to hold regular meetings and to publish The Socialist, it was clear that local Boston was in a better position than New York to take over regular publication of the Western Socialist. Through his anarchist connections, Rab knew someone who had been on the Sacco and Vanzetti committee a little over a decade earlier. Aldino Felicani owned the Excelsior Press in Boston. There were enough active local Boston comrades to assure getting out a publication on a consistent basis, which they did from 1939 until 1980, whereas the publication of The Socialist by local New York had proven to be spotty at best. At around this same time, the national office was also transferred to Boston. The first issue of the Western Socialist to be published by Excelsior Press was Volume VX, Nome 55, but it is clear that this issue was prepared largely in Canada, and it carries a manifesto of the Socialist Party of Canada on the war. The next issue is dated November 1939, when the USA was gearing up for World War II. On the front cover is emblazoned this statement about the war. For us, the cry must not be national defense, but international working class solidarity, a sentiment as timely and meaningful today as it was then. It is discouraging to note that from 1939 to the present writing, there has never been a time when war was not being waged someplace on earth, and to remember that in all these wars, the victims have been overwhelmingly members of the working class. This manifesto, written about the Second World War, makes many points which could be applied to the war going on in Iraq as I type these words. In the Second World War, a considerable number of the governments of the world have aligned themselves in the Holocaust of war. The United States Congress, through recently enacted measures, has prepared plans to conscript many of the industries of the country with their workers. The owners of these industrial plants will continue to receive adequate profits, of course. Arrangements have also been completed by Congress for the conscription of workers into the army and for the instituting of such dictatorial measures as war situations may make necessary. From the experience of the First World War, we may expect the press, radio schools, and clergy to tell us to defend our homes and liberties. Why wars are fought. Modern wars are fought, not for noble ideals, but for markets, raw materials, and for strategic military or naval objectives which can be of future advantage to the material aggrandizement of a country's ruling class. These are the principal causes which can and may involve the United States of America, as well as other countries now neutral, in this war. This conflict of interest between capitalists in different countries is of no concern to the average member of the working class. It greatly concerns important sections of the capitalist class in these warring countries. For them, it means their expansion or contraction as exploiters in the world's economy, depending on whether their particular government is victorious in the war. But for the workers' war means only fields of wooden crosses and shattered lives. Your enemies. When the armed American worker faces the enemies of the ideals for which he is persuaded to die, these enemies turn out to be none other than workers like himself. They too are told they must fight to save an ideal or a truth that must be preserved. Under capitalism, these workers are not allowed to live together in peace, but must slaughter each other in wars as a result of their being conscripted and forced to fight in the armies and navies of the various countries. After war ends, whether retaining the old or having a new alien master ushered in, you are still wage slaves. The class struggle still rages. This class struggle between the workers and their real enemies, the capitalist class, continues unabated, manifesting itself in strikes, lockouts, unemployment, dependent old age, and poverty. No war has ever freed the worker from his worry of how to eke out a living or stopped his robbery by the capitalist class. After all the wars that have been fought for liberty, freedom, and democracy, the great toiling mass of humanity is exploited as never before. The liberty you fought to preserve proves to be the liberty to starve in the midst of plenty. Workers should stop and think. It is unquestionably true that democratic institutions, in the hands of a socialist majority, would serve as a lever of emancipation. The very needs of capitalist society fostered the advances in such democratic rights as exist today. However, for you, American democracy means regimented education, degrading charities, and economic slavery. With the present confusion among workers, the capitalist class has a better opportunity to restrict civil liberties, and in the midst of wars to defend democracy, much of the limited democracy now existing is lost. The solution. Fellow worker, there are no solutions to our problems within this jungle of capitalism. National boundaries have been destroyed economically. The world is becoming more and more of a closely knit, interrelated unit. Highly developed machinery and modern science has made the production of wealth a socialized process demanding social cooperation. Wars over wealth are only necessary under capitalism. Abundance is now possible for all. Only socialism can be adapted to the needs of modern society. Socialism, i.e., the common ownership and democratic control of the means of living by and in the interest of all society, is the solution of our problems. When the workers, who are the great majority of the population, realize that the only thing worth fighting for is socialism, they will organize for this object. Delay no longer. Join the ranks of the Workers' Socialist Party. Put a speedy end to the profit system that breeds wars and greater wars. Boston, Massachusetts, October 16, 1939. National Administrative Committee. The War Years. In September 1940, the United States passed a military conscription bill. All during the war, the WSP maintained a policy that no member of the armed services or of the police force could remain in the organization. Some of the comrades were conscientious objectors, but most who were drafted left the party until they were released from duty. Bill Rab wasn't drafted until late in the war. He served with the Air Force in Europe from 1943 to 1945. I was a pre-Pearl Harbor baby, so it can be said I kept my father out of World War II. I was born in 1940, while Ann and Lenny were living on Symphony Road. Since times were hard, Len had taken a bookkeeping job for a company in Atlantic City during the last months of Ann's pregnancy. He stayed in New Jersey with WSP comrade Robert Housley until my birth brought him home again. During the early 40s, there were gala socials at headquarters almost every week, but there were also party socials at the house where my own memories begin, at 5 Denison Street, Roxbury, where the family moved in 1941 when I was 18 months old. The same crowd came to both places. Donations to the WSP were always taken at socials, and this income was a significant part of what paid for the party's propaganda expenses. The socials are what I remember best about the WSP all during my childhood, the socials and the picnics. At least once a summer, often more, all the comrades and sympathizers would gather at Houghton's Pond in the Blue Hills, or at one of the Gloucester beaches, Wing Air Chic or Stage Fort Park. It was easy to imagine living in a socialist society with so many people sharing food and camaraderie that easily. Party socials and other social activities were a huge part of what kept the interest so high in the WSP all through this period, as indeed had probably been the case all along. The social element was a supplement to the classes Rab still offered in Capital, and other Marxian texts like the Communist Manifesto, Wage Labor and Capital, and Value, Price and Profit. Billy and Anne both made charts to help Rab teach those classes, and so did Aimé Martinat, an artist who had joined the party. Later on, when I was older, those charts would definitely help me understand things, but my memories from the early 40s are largely of Aimé and my mother trying to earn some extra money by painting furniture, a business venture doomed to failure since, although the furniture was beautiful, neither Aimé nor Anne had any talent for business. The charts, on the other hand, were a valuable graphic aid to Rab's study classes. I remember when I was 6 or 7, Rab was working on a new chart, a man's eye view of evolution, which I now realize he must have started even earlier, and kept revising to keep it up to date with advances in science. It graphically summarized cosmic events from a time where there was only matter and energy to the present. Rab was very proud of that chart, and of being a scientist, although to Billy's chagrin, he never accepted the Big Bang theory. One of his favorite aphorisms was, "All things are interrelated, and socialism is the queen that unites all the sciences." He demonstrated this continually by starting up conversations with people about whatever they were interested in, and quickly turning the encounter into a discussion of the case for socialism, without ever changing the subject. Rab also was fond of making the point, everyone you talk with will easily concede that in their own particular line of work, things would go better if we had socialism. But very few people concede that the same can be said of all aspects of society. Billy Rab was drafted in 1943. Although his relationship with Mickey had ended after 2.5 years of marriage, she came to see him off when he was shipped overseas from a New York Air Force base. That was not so surprising, but both Ella and Anne were surprised that another girl also came to see him off. It was Billy's new girlfriend, Caroline Clemente. Rab, however, was not surprised. Knowing that his son intended to make Carrie his wife before he went overseas, Rab had helped to arrange for Carrie to travel to New York, where Billy was stationed, so the couple could get married, but events moved too quickly. Billy was shipped overseas earlier than anticipated, leaving his fiancée single. The photograph below, taken in 1942, shows a skit in progress during a social at 12 Hayward Place. On the wall, to the left in the photo, is a blackboard with the words, Sunday Forum, Octet 31, Clear Thinking, Rab Wed, Class, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. Rab look at the bulletin board in the hall for special announcements, debates, socials. Notice the 4 musicians in the back, one at the piano, another watching the skit from behind a music stand. They provided music for the dancing after the skit ended. The girl seated at the desk is Billy Rab, dressed in drag. It was at this social that Billy first met Carrie. She told me later that she really thought he was a girl and was surprised when he asked her to dance. Carrie had come to the social with her high school friends, Sally and Dawn Amari, whose father Joe Amari was an anarchist Rab knew from the days of Sacco and Vanzetti. When Billy finally came safely home from the war in 1945, he married Carrie right in the big living room we had at 5 Denison Street, Roxbury, and moved with her to an apartment in Dorchester. They decided to get married on the winter solstice because it's the longest night of the year. Billy and Carrie's wedding was the most wonderful party I had ever been to, and I thought my new Aunt Carrie in her wedding dress was the most beautiful grown-up I had ever seen. Headquarters at 27 Dock Square. With only a month's notice, the WSP was forced to leave its headquarters at 12 Hayward Place in 1946. And being without a place to meet for several months put a strain on the membership of the local. There was an organizational slump that needed to be addressed. The party outside Boston, however, was doing even worse. On July 2, 1946, at a local business meeting, Rab was elected national organizer. He conceived his tasks in this position to be twofold. 1. To help the headquarters staff to dig itself out of its difficulties caused by being swamped with work, being short-handed, and the lack of a proper routine system, and 2, to aid in building up the party. After a short search for a new place, the organization moved to 27 Dock Square, in the Faneuil Hall neighborhood, that August. One of my early memories is of watching my mother paint the beautiful tin ceiling of the new headquarters. There were lots of tiny squares, and it was hard to brush the white paint into them. But it looked so wonderful and shiny when it was all done. That headquarters, as I remember it, was mainly one big room, with wooden folding chairs and a few tables. There were frequent socials there which I was sometimes brought to. At one of them, when I was 6 or 7 years old, I was given a part in one of the skits the comrades put on. Although I didn't realize it at the time, my mother was the secretary of local Boston in 1946. She was an active socialist and also held a job in a machine shop during and after the war. I was raised by Ella and Rab as much as by Anne and Len, and have always felt very lucky for having had 4 parents instead of the usual 2. As secretary of the local, Anne Rab oversaw the move to the new headquarters. In fact, she got her boss at the machine shop to lend the WSP a truck for the move. 27 Dock Square was an even better place for a party, in both senses, than Hayward Place had been. It had huge windows that could be seen from the street below, one of which had a sign, made by Billy, reading Workers' Socialist Party. As an added feature, it was located near Faneuil Hall, then as now a famous Boston landmark. Rab, in his new role as national organizer, went back to Detroit in an attempt to build up a local there, where the WSP had originally been founded almost 20 years earlier. He visited Olga Rivkin, the old friend whose baby Ella had nursed along with her own son in 1917. That baby was grown up now, and Olga had remarried. Rab now met her second husband, Louis Bradlin, for the first time. This photograph of the Bradlin family was taken a few years before Rab's visit. Olga, not particularly interested in Rab's socialism, had never spoken about it with the children she had with Bradlin. Her parents had returned to Russia in support of the 1917 revolution, and Olga had taught her children to admire the Soviet Union. Now Olga was dismayed to hear Rab insist, after all this time, there was no real socialism in the USSR, and she said as much to her teenage daughter. "Never mind," said young Harriet. "I'll set him straight," and she tried to tell him how wrong he was. But Harriet now had much the same experience that Rab himself had had. The first time he heard Moses Baritz expound the case for scientific socialism, right there in Detroit. In socialism, Rab explained to Harriet, there will be no classes. You can't deny there is a class-divided society in Russia, can you? There won't be any money in socialism. Everyone will have free access to what they need. Do you think that's the way it is in the Soviet Union? Harriet, listening to Rab, became a scientific socialist on the spot. He had such vitality, she remembered when we talked about this in 2004. He was an inspiration, he could quote capital like scripture. Harriet became one of the comrades in the new Detroit local that resulted from Rab's organizing visit, joining Gordon Coffin and his daughter Marden, Irving Cantor, Frank Marquardt, and others. And although she was away from the socialist movement during the 60s and 70s, she was to return as one of the strongest supporters of the organization in the years after Rab was gone. Looking back, it seems as though this period was the height of Boston Local's heyday. In 1946-1947, there were about 100 active socialists in Boston, many of them members of the WSP, and as many more who were strong sympathizers who could be counted on to support the organization's activities. All of these participated in a huge social at the new headquarters that had the dual purpose of giving everyone a good time and helping to pay for the move. At weekly business meetings, the local comrades accepted many women and men into membership who had first been attracted to the movement through the socials and only later had attended forums, lectures, and other activities. Early in January 1947, the NAC made a formal request to Boston Local that they use a written application form which could then be reviewed by the NAC before the acceptance became final. A controversy in the WSP. A man named Lou Fine applied for membership that March. Although in general agreement with WSP principles, he stated a few things differently. He said, for one thing, that when the socialist revolution occurs, it will not be a victory for the working class, because at that point, there will no longer be a working class, socialism being a classless society. Ann Rab, secretary of the Local, understood his point. The revolution, she agreed, will be accomplished by a vast majority of socialists, among whom will be capitalists. And if you must picture it as a pitched battle, the opposition will be a minority of dolts, among whom will be workers. It will not be class that divides the ranks, but ideas. Because of the overwhelming numerical strength of the working class, my guess is that they will constitute the majority in both factions. A second point on which Fane criticized the party's principles was in their insistence that the only way socialism can be achieved is through political action. It is quite possible, he said, that the WSP might be outlawed as a political party in the future. That would mean, by the ordinary definition of the term, that political activity had ceased. So what? The job of the WSP would not change at all, that job being to make socialists. Education for socialism goes on with or without an organization in the form of a political party. A third issue had to do with trade unions. On his application for membership, he wrote, "The socialist movement has one function only, to make socialists. If a union provides a suitable place to spread socialism, let's use it. But I think that a socialist organization should not concern itself with trade unionism, but should concern itself with being hostile, to present trade unions as active supporters of capitalism." In later discussion, Ann Rab agreed with this and added further, "I see that a trend of capitalism generally is toward better working conditions and higher standards of living. Why? For one thing, capitalist production itself no longer requires the more obvious and ruthless methods once employed so generally, and also, the organization of workers into unions is a factor. I would never deny the important role of the second, but we shouldn't minimize the first." The problem was that many WSP comrades in the 30s and 40s were active unionists. Ralph Roberts and Chubby Kligman were both organizers for the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. ILGWU, Frank Marquardt worked as educational director for different United Auto Workers locals. Many other comrades were very involved in their unions. Ann was accused by George Gloss, speaking for ThenAC, of failing to recognize that we are a working-class organization ourselves, and that we are part of the working class. This fact, in itself, compels the socialist movement to support the struggles of our fellow workers to the extent that we do. During discussion, Lou Fine, Ann Rab, Henry Muse, and many other comrades and strong sympathizers expressed the idea that the organization of socialists into a political party for the abolition of classes does not represent the interests of the workers as a class. Socialists are united by a common bond of understanding, not class. A majority of the WSP, however, contended that such statements are non-socialist because the struggle for socialism is primarily a working-class problem. If we have capitalists in the party, it is only because they have risen above their class interests and come over to the party of the working class. Lou Fine's application was rejected, but the controversy within Boston Local continued for months. Rab had often made the point that the criteria for membership were simply understanding that capitalism can never operate in the interest of society as a whole, no matter how it is reformed, and that socialism represents a viable alternative to capitalism in which the interest of society is identical to that of each individual. However, Rab was out of town for most of the time the Ann Rab controversy raged in Boston. There were strong feelings on both sides of the discussion. At one point, Ann blurted, "I agree with Lou Fine, and if you think he shouldn't be a member, maybe I shouldn't be either." Ann was an official speaker for the party, and the secretary of the Local. She thought that her defense of the Fane application would persuade others to change their minds about it. But the strategy backfired, and Ann was dropped from the party rolls in late June, along with Henry Muse, who had been the circulation manager of the Western Socialist, Rab, still away on his organizing tour, and Sam Orner, in New Jersey, both sent telegrams to the NAC in Boston, urging that they not take any action rashly, but it was too late. Throughout her life, Ann consistently defended the case for socialism, even though she had been hounded out of the only organization that held to that case. In the course of time, ironically, the party's position came to look very much like her analysis of trade unions. As the labor movement in the U.S. slid steadily downhill, newer members of the WSP did not trouble to hide an openly critical attitude towards unions and their politics. By the time that happened, though, Ann Rab had lost interest in being a member. The Scott-Nearing debate. Meanwhile, at the same time as all this was going on, local Boston comrades on both sides of the controversy were busily making preparations for what was to become their largest and most effectively publicized activity to date. A debate at Boston's Old South Meeting House between Comrade Frank Marquardt and Scott Nearing. Nearing was quite a well-known figure in 1947, already the author of several books, who considered himself a pacifist and a socialist, but who also supported the Soviet Union. He had agreed to debate with the WSP on the topic, resolved that the Soviet Union is pioneering an alternative to capitalism. It was rare for a figure of his reputation to debate with the representative of a party which had no famous names, and local Boston did everything they could to take advantage of this opportunity to attract a large indoor crowd to hear the case for socialism. After considering several alternatives, the decision was taken to have Marquardt of local Detroit represent the party. Marquardt had plenty of speaking experience as the education director for the United Auto Workers Union and could well articulate the socialist position in the debate. Len Feinzig was chosen to be chairman. The comrades placed advertisements in the two largest Boston papers, the Globe and the Herald, to appear on the morning of the debate. They printed and distributed circulars. They rented a sound truck to tell everyone about the event, and they erected a prominent sign outside the Old South Meeting House. These efforts paid off. On at 8 p.m., May 2, 1947, a large audience came to hear two avowed socialists debate about communism. During the debate, Nearing stated, "Russia, despite its present shortcomings and difficulties, represents the vanguard, the beginning of a new system that is to replace capitalism." Marquardt summed up as follows, "To replace American capitalism, I would not advocate the bureaucratic totalitarian Russian state capitalism, which Nearing favors, but socialism. Socialism means a system of society where there would be no classes, the means of production would be at the disposal of society as a whole. Commodity production and the price system would be wiped out. Cultural advantages would be open to all the people. The state would be replaced by a democratic administration of things, and the guiding motto would be from each according to his abilities and to each according to his needs." According to everyone I ever heard speak of this debate, and it was still being spoken of well into the next decade, when I began to listen to the comrades at headquarters, Marquardt won hands down. There was a huge May Day social immediately afterwards to celebrate. The 1947 annual WSP conference was held at 27 Dock Square over the next 2 days, May 3rd and 4th. There were 27 members of local Boston in attendance, among them Harry Morrison, Harmo, who had arrived in Boston from Los Angeles only weeks earlier, and 18 strong sympathizers. Besides these, there were comrades from Detroit and New York locals, members at large from Rhode Island, and a visitor from Montreal, Quebec. George Gloss, as National Secretary, called the conference to order. He is pictured in the photograph to the left. In 1947, Gloss was just getting started in the used book business. Later, he owned and operated the famous Brattle bookstore in downtown Boston. Henry Victor Muse gave his report as circulation manager for the Western Socialist. A Native American, Muse had been in the party since 1935. He reported that 5,000 copies of each issue were being printed. For the most recent issue, 3,755 had already been distributed. There were 394 individual subscribers in the U.S., in Canada, and 11 foreign, for a total of 567. Beyond that, the WS was mailed to 175 libraries, while Torthon's 2,660 copies were sent in bundles to be distributed by other comrades and groups in the U.S., 466, Canada, 469, and foreign countries, 1,725. More copies had been distributed free to new contacts, as exchanges, and a few to ex-subscribers, and the rest, 1,245, were set aside for binding, mailing, future sales, and free distribution. Muse affirmed, "The most important activity we carry on is the Western Socialist." Len Feinzig, the national treasurer, was by this time running a business with his two brothers, one of whom was also in the WSP. Feinzig noted in his report that in order to continue activities at the present level, and to increase them, the party would need to increase its income somehow, and several motions were made and passed regarding ways to do that. Rab gave his report as national organizer, how he had helped with office routine, and how he had acted as a handyman, keeping things in tip-top shape, on the theory that we should take pride in headquarters, especially as we have so many visitors. As to building up the party, he felt he had had more success nationally than he had locally. I had visualized, he reported, talks at factory gates, wide distribution of circulars, many talks at all kinds of organizations, and so forth, in Boston. But they did not materialize. However, there have been the addition of science movies, some debates, and a university talk, arranged essay, result of my being local Boston organizer. On the national scene, however, he felt he had accomplished a great deal. His trips to Detroit, Chicago, Greenwich, Rhode Island, and NYC resulted in a new local in Detroit, the nucleus of a local in Chicago, 8 new members, and increased enthusiasm and interest in the party. He added, "There is no way of finding out the number of seeds that were sown." Several important items were on conference agenda that year, including discussion by those in attendance regarding the work of the organizer, the Western Socialist, and various proposed new propaganda methods. World Socialist Party of the United States. One agenda item that gave rise to a very lively discussion was choosing a new name for the organization, which had come up because of a troublesome confusion between the Workers' Socialist Party and a new Trotskyist organization, which had dubbed itself the Socialist Workers' Party. Many members were reluctant to give up the old name, which had after all been in use for many years before this new group appeared. In the end, it was decided to send a referendum to the entire membership, asking, "Do you want the name of the party changed?" And also, whichever way you voted on the question just above, if the name is changed, which of the following names do you prefer? 6 choices were listed. When the votes were tallied, the WSP officially became the World Socialist Party. Rab often exclaimed in later years, "What a fortuitous choice that was." It emphasizes the international nature of the socialist movement. In fact, the group of companion parties, subscribing to the same object and principles as the Socialist Party of Great Britain, which, before 1947, had never really had a common name, is now known as the World Socialist Movement. Chapter 5. Changes. 1948, 1973, Post-War McCarthyism. Rab Asa Union Man. The 2 Rab households moved to Newton, 62 Woodcliff Road. Rab's and Gloss's tour of Great Britain. The national office moves to Detroit. WSP issues of the ballot and violence. Is there room for differences of opinion in a socialist party? Another generation of socialists. The WSP and the civil rights movement of the 60s. The WSP at 50. I had become aware of the Boston local while I was growing up at 5 Denison Street. I remember big WSP socials in our living room, where the comrades would dance and play charades, and generally socialize together. A donation would always be taken up, usually by Papa, sometimes by another comrade. I remember discussions around our kitchen table with the visiting comrades who would come to talk about socialism with my family, Mimi and Papa and my parents. Mimi was my name for Ella Rab. There were so many visiting comrades that once Mimi wrote the words, "Rab's Hotel," in the frost on our window. Jack Whitaker from New York Local stayed with us several times, for a few days or a week at a time, and sang, "I Don't Work for a Living," and other wobbly songs. Bill Pritchard visited from the West, and sang, "The Wabash Cannonball," over and over again, at my request. Kathy MacPhail, who was the daughter of a comrade in the SPGB's Glasgow branch, stayed with us for many months, and sang dozens of Scottish songs. Songs, many of them from the Little Red IW songbook, were always there in the background of my childhood. Kathy was engaged to an American soldier she'd met back in Scotland, but while she was in Boston, she was part of the Rab household. Another woman who was part of our household for a long time, off and on, was Chubby, pictured on the left. Her real name was Jenny Kligman. She was a member of the WSP, and she was also an organizer for the ILGWUU. Chubby and I bonded. Once, when I asked my mother if I could have a fairy godmother like Cinderella and Sleeping Beauty had, she said, "Sure, who would you like it to be?" I did consider Kathy MacPhail briefly, but Chubby was my final choice. She became my socialist godmother. She was pleased, and was always a wonderful godmother to me, probably even better than a fairy one would have been for the rest of her life. All during that period, from when my memory begins, up to my adolescence, there was a ferment of socialist activity going on in the background of my world. My foreparents took me to Boston Common, where I heard WSP speakers like Papa, Daddy, Len Feinzig, and George Gloss, who called himself my Uncle Ruga. One time, around 1944, Gloss helped me up onto the ladder, and I yelled, "Workers of the world, unite!" I remember many Sundays when huge crowds would be there, listening to the WSP speakers. Changes, the post-war period. Gradually, a combination of various factors caused that situation to start changing around the time this chapter begins. After the war, the social climate became less favorable to spreading socialist ideas. Returning servicemen were forced to reorganize their lives under new circumstances and perspectives, altered hopes and fears. With the Cold War anti-Red sentiment and the witch hunting of the McCarthy era, the party suffered along with every other group that deviated from the 100% flag-waving jingoism of the period. The WSP continued to hold its own for many years, but it had clearly lost its momentum of earlier days. W.K. Rab, 1986. From this point on, although in my private world nothing had changed, in the outside world there was a marked decline in socialist ferment. Partly, this was because so many members were now starting families and establishing themselves in careers, but there was more to it than that. It was a different era. There was less activity going on at the Dock Square headquarters, which led to a decrease in party income, which in turn led, in 1950, to giving up the rooms at Dock Square for a much smaller, less expensive headquarters. New people came around, but didn't join the movement. The fervor spreading knowledge and understanding of the case for socialism didn't catch hold even in those who were sympathetic to the cause. The circulation of the Western Socialist was to decline steadily throughout the whole next decade, dropping from a total of almost 4,000 copies distributed in 1947 to only about 2,000 in 1957. And this was probably not due to anything the members of the WSP did or did not do. The material conditions were simply not as conducive to a general desire for social change as they had been earlier. The American working class were disinterested in socialism during the post-war years, making it a discouraging time for socialists. In the 1930s, the words socialism and communism had represented ideas that many people were interested in pursuing. This was the happy youthful mingling of socials and socialism, described in Chapter 4. By the 1950s, however, socialism had become a dangerous word. The House Un-American Activities Committee, HUS, founded in 1938, was investigating communists, while Senator Joseph McCarthy, first elected in 1947, was finding communists and socialists trying to undermine the USA everywhere he looked. Still, the WSP went on. The camaraderie among the Boston socialists, the members of the WSP and the larger group of sympathizers who didn't officially join, provided a social glue that kept Boston an active local for a long time. Here is the organizers' report that Rab presented to the 1948 conference of the WSP, resulting from instructions of last year's conference. I spent much of my time in the field until the financial situation at the end of 1947 did not warrant this work at the expense of maintaining the WS. Though the collections, etc., covered the expenses, there was a falling off of national income. We were not then, and are not now, able to afford this project. I visited Springfield, Mass., New Haven, Con, East Greenwich, Rhode Island, New York City, Detroit, Chicago, Vicksburg, Michigan, Flint, Michigan, and Milwaukee. Besides visiting contacts and WS readers, I gave several talks and slide lectures, participated in debates and discussion groups. The net results were not spectacular. The phrase, sowing seeds, best describes the venture. Classes were revived in Detroit and New York. A local was reorganized in Detroit. Interest on the part of some old-timers was renewed. Many new sympathizers and some new members resulted. Most urgently desirable would be local socialists in many locations, such as Milwaukee, where there is some high regard for the WSP but no local individual to fill the gap. As additional observations, I would note that the WS is not increasing its circulation and needs special attention by this conference, and also that the amount of contributions to party funds is deplorable. Upon assuming organizer duties, I stated that its success could be measured in terms of obtaining socialist voluntary cooperation of members and sympathizers in subdividing our labors. In that respect, the results were far from glowing. It is important that detail work and committee work be assumed by more members instead of the present situation where a very few carry on the whole load. Personally, I would like to be relieved of party work, except for the editorial committee, and start writing a pamphlet on science and socialism. Also, I would prefer helping to get out much-needed new pamphlets and leaflets. I. Rab, National Organizer. Unfortunately, although Rab was asking to be relieved of some party work when he gave that report in 1948, Boston Local had recently lost some of its most active comrades, and shortly after, another, Fred Jacobs, also left the area. Lack of manpower was never to stop being a major problem in the WSP during Rab's lifetime, nor was it the only factor that got in the way of his writing. Over the next year or two, Rab carried on an exciting correspondence with one of the comrades in the newly reorganized Detroit Local, Irving B. Cantor. This correspondence is included in a separate section on pages 141 to 163. The two men planned to collaborate on a book bringing Marxian economics up to date, but something interfered. As Rab explained to Cantor, one personal difficulty I have in working on our book. I am now a sub-proofreader on the Boston Hearst newspapers, which means I must report at 9 mornings and 7:15 evenings. If I get work during daytime, then I must sleep nights. But if I don't get work daytimes, then I must get more sleep, so that I don't fall asleep if I should get work that night. You have no idea what havoc this works in any organized routine for research work. But I'm determined to go through with this project with you. Until 1948 or 49, Rab had never had a paying job that lasted more than a few years. He always put WSP work ahead of any job. Now, however, after spending several months as a sub, a position which he got, at the age of 55, by claiming 10 years of proofreading experience based on his editorial committee work for the Western Socialist, he settled into the routine of the Hearst composing room, working from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. 5 nights a week. There is no question that this job at the newspaper cut into the time Rab had available not only for writing, but for party work of all kinds. On the other hand, this job gave him another platform from which to speak about socialism, a different fertile field for sowing seeds. His fellow workers in the Hearst composing room, who were his union brothers and sisters in Local 13 of the Boston Typographical Union and the larger International Typographical Union, whose journal reached thousands of workers. Rab as a union man, Frank Marquardt, who had ably represented the WSP in its 1947 debate with Scott Nearing, was on the editorial board of the magazine Dissent during the 1950s. In 1959, Marquardt wrote an article for Dissent on new problems for the Union. He asked Rab for his opinion on it. Rab wrote back, "I liked it very much, but you were content to list the problems. Such an article as you wrote could have appeared in Fortune magazine or in some economic or sociological journal. We have an overproduction of such analytical articles. What is needed is articles coming to grips with, so, what about it? The nearest you come is, by a labor movement, I mean an association of trade unions, more important, of trade unionists, who feel that in some sense they are committed to a vision of a more selfless and devoted life than can usually be provided by our commercial society. Not one word do you say about unions as the economic phase of the class struggle. The inherent strength of unions when banded in solidarity for common interests. The need for political action for social change, or any similar observations that constitute meaningful problems for present-day unions. Because Dissent's editorial board think only of practical measures within the framework of capitalism, socialism appears a long way in the distant future. The advantage of a socialist is that he has the knowledge and understanding to think outside the framework of capitalism. That is why a socialist can be an optimist on the basis of historic necessity, truth, and science. The answer to that question, so, what about it, is what is needed are socialists. Finally, please find enclosed a copy of the latest Boston Typographical Bulletin. It contains my advice to my fellow members to read this issue of Dissent devoted to workers and their unions. The information is important for unionists to read, even if it doesn't go far enough. I have had several items in the bulletin, such as, is labor the cause of inflation? Wages and prices, who are the feather bedders, and reprints from the Western Socialist. So, you can see I'm not commenting from any ivory tower or in an academic sense. Let me tell you, the really serious limitation, far more serious than the limitations of unions themselves, as adjuncts of capital, is the behavior of those alleging to have socialist views inside unions. role modeling socialist behavior was Rab's life work. He had been an active unionist in Detroit in the earliest days of the Workers' Socialist Party, when he taught classes in wage labor and capital in a union hall. It was in exactly this same spirit that he now continued his socialist teaching in the Typographical Union. As of this writing, 2006, the ITU is the oldest surviving trade union in the United States, and is still notable for its long history of union democracy. Within it, Rab had ample opportunity to spread knowledge of the case for socialism. In 1949, he published his first article in Vox Populi, the ITU journal, documenting that there is a conflict of interests between capital and labor because, in the final analysis, a reduction in wages results in an increase in profits. Conversely, an increase in wages results in a decrease in profits. Inexorably, wages are determined by the cost of existence of the workers. It is the rise in living costs that compels the fight for higher wages. The superstition that a rise in wages causes a rise in prices has been exposed as brainwashing propaganda by capital. To one of his fellow workers in Local 13, who aspired to a leadership role in the union, he wrote this letter teaching about the class struggle. There is a point of principle upon which I would disagree with you, that labor and management have a community of interests that can be jointly and intelligently settled over the bargaining table. Fundamentally, the interests of management must be to operate profitably. They are not in business for love or for the benefit of the employees, although often intelligent employers are benevolent because it means harmonious relations and is good business. Labor, on the other hand, is primarily concerned with wages, hours, and shop conditions. Without their unions, labor would be in a sorry plight, for capital is in the stronger position economically. Unions are the only weapons workers have. You have had ample experience to realize where labor would be if they had not resisted and fought. You are badly mistaken if you imagine that anyone can serve both these conflicting interests. Inevitably, you will find yourself facing all kinds of quandaries and headaches, worrying yourself sick, but you will have to serve the interests of the publishers or resign. I am writing this because I believe you are honestly mistaken. The mere fact of your refusal to sign a contract with the Herald Traveler without a proviso that in case of a strike, you will have the option of joining the men and women on the picket line speaks volumes for your good intentions. Unfortunately, you will learn the hard way that you cannot serve two masters. Your thinking can't help being affected by the very nature of your responsibilities. Already you have stated, the newspapers have financial problems, and the day of flag waving has passed. Unwittingly, militant unionism is easily transformed into flag waving. After listening to your comments at the last union meeting, I refrained from taking the floor for fear of seeming to imply that you were selling out. I am positive that you had no such idea in mind, but at the same time I did want to emphasize to the membership my disagreement with the principle that you stated, which should be voiced. I only wish I knew how to make these remarks without making it seem to be personal or an attack, but merely as a statement of a basic principle of unionism. I would appreciate it if you would recommend that this letter be published in our local bulletin. In a letter to the editor of the ITU Journal, May 18, 1963, he wrote, "The primary objective of unionism is the fight for improving wages, hours, and shop conditions. It is the urgent need of the workers to resist the encroachments of capital on their economic interests that produced the unions in the first place. The inspiring history of the early struggles of unions demonstrates that our strength lies in solidarity and militancy. We just saw anew how this was confirmed to the hilt in the recent 1963 New York newspaper strike. Can anyone question that the Big Six, i.e., Local 6 of the NY Typographical Union, never would have won their major demands without resorting to the strike? The roster of those congressmen in both houses who voted for measures such as Taft-Hartley and Landrum-Griffin only show some of our friends really think when the chips are down. It is a fallacy to expect liberals, with their abstractions of justice, progress, the good fight, etc., to grasp labor's problems. In fact, the ITU's opposition to arbitration is rooted in our realization that these broad-minded, impartial arbitrators examine both sides without understanding the issues involved. Real progress can only come whence fight our own battles. It's easy to see how Rab could not find much time to collaborate on a book with Irving Cantor, nor to do any serious writing of his own, and I think it was around this time, the late 50s or early 60s, that he came to recognize this himself. It was around 1963 that he began giving me copies of the letters he wrote, many of which are included in this book, and told me, "I'd like you to do something with these letters someday." The family moves to Woodcliff Road. Socialism was the most important thing in Rab's life, but he was also the center of a close family. In July 1950, the Rabs and Feinzigs, Rab and Ella, Ann and Len, along with 10-year-old me, moved to a home of our own in Newton Highlands, and Rab reveled in the stewardship of the beautiful little house and garden at 62 Woodcliff Road. He constructed a patterned brick walkway from the front door to the street, and a low brick wall all along the front border of the property. He even built a brick barbecue near the back door, and a folding countertop to compensate for the lack of space in the tiny kitchen. He enjoyed being a handyman, fixing things, finding solutions to household problems. Although the WSP did not thrive during the 1950s as it had in the 30s and 40s, nevertheless, the 50s were a positive and exciting time in Rab's personal family life. Best of all, the new house, with its large living room and a cellar set up with a bar and lots of room for dancing, was ideal for WSP socials. This was especially useful now that the spacious Dock Square headquarters was gone. The family had finally found a permanent home and never moved again during Rab's lifetime. Billy and Carrie Rab already had 2 children, Denise Ann and Carl Krigg. Within a few years, these Rab Juniors moved into a house at 39 Floral Street, within easy walking distance of Woodcliff Road, so that the whole family of Rabs was together again. "It is pleasant to recall," wrote Bill Rab in 1986, "that Rab found optimism and encouragement even when things appeared adverse. One such special occasion was his visit, with George Gloss of Boston, to Great Britain during the early 50s. He brought back unending anecdotes and accounts of the trip. He met people he had only known through correspondence or the Standard, or by reputation. He attended meetings in London, Manchester, and Glasgow, speaking at branch and propaganda meetings. He was thrilled by the size, quality, and support of the general membership. The entire experience was one of the highlights of his life." Gloss had bought the Brattle Bookshop in 1949, and by 1954 had successfully established himself in the used book business. Unfortunately, this meant he could no longer represent the WSP as a speaker for fear it might jeopardize his career, alienating clients who knew him only as a bookseller. It also meant, however, that now he was able to support the movement in ways that had not been possible before. Rab's and Gloss's tour of Great Britain. When, in 1954, Gloss needed to make a book-buying trip to England, he offered to take Rab along as his guest. The World Socialist Party of the United States is a companion party, an affiliate of the World Socialist Movement. A basic premise held by the WSM is that, since capitalism is a global economic system, it can be replaced only by a system of society that is also global in scope. World Socialism. We consider it likely that before the socialist revolution can take place, there will be affiliated organizations of ordinary people in many different parts of the world. Historically, though, the movement began in England. Rab's first contact with it had been through members of the Socialist Party of Great Britain. The SPGB has always been the largest and most active party in the world socialist movement. When Rab and Gloss made the trip to Great Britain and were warmly greeted by comrades in England and Scotland, it must have felt like the fulfillment of a dream. Here is an account of the trip, reprinted from the September-October 1954 issue of the Western Socialist. Socialist tour. Fulfilling the ambition of many years, 2 American comrades took a 2-week trip to Britain to meet the members of the Socialist Party of Great Britain and participate in their activities. Never to them did life in the socialist movement seem more momentous and meaningful than those 2 weeks. While flying across the ocean, the comrades engaged a fellow plane passenger in an intensive 12-hour explanation of socialism. When the plane landed at Shannon Eyre, he gave them $1 for a Western Socialist subscription. A few hours later, when the plane landed at London, he decided to join company with them for the day, meet the SPGB comrades, and attend the outdoor meetings at Hyde Park. From the time they landed at London Airport and were met by 2 wonderfully patient comrades with motor car and motorcycle and driven to an inviting home for a most refreshing reception, until they left Prestwick Airport 2 weeks later with friendly farewells from Glasgow comrades, they were simply overwhelmed by the sheer warmth and cordiality of the comrades. Everywhere they went, they received a grand welcome, and the hospitality in the homes was genuinely gracious. A a welcoming social was held at the head office, London, at which about 150 comrades exuberantly expressed themselves in group dancing, singing, and discussing for a most enjoyable evening. The afternoon of their arrival, the comrades headed for their first outstanding destination, Hyde Park. There they met a goodly number of comrades and saw some SPGB speakers in action. They had little time to listen for. In response to persistent requests, they took the stand to speak to large and attentive audiences. The crowds at this and other outdoor meetings at which the comrades spoke looked and acted such like those on Boston Common and asked similar questions. However, at every meeting, they asked about conditions in the U.S., the possibility of socialist expression, the influence of McCarthyism. Opposition came mainly from a few vociferous communists. Heckling was far less than anticipated, and there was usually a round of applause for socialism. Starting with the meeting at Hyde Park, the comrades were almost completely absorbed in socialist activities. In the 15 days in Britain, they spoke at 8 outdoor meetings: Hyde Park 2, Lincoln's Inn Field 3, East End Market 1, Portsmouth 1, Glasgow 1, 10 SPGB branch meetings, 1 executive committee meeting, and a lecture at Workers' Open Forum, Glasgow. Besides these organized meetings, there were numerous group discussions with comrades until the wee hours of most mornings. It was inspiring and instructive to listen to and participate in the critical and interesting discussions on various aspects of socialist theories and analyses. At every branch meeting, the need was stressed for closer cooperation, correspondence between the overseas comrades, articles for the WS. Emphasized was the fact that we are as one and we are not alone. While in London, an extremely encouraging message was received from a Glasgow comrades, stating that a 17-year-old member had just appeared before a tribunal and had been exempted from military service. Part of my defense on behalf of the comrade was the production of a copy of the January 1945 Western Socialist, in which appeared a most effective article dealing with the socialist analysis of war by the young defendant's mother. All the Glasgow members present at the tribunal agreed that the WS was a very powerful card to play. A meeting with 2 members of the editorial committee, both of whom had helped edit the Socialist Standard for more than 30 years, proved very valuable. There was an exchange of information, helpful suggestions were offered, and closer cooperation in the future was assured. Most important was the fact that surplus articles would be made available for the Western Socialist, thus enhancing the possibility of its monthly issuance. To reciprocate in a small way for the splendid cooperation by the SPGB with the WSP throughout its existence, the American comrades made a donation toward launching a fund to employ a full-time paid organizer. This project, which was presented to the executive committee for consideration, received a very favorable response wherever the comrades traveled. Incidentally, while in Glasgow, a comrade made a generous donation to the WSP. A fascinating trip through the heart of England was made possible by the splendid cooperation of a Lancashire comrade who drove 215 miles to London in his jalopy and then travelled back with the comrades through Oxford, Warwick, Stratford-on-Avon, Lichfield, Kenilworth, and the Midlands to Burnley, where wonderful hospitality awaited them. While plenty of the countryside was beautiful, a perpetual pall of blackness and misery seemed to hang over the entire industrial area. Much seemed to remain just as Engels described it in 1844. The stone barrack-lined slums were everywhere, the smoke seemed to darken everything. The trip to Burnley made possible a hasty visit to Manchester, where, within a few hours, a meeting at the home of a comrade was arranged. About 25, among them a charter member of the SPGB, met for a stimulating discussion of socialist problems. One of the most inspiring incidents of the visit took place in a comrade's home. There, in a kitchen, a group of comrades from England, Ireland, Scotland, and United States discussed their common problems, spoke the same socialist language, adhered to the same principles. Before leaving for the Workers' Open Forum meeting, they stood around a table, firmly grasped hands in a symbol of international solidarity, and expressed the hope for the speedy realization of an international socialist conference. Climaxing the trip, only a few hours before plane time, was a meeting at the Workers' Open Forum, Glasgow, addressed by the 2 American comrades. The hall was jam-packed by more than 450 workers who, except for some heated opposition in question and discussion by a small group of communists and anti-parliamentarians, enthusiastically received and loudly applauded the socialist case. After the meeting, the comrades were surrounded by well-wishers, and more than 100 lined the sidewalk to cheer them on their way. En route to the airport, a 15-minute stop was made at a comrade's home, where a goodly group of Glasgow members who had been present at the meeting expressed great enthusiasm, sang comradely songs, and further cheered the comrades on their way. Awaiting them at the airport, 30 miles away, was another group of Glasgow comrades who stayed with them for a grand confabulation until enplaning time, almost 3 a.m. In a letter recently received from a comrade at Burnley, Lancashire, the following estimate of the trip is expressed: that your visit to England and Scotland aroused tremendous interest is beyond doubt. In London and Manchester and over the phone to Glasgow, we learned from many comrades something of the great enthusiasm which is but one of the results of your tireless endeavors to visit as many branches and meetings as was possible during your all too brief stay. Our comrades in America will feel tremendously encouraged when they realize the full import of your visit to Britain. I feel sure that I am merely expressing what hundreds here are already thinking and saying, that your momentous visit must and will be the forerunner of many more involving many comrades. And equally important, it must be two-way traffic, and who knows, maybe it won't be very long before delegates from all the companion parties will be converging on some city in Europe or America for the first Socialist International Conference. The national office moves to Detroit in an attempt to create a better division of labor within the WSP. That is, to spread the necessary work out among as many comrades as possible. It was decided in 1950 that the national office of the party should be moved from Boston to Detroit. Both the national office and the editorial committee had been in Boston since 1939, meaning that the same cadre of active comrades was called upon not only for all the administrative work, but also for all the tasks associated with the Western Socialist, the routine chores of circulation, such as packaging the magazine into bundles to be mailed, mailing the single copies to individual subscribers, and so forth, plus editorial chores such as editing and proofreading articles. Excelsior Press, where the WS was printed, was also located in Boston. With a newly revitalized local in Detroit, the transfer of the national office was done with high hopes all around that this would make the WSP a more effective organization. At the 1950 conference held in Detroit, Irving B. Cantor replaced George Gloss as the national secretary, since the new NAC had to be composed of Detroit comrades. The editorial committee, consisting of Rab, Harry Morrison, Len Feinzig, and George Gloss, remained in Boston. Tom Jackson, still an active member of the WSP, reminisced in 2006 that when he joined Detroit Local in the early 50s, Irving Cantor was conducting a series of lectures in an upstairs room in one of the wonderful old houses in an ex-posh neighborhood near the university. I liked and admired Irving a lot. His lectures were real eye-openers. In fact, they formed the foundation of my understanding of socialism and capitalism. Irving had a good sense of humor, and it enlivened his exceedingly informative lectures. The lecture series Jackson attended was Economics Since Marx, the title of the book Rab and Cantor were still trying to write together, an outline for which was presented to the 1950 WSP conference as a class in advanced economics. This outline is reproduced on page 144. Cantor was also a frequent contributor to the Western Socialist, writing mostly about economics, under the pen name Carl Fredericks. Comrade Martin Coffin became the new national treasurer. Comrade George Lynch transferred from Boston Local to Detroit Local in order to facilitate the transition. Harriet Bradlin Cooper and a good number of others, including my socialist godmother Chubby, whose work had taken her to Detroit, were all active members, capable of serving on the Detroit-based NAC. Unfortunately, almost from the very beginning, problems arose. WSP views of the ballot and violence. There was a broad consensus among the comrades that a new pamphlet was needed, with the working title of Introducing the WSP. Cantor wrote the pamphlet and submitted it to the editorial committee, which approved it with the deletion of just one sentence. The new NAC reinserted the sentence. The resulting controversy continued over the next several years, creating two factions of comrades who accused one another of misinterpreting the socialist attitude towards violence, with the sad result that not only was the pamphlet never published, but Cantor stepped down as national secretary as the national office returned to Boston. The subject of all this controversy was the exact manner in which the socialist revolution will take place. There was never any question that the socialist revolution envisioned by the world socialist movement will have to be brought about through the conscious political action of a socialist majority. We have always supported political action, as opposed to direct action, to accomplish the revolution, because direct action carries such a huge risk of violence. The ruling class has never hesitated to use all the lethal weapons in its arsenal, as well as all the armed forces under its control, against the workers whenever necessary to maintain its power. In any confrontation involving violence, the ruling class has every advantage over the workers. Therefore, when a majority of ordinary working people are convinced that ending capitalism is in their interest, they must first seize political power in order to establish socialism. The working class majority already has economic power, so once it has political power as well, establishing the new society can be relatively easy. No aspect of this analysis was ever challenged by either faction of WSP comrades during the ballot controversy of the 1950s. In the original version of the proposed new pamphlet, after a statement that the WSP advocates the ballot as a revolutionary tool, Cantor went on to say, however, as a minority party today, the World Socialist Party does not, nor should not, lay down the exact steps by which the majority, once it becomes socialist, will introduce socialism. The presence or absence of this deleted sentence has little, if any, effect on the meaning conveyed. Certainly no one was advocating a violent revolution. The real issue seems to have been, who was in charge, the editorial committee or the NAC? On one level, it is tempting to conclude that George Gloss, who had been a key member of local Boston for a long time, serving both on the NAC and the editorial committee for the whole decade of the 40s, simply found it too hard to give up his position as national secretary. Gloss wrote letters on party letterhead to comrades in distant areas of the U.S. and in the other companion parties, arguing his personal opinion that the NAC's position, articulated by Irving Cantor, was unsocialist. While agreeing that using the electoral process would be the ideal method of establishing that a majority supported socialism, Cantor insisted that no one can foretell the future. On the editorial committee, Rab and Feinzig both supported him in this, but were opposed by Gloss and Morrison. In 1953, in a personal letter to Rab, Cantor wrote, Morrison is still putting words in comrades' mouths, because he wants to believe they think in this manner. It is unfortunate that he should level his attacks on you, for after all you are the main instigator of the WSP as it stands today, and if you do not know the party's position on the ballot, who does? Looking back, I do not see your position any different than that expounded when you came to Detroit. Of course, there has always been a difference between us as to what we thought might happen at the time of the socialist majority, but we were both agreed on getting that majority first. I think your approach is scientific, that of Morrison completely dogmatic, theological, and teleological. I do not hope to change Morrison. He will go on for years with the same type of thinking, that he has the answers not only for today, but for all time. Power to him, but history will prove him wrong. Certainly the fact that we were all wrong in predicting a post-war crash. Of course, other factors intervened, but we did not foresee these, so the analysis applies, should bring us all up sharp as to what will happen in the future. You see, it was for all these reasons that I did not want to answer Morrison or Gloss any further. It would have been a waste of time. Why don't we wait until we get a socialist majority, meanwhile, using the existing parliamentary machinery? I hesitated a long time about joining the WSP because of this matter of the ballot, and also the state, and I credit Comrade W.Z. Miller with breaking down my objections. I met him out on the street one day, and we were discussing the matter of how I did not think the ruling class in this country would permit majority to assert itself at the polls. He said, "How do you know? Why don't you work towards the majority, and then we will see what the ruling class will do." Then he quoted Engels about the ballot being nothing more than a barometer. I realized he was right, that my views about what I thought would happen in the future might not even happen at all. Further, if capitalism boasts about democracy and the rule of the majority, let us take them up on this. Later that same year, Sam Orner shouted at a party conference, "It is not a question of method, but of winning over the majority of the population. We as a minority cannot tell the working class 5 or 100 years in the future what they will do in order to gain power. We shouldn't tie ourselves to restrictions and lose members. The socialist revolution will be achieved by people who know where they're going." We don't know what the socialist majority will do in the future. Our job is to spread sound socialist knowledge. Only an idiot would advise violence. We can't tell in advance what specific situation may arise. Today we advocate the ballot. We can't tell about the future. Many comrades have always felt the revolution will be accomplished, peaceably if we can, forcibly if we must, an acknowledgement that no one can predict the details of a future situation. The ballot controversy officially ended with the passage of a party-wide referendum stating, "We advocate the ballot as a means of attaining socialism, and anyone who advocates violence as a means of attaining the socialist victory cannot be a member of the WSP." Rab's own analysis, written a decade later, was simply, "The socialist revolution is political in nature, and it will be accomplished by the conscious socialist majority." The reason we always emphasize the ballot is clear. The ballot is the symbol of the politically conscious socialist majority. The trouble is that, unfortunately, force and violence are not synonymous terms. When they are used as substitute terms for each other, they lead to quibbles. By force, in the context of the socialist revolution, is meant the power to accomplish our objectives, and this force includes social and economic forces, developments. I would recommend your rereading of Engels' Anti-Dühring, The Communist Manifesto, p. 80, SPGB edition. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. If the proletariat, during its contest with the bourgeoisie, is compelled by force of circumstances to organize itself as a class, if by means of a revolution it makes itself the ruling class by winning the battle of democracy, p. 79, and as such sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class. And hereby hangs a tale, the horror of the bourgeoisie, that the Communist Manifesto advocates violence with their hypocritical condemnation by quoting, out of context of the manifesto itself, the final paragraph of the historic document. They openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. Note the last three words. The 1955 conference was held in New York City. A party-wide referendum sent out from that conference resulted in a decision to move the national office back to Boston. Gloss regained his title of national secretary, and the group of Detroit area socialists remaining in Detroit local carried on as best they could. For men like Cantor, Morrison, Orner, and Gloss to become so passionate over the controversy just described demonstrates how seriously each of these comrades took the task of spreading knowledge and understanding of the case for socialism. The urgency of this task is even more evident now, in the 21st century, than it was in the 1950s. They were certainly justified in being passionate about it. But, unfortunately, each of them also became persuaded that the movement was failing to grow because the party, or individuals within the party, was doing something wrong. Gloss blamed Cantor. Cantor blamed Gloss and Morrison. In fact, there was an unfortunate tendency on the part of the membership to blame one another for the failure of the organization to make better progress, instead of taking into account the overall material conditions of society. Hank Fonts, a close sympathizer ever since he first came in contact with the WSP in 1946, told me there was a lot of infighting among the members in the 40s and 50s. When I asked him once if he knew why my mother had been dropped from the rolls in 1947, his response was, "She didn't dot her I's and cross her T's right, that's all." Is there room for differences of opinion in a socialist party? Rab considered an open mind to be a valuable asset. One of his most remarkable qualities is that he never had an ego large enough to think he had all the answers. Yet ironically, over and over again, the members of various leftist parties and groups would dismiss the World Socialist Party as being dogmatic and sectarian, so interested in keeping itself pure that it excludes many real socialists. To this, Rab would counter that such critics frequently complain that capitalist parties have stolen their planks, as though any capitalist party could steal a socialist program. Look at the net result. Where are the socialist masses? As far as numbers are concerned, they are not much better off than the WSP. Their practical, realistic policies have proven worse than illusory. They have failed to make socialists. Yet, they continued to heap scorn and sneer at the world socialist movement for our small numbers. With smug omniscience, they dismissed the WSP as dogmatic sectarians. The real question is, who have ignored the lessons of experience? Moreover, in response to the accusation that the WSP wanted to keep itself pure, he asserted that because the Socialist Party is democratically controlled by its membership, an influx of non-socialists could transform a genuine socialist party into its opposite. Membership requirements must be narrow enough to exclude all who are not socialists. Still, in a socialist party, there is plenty of room for differences of opinion. Broadly speaking, a socialist is one who understands that capitalism can no longer be reformed or administered in the interests of the working class or of society, that capitalism is incapable of eliminating its inherent problems of poverty, wars, crises, etc., and that socialism offers the solutions for the social problems besetting mankind. When the national office had left Boston in 1950, the WSP had moved to 11 Faneuil Hall Square, only a block away, but less expensive to rent because, where Dock Square had been bright and spacious, Faneuil Hall Square was a dingy place with little rooms. There were still frequent socials, but since the new headquarters did not lend itself to social activity, these were more often in comrades' homes. The two Rab households in Newton were the most frequent locations, the Rab Feinzigs at Woodcliff Road, and the Rab Juniors a few blocks away. And of course, Boston Local created plenty of other social occasions, picnics in the Blue Hills, and an annual outing to Stage Fort Park in Gloucester. There was a subset of the comrades called the Gloucester Crowd, who established a kind of commune in Gloucester, renting the same house every summer. As an adolescent, I sensed that my mother didn't quite approve of this. Even then, I realized this was because of romantic adventures going on among the socialists. Looking back on it now, it feels although the Gloucester Crowd's commune in the 1950s was a precursor of the lifestyle that became predominant in the 2 decades that followed. When I was in my teens, I began going up to headquarters myself, for activities other than socials. Although there was less attendance at WSP activities in general than there had been earlier, there were still regular meetings at 11 Faneuil Hall Square, business meetings of local Boston, editorial committee meetings. The Western Socialist was still published every other month, and Sunday night forums. The first time I remember going up to 11 Faneuil Hall Square was a Sunday in 1954, when I listened to Rab give a talk on Introduction to the Philosophy of Socialism. Rab also offered a general knowledge class on Monday evenings, but I did not attend that, being too preoccupied with school, and also with outside activities like the Boston Children's Theater at the time. Then Len Feinzig, my father, brought me up to headquarters with him in 1956, when I was in high school, and gave me a job to do. He handed me a list of all the libraries in the U.S., on which someone else had already put a star beside each library that had a subscription to the Western Socialist. My job was to make a selection of ones that didn't have a sub to the WS yet, that I thought ought to be given one. The libraries I selected would receive a free sample copy of the magazine and an invitation to subscribe. I don't remember whether or not I knew this at the time, but the annual WSP conference had been held in Boston over the previous Labor Day weekend, and one of the things the comrades had voted to do was start a library campaign. Feinzig had proposed this as a way to increase the circulation of the Western Socialist, which had been dropping steadily ever since 1947. 2 years later, at the 1958 conference, I learned that 2,152 copies had been distributed that year, up from 2,057 copies the year before, so the library campaign was actually a success. That was my real introduction into socialist activity. Not long afterwards, I happened to be in the Boston Public Library working on a high school research project. Standing at the old wooden card catalog in the reference room, I looked up the WS, not really expecting to find it. When I saw it listed, I felt a surge of pride that I still can call up now when I think about it. That was probably the first time I realized that the World Socialist Party was not just what I saw at home and at headquarters. It was an organization with the potential to influence anyone who used a library, and I myself had added to its influence by adding more libraries to its circulation. During my senior year of high school, I kept going up to headquarters with Lenny, Billy, and Rab. I learned to use an address-o-graph machine to put addresses on bundles and single copies of the Western Socialist. I also sometimes brought my high school friends up to a discussion meeting, although none of them was impressed enough to come back a second time. The visit of Rab and Gloss to the SPGB in 1954 sparked a series of reciprocal interchanges between SPG bears and their U.S. and Canadian counterparts. In the fall of 1957, Gilbert McClatchy, known as Gilmac or simply Mac, came from London to address the 1957 WSP conference, which was held at a Boston hotel rather than at the WSP headquarters. This was his first trip to North America, but Mac ultimately made many tours across the United States and Canada in the interests of socialism. Rab's hotel, in its new location in Newton, was busier than ever as a stopping place for visiting comrades. Many diverse people sat, at various times, around the extra-large oak table in the dining room at Woodcliff Road, and were drawn into intense discussions about current events, the state of the world in general, and about the meaning of socialism. Rab himself was sometimes away at work, but guests found ample stimulation from conversation with other members of the family. Gilmac, Cyril May, and Jim Darcy were among the SPGB comrades who were quickly becoming friends. Not all the visitors were members, however. Tony Turner spent many hours at our table after he had left the SPGB. Turner was possibly the best-known outdoor speaker of all time in the world socialist movement. On September 3, 1939, the day World War II broke out, he had kept an audience of thousands spellbound in Hyde Park, London, and he had spent many years as the principal party organizer. Turner had recently left the SPGB to avoid creating a schism in the socialist movement, since he was aware of opposition from some of the membership on a subject he felt strongly about. Turner questioned Anne closely as to why she was no longer in the WSP, a matter narrated in the previous chapter of this book, and the two of them recognized they had a great deal in common. Turner had written in 1953, "It is my contention that all this talk of the working class alone as the saviors of humanity springs from the fact that the nature of socialism has been forgotten, disregarded, or not known. Socialism is a way of living harmoniously with all people. It is untrue that there are people who have little or nothing to gain by the establishment of socialism. Both were certain, as are, I am sure, most of the membership of the WSP in the 21st century, that the socialist revolution will benefit not only the workers, but everyone, and that we should direct our outreach not only to workers, but to everyone. This is not to deny the class struggle, but to understand that the struggle won't end in a victory for the working class, but rather in an end to both classes." Comrade Gilmac, too, entered into discussions about the Anne Rab controversy, both with Rab and with Anne, not on his first visit, as Turner did, but on one of his later trips to Boston, after he knew her better and recognized that she consistently presented the case for socialism as though she were still a member even though she wasn't. After a while, he told her privately that he thought her position on unions was the same as his own, and that he felt it was wrong for her to have been dropped from the party rolls. The economist Paul Maddock and his family were very frequent visitors to Woodcliff Road, from when I was in high school until the early 70s. Our family were all on very close terms with Paul Sr., his wife Ilsa, and their son, who was a gangly adolescent when we first met. Maddock had been writing occasional articles for the Western Socialists since the 1940s, but was living in New York for most of that time. In the photo on the right, taken on the back porch at Woodcliff Road, the man standing aiming a camera at the camera is Billy Rab. To his left is Lenny. Continuing clockwise is Ilsa Matic, then Carrie Rab. Paul Matic is sitting in the middle, turning to look at the camera. His son is sitting next to him, and then Anne. Matic was not a member of the WSP like Panikuik, whom Rab also held in high esteem. He was a council communist and did not agree with the WSP on the ballot, believing rather that workers' councils would take hold of industry and introduce socialism, but Rab might also have said of him, as of Panikuik, that on Marxian economics, reforms, and especially the question of leadership, he was crystal clear. Council communism is one of the currents described in The Thin Red Line, Non-Market Socialism in the 20th Century, edited by John Crump, 1987. Crump asserts, to find a coherent set of ideas which are subversive of capitalism, and which do offer an alternative to production for a world market, one must turn to the thin red line represented by the 5 currents which are examined in the following chapters. Rab often said to me, and also wrote in letters to others, all it takes to be a good socialist is to understand that capitalism does not work in the interests of the majority, can never be reformed or administered in such a way that it would, and that socialism, i.e., a classless, moneyless society where everyone has free access to all the available wealth, represents a viable alternative to capitalism. Crump's book did not appear until after Rab's death, but I'm sure he would have liked it and agreed with it. In common with others on the thin red line, Maddock agreed that, in socialist society, production will be for use, and not for sale on the market. Distribution will be according to need, and not by means of buying and selling. Work will be voluntary. In socialism, there will be no social divisions based on class, sex, or race. Capitalism must be opposed however it manifests itself in all existing countries. When Paul Maddock Jr. reached the age when he should go to high school, the Maddocks were living in Jamaica, Vermont, a town whose public schools did not offer the kind of education his parents wanted for him. The Rab family lived in Newton, Massachusetts, which at that time had one of the highest-ranked public high schools in the United States. I would soon be off to college, so my room was available. We invited Maddock Jr. to live with us and attend Newton High, using our address as his residence. When young Paul moved in that summer, one of the first things we did was have a discussion about what he should be called. His parents always called him Bub, but that was clearly embarrassing. None of us liked Junior, but we knew his father as Paul, so as a group, we all took new names. Paul Jr. became Automatic, and for years everyone called him Otto. Since he was thought of as my little brother, I became Systematic. The rest of the family were Axio, Rue, and Dogmatic. We all had a lot of fun and enjoyed Otto's company, and also that of Paul and Ilsa. I went away to college in 1957, to Jackson College for Women, still at that time a separate part of Tufts University. Its campus is just a few miles north and east of Newton, near the Mystic River instead of the familiar Charles, far enough away for me to be fully in my own world, but close enough to be within easy reach of the family and the comrades. By that time, I understood what Rab and the rest of my family were struggling for, but I confess I wasn't as interested in it as I knew they were. No one in my family ever urged me to be a socialist either. I went away to Jackson College to study classics in preparation for a career as a Latin teacher, and to participate in the dramatic productions at the Tufts Arena Theater. Strange, though, that whenever I was interested in a young man, I always made sure Rab and Lenny got a chance to talk about socialism with him. It was in the summer between freshman and sophomore years of college that I brought home a Canadian poet whom I had encountered, George Gorrell from Montreal. I had a job that summer ushering in a theater in Copley Square, and after the productions, often I'd go with a girlfriend to one of the coffee shops that were then proliferating across the Charles River in Cambridge. I met Gorrell at the Café Mozart in Harvard Square, and it was the beginning of a long relationship. Eventually, at Woodcliff Road, George spoke about the novel he was writing, and when he mentioned that he was planning to write it in England, Rab urged him to look up our comrades in the Socialist Party of Great Britain. Shortly before Gorrell left for England, we became engaged. During the year he was away, he wrote letters not only to me, but also to the other members of the family. He told of spending time with Gilmack as well as many other comrades, and it was clear that he was learning about, and becoming convinced of, the case for socialism. Rab was almost as excited about Gorrell as I was. Here is just one of many letters he sent. My very dear George, I note that you are soon to visit Holland. Do me and yourself a favor. Contact the North Holland Publishing Company in Amsterdam. They are a well-known firm, and you won't have any difficulty locating them. They are the publishers of Paniquic's Anthropogenesis. Will you please ask them for Paniquic's home address and visit him? If at all possible, Lenin, in his State and Revolution, deals with Paniquic, who opposed the Bolsheviks at the very beginning on the basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat versus democratic majority. Be sure to make a special visit to him, and please give him my regards, also the Boston comrades, and also give him greetings from Paul Maddock, in Boston. By the way, did you notice my reference to Paniquik in my article on evolution in the WS? That reminds me, bring him a copy of that article. It will serve as a real introduction. I'm looking forward to your cooking a meal at 62 Woodcliff. Tickled pink at your company with Ted and Gilmack. Needless to say, never forget to give them, all the comrades, my best regards and good wishes. You are surely taking advantage of your opportunities to really enjoy the cultural phases of British life. You might enjoy a visit to the comrades in Glasgow. By the way, I gave Karla a young fellow's address in Edinburgh for you to correspond with. Affectionately and comradely, Rab Stett. I spent the summer between junior and senior years traveling through Europe with George, spending the final 2 weeks in England. Rab had given us many addresses of people to look up. Looking back now, how I wish Rab had coached me better about those contacts. One of the people I did visit at his request that summer was Tom Bolt. George and I spent a very pleasant day with Bolt, but Rab had not told me anything about him, and our conversation did not progress much beyond tourist small talk. Not until I began to research this book did I realize Bolt had been present in the early days of the WSP in Detroit. That summer of 1959 was nevertheless a memorable adventure. We married in December 1960. All the Boston local comrades and sympathizers were invited to the wedding, as well as friends and family. 62 Woodcliff Road was filled to overflowing with people. George and I moved to Montreal, where both of us joined the Socialist Party of Canada. There we began an attempt to organize a new Montreal local, which did eventually come into being in 1966, but returned to Boston in 1962 for George to earn a PhD in English at Tufts, while I supported us and started work on a master's in humanistic studies. We each transferred our membership from the SPC to the WSP in 1962. Another generation of socialists. During the 1960s, Boston Local was in better shape than it had been in a long time. 4 new members joined by 1964. After the choking conservatism of the 50s came a resurgence of the idea that perhaps we might not, after all, be living in the best of all possible worlds. I remember people in Somerville, the working-class community where George and I lived, reacting to the Cuban Missile Crisis with fear. Socialism, at least the Cuban version of it, wasn't as universally hated as it had been, and young people were becoming interested in alternatives to capitalism again. There were enough people of my own generation who had joined the local so that we were able to form a local activities committee, which freed up the older members to run the NAC and the editorial committee. Not that the newer comrades were discouraged from participating in those committees either. The photograph below, taken in 1963, shows Lenin Feinzig speaking on Boston Common, an activity that was becoming increasingly rare but still possible then. Flanking Comrade Feinzig are Steve Butterfield, one of the new members of Boston Local, on his right, and Trevor Goodyer Hill, a recent recruit to the SPC from Montreal, on his left. Like the WSP, the Socialist Party of Canada was also expanding in the 60s, with a strong young local in Toronto and an emerging group in Montreal, 2 areas where the SPC had not previously been a significant presence. Winnipeg and British Columbia were its strong points in the first half of the 20th century. In 1964, SPGB comrade Adam Buick took time off from graduate school in London to see firsthand what was happening in North America. When he returned to London, he wrote this report of his visit for the Executive Committee, also published in the Socialist Standard. During the months of July, August, and September, I was in the United States on a student vacation scheme. During this time, I was in Boston for 10 weeks, and in Montreal and Toronto for 1 week. In Boston, I was able to take part in all the activities of the local indoor and outdoor meetings, socials, and leaflet distribution, as well as attend the WS.P conference. The local has a very active membership, both locally and nationally. As will be appreciated, the political atmosphere in the United States is considerably different from that in Britain. There, the working class have no interest in politics. This makes it all the harder for the American socialists to put over our case. On the other hand, members in the U.S. have openings which we have not, as for instance, the purchase of radio time and radio programs in which listeners can participate by telephone. In Boston, activities are in the hands of a local administrative committee, composed of the younger members of the party. They are responsible for organizing all activities, such as indoor meetings each week, which take the form of a talk or tape recordings, or a film followed by discussion. Outdoor meetings are held every Sunday on Boston Common. The WSP is the only organization to avail themselves of these opportunities, although the conditions are not ideal, owing to the persistent attempts by Cuban refugees and various patriots to shout down our speakers. Occasionally, protest meetings on civil rights, peace, slum clearance, etc., are covered by the local's literature sellers. During the university term, other opportunities for putting over our case are available. All in all, prospects in Boston are hopeful. The LIC consisted of Steve and Connie Butterfield, George Gorell and myself, and Bill Jerome. Bill's wife, Joni, was a close sympathizer. We had a lot in common. All of us were young married socialist couples with children. Steve and Connie's son Stevie was a toddler. Both Joni, Jerome, and I had baby daughters. My daughter Sarah, named after Rab's mother, was born in January 1964. Steve, George, and I were all graduate students at Tufts University. Connie had a 9-to-5 job. We often could arrange matters so that 3 of us could attend party functions while the 4th watched Stevie and Sarah. Joni, Jerome, and I could and did discuss natural childbirth and socialism with equal fervor. We all were committed to working for socialism, and we worked well together. A major project of Boston Local in the 60s was our radio program. The Local first became aware of radio's potential through Harry Morrison's initiative as a caller to AM radio talk shows, which gave the Boston listening public exposure to the case for socialism at no financial cost to the party at all. In 1963, a radio interview was arranged for Comrade Eddie Grant, who was visiting from the SPGB, and radio interviews continued being relatively easy to set up for visiting comrades on many occasions. But in some ways more exciting was the fact that, starting in 1964, the LAC was authorized to buy radio time on WCRB-FM on a regular basis. At first, we experimented with different formats, but by 1966 we had settled into a routine, 5-minute broadcasts each developing a specific topic and including an advertisement for activities at headquarters, which continued well into the 1970s. At first, I did most of the work for the WCRB broadcasts, both in writing or borrowing material and also in presenting it. As time went on, Morrison did more and more of the writing, but the voices were always a good mixture of women and men, and not always the same individuals. The WSP at 50, at 50, at 50. 1966 was the 50th anniversary of the WSP. What had developed from Workers' Socialist Party to Socialist Education Society, and was now an active World Socialist Party, had begun in July 1916. 1966 was a good year, and everyone felt like celebrating. The editorial committee produced a special 50th anniversary issue of the Western Socialist. Bill Jerome wrote an article on WSP history. Canadian comrade Jim Milne reminisced on Western Canada 50 years ago, and there were reprints of various manifestos from the early days. In addition to these bows to the past, there was an announcement captioned, "A milestone in our history," telling the world we were about to move into a new headquarters, the Gainsborough Building, at 295 Huntington Avenue. The LAC had long since formed the opinion that the impression made by our current meeting space was not helping us. Steve Butterfield, in particular, urged that we create an environment in our new space that would be bright and welcoming. He suggested, among other things, that as people entered the building, the aroma of fresh brewed coffee should always greet them. Following are some excerpts from the report on Local Boston's activities for 1966, read at the first annual conference to be held in the Gainsborough Building. The entire report can be read in the chapter notes at the end of this book. Local Boston has had an active year, highlighted by several special events, in addition to our regular activities. The party buys time on local radio WCRB-FM. Saturday evening radio broadcasts have proven one of our best sources for new contacts. These broadcasts consist of a 5-minute talk on some aspect of the socialist case, and an advertisement of our other activities, including the Western Socialist, delivered by the WCRB announcer, Dave McNeil. The radio activity elicits quite a large response from WCRB's listening audience, about half of it negative. This is addressed to the station, and the rest sympathetic, or at least curious. We receive an estimated 4 or 5 requests for information each week. The heart of all our local efforts here in Boston is the regular propaganda meeting at headquarters, where an average of 4 or 5 party members meet from 1 to several new contacts each week. From time to time during the past year, chiefly through the agency of Comrade H. Morrison, the local has been able to reach a wider audience. On October 13, Comrade Morrison presented the case for socialism for several hours over WNAC AM radio, on the Comment Show with Fred Gale, and as a bonus, the station later aired excerpts from the program as an advertisement. At the Vietnam Protest March on March 26, several members of the local distributed socialist literature in front of the Arlington Street Church. On May Day, Comrade H. Morrison addressed the Arlington Street Church Singles Club on capitalism and socialism. There was an audience of about 125 people, and Comrade W.K. Rab made a tape of the proceedings. Finally, again through the efforts of H. Morrison, SPGB comrades, Phyllis and Arthur George, spoke on socialism over WNAC AM radio on August 24th on the Palmer Payne program from 6:15 to 8 p.m. There was a social held New Year's Eve party at the home of the Rabs and Fentons in Newton. This was a great success from every standpoint. A good time was had by all and the party netted. This brand new headquarters has not yet really been put to the test, but we face the new season confident that our central location and pleasant meeting rooms will enable us to make many new contacts, and just as important, to hold the interest of these contacts so that next year we can report some new members. Respectfully submitted. Karla Rab, Secretary, Boston Local. Sad to say, we did not have new members to report in 1967, but we did manage to maintain a good level of activity. 4 or 5 of us took turns being in charge of the Saturday sessions at 295 Huntington Avenue, where there were always coffee and refreshments available in case someone who had heard the radio announcement the day before should appear. In addition, Comrade Joe Lyle often took some flyers and distributed them to passers-by on the street, usually college students, inviting them to the meeting that was about to start. There generally were a few newcomers on Saturdays, and often a good discussion would take place, but there were seldom more than 10 in attendance altogether, and most of those were already members or sympathizers. One day when it happened to be my turn to speak, there was a surprise in store for me. It was an evening when the black activist Stokely Carmichael was speaking at the Ford Hall Forum, across the street from our building. Such a huge audience had come into town to hear Carmichael speak that many had to be turned away. Comrade Lyle brought a sizable number of this spillover crowd up to headquarters. It was the first and last time I ever addressed such a crowd of people on socialism, and I was unprepared for the occasion. My audience made it clear they wanted to know our attitude towards what they called the Negro Revolution, and I wasn't sure what to say. What came out of my mouth was something like, "Socialists are colorblind. We need a socialist revolution which will benefit all of us, regardless of race or sex." This was met with outrage. Many better and more experienced speakers than I were present, but none of us socialists were able to satisfy this group that we had anything relevant to say to them. After a while, in 2s and 3s, they all left. The civil rights movement of the 60s. The WSP has always maintained that socialists are colorblind. One of our core principles is that, as in the order of social evolution, the working class is the last class to achieve its freedom. The emancipation of the working class will involve the emancipation of all mankind, without distinction of race or sex. But what exactly was our attitude towards the Negro Revolution? It was a matter that frequently came up during the 2 decades that Rab and I worked for socialism together. Some comrades felt that, as socialists, we should stand aloof from this unrest, because it was an attempt to make the capitalist system work better, a reform. Others found it hard to ignore the plight of people of color in the United States. George Lynch, for example, who had been an active, even a dedicated comrade both in local Boston and in local Detroit, disappeared around the time of Freedom Summer, and several comrades remained convinced that he went south in support of the uprisings there, and like so many others that summer, lost his life. Rab summarized his views. First of all, the fight for civil liberties, which includes free speech fights, house-to-house canvasses, selling periodicals on the streets, etc., is no to reform. Socialists have participated in just such demonstrations in the past, and will again in the future when the occasion arises. After all, civil liberties are important socialist tools and weapons to carry on socialist education and propaganda. Note well, our attitude has always been that we will march side by side with others, but never under the banner of others. We will not be identified with non-socialists. Let me define reforms. They are measures that require legislative action by the capitalist state to improve the operation of the system, or at least that is their object. This typifies the Negro movement generally. This can be seen by the emphasis on establishing equal social position of Negro and white capitalists, as well as equality of rights for Negro and white workers. You will observe the constant emphasis that this constitutes good Americanism and is the highest patriotism. What have we in common with the prevailing confusions, superstitions, and aspirations, essentially bourgeois, of Negro and white supporters of the system? Socialists are, literally, colorblind. Our sympathies are with the exploited of all colors. The civil liberty phase of the Southern Negro resistance was a spontaneous demand of the colored workers that had overwhelmed the Negro spokesman. These leaders found themselves followers who were led by a historic demand that had come of age. But this no longer in 1965 typifies the situation. This can clearly be seen in the concentration on bourgeois demands being made by the Negro organizations. They have become respectable. Like the successful victories in Asia and Africa, they are only concerned in a better administration of capitalism. To this, he added a little later in an undated letter. In the 1960s, we are witnessing the coming of age of the general recognition of a determination to alleviate the social plight of the American Negroes. But we are not witnessing anything that does away with this social plight. All we see are legalistic measures being enacted, which require coercion and duress for their enforcement. And in the diplomatic arena, the driving force behind the official support of the Negro equality movement is admittedly the necessity of creating favorable image of American freedom and democracy in the Asiatic and African continents with the reactions on European chancelleries. A question, Negroes of the South, would you see your future? Just go up north and ask your brother Negroes about the alleged blessings of Negro equality and freedom. The passage of civil rights measures and the so-called abolition of discriminatory practices have not, in any way at all, altered the predominant social relations. And the primary characteristic of a social revolution is to change the social relationships. The social revolution called for in the historic conditions of the 1960s is to supplant production for profit, capitalism, with production for use, socialism. Inherently, capitalism breeds prejudices, bigotry, and hatreds. Kenneth B. Clark, in the NY Times Magazine, 4/465, bemoans the delusions of the white liberals. Unfortunately, both Negro and white liberals, as well as Negro and white reactionaries, suffer the same delusions. This very concept of race itself is a fallacy, speaking scientifically. Negroes and whites are essentially social categories, as can be seen by examining differing behaviors and attitudes throughout the globe. Homo sapiens is but one species. Capitalism is a class society, despite the apologists and pundits. The Negro and white capitalists have common interests, and the Negro and white capitalists have common interests, and the Negro and white workers have common interests. It is an illusion that Negro capitalists have common interests with Negro workers. Chubby, my socialist godmother, died in 1968. Rab and I attended her funeral together. Chubby had been close to me for as long as I could remember, especially so during the period when I was engaged to George, and when our daughter Sarah was a toddler. She never got to see my son Adam, who was born in 1967, but I brought pictures of him with me to the hospital when I visited her there at the end. A controversy had been brewing within the Socialist Party of Canada for some time, and by 1968 it had reached crisis proportions. Rab took advantage of some accrued vacation time from work to make a 7-week tour of Canada, hoping to reconcile the two factions. The controversy centered around two groups of socialists in Vancouver, each claiming to be the legitimate Vancouver local of the SPC, and each barely on speaking terms with the other. Rab was confident in his skills as a mediator. He was on good terms socially with everyone involved in the controversy. He spent time in Montreal, where a new local had been chartered in 1966, in Toronto and in Winnipeg. Then he continued on to British Columbia on the West Coast, where there was a local in Victoria, now the seat of the SPC's General Executive Committee, and the two warring Vancouver locals which each challenged the other's legitimacy. Returning home, he was certain he had been successful. In Canada, my time was divided between talks and meeting with all comrades involved in the Canadian controversy, with the view of resolving the dispute on the paramount basis of the good of the movement, he wrote in his report of the trip to the 1968 conference. The warm hospitality extended to me everywhere indicates the strong bond of socialist comradeship and socialist common interests that persists in spite of the appearances to the contrary. But the outcome was not so rosy. The younger members, in Montreal, Toronto, and one of the groups in Vancouver, did not feel supported by what they perceived as the rigid organizational structure of the SPC. The Montreal local disbanded in 1969. Trevor Goodger-Hill and Marie Culler, both comrades who were very close to George Gorel and myself, and whom we had been at least partly influential in encouraging to become active in the movement, essentially gave up on the Socialist Party of Canada, both resigning their membership. They did not abandon their hope for a socialist revolution, but each chose to work for socialism outside any organization. By 1972, the members in Toronto were so discouraged that the local essentially fell apart, and some of the comrades in BC drifted away. It would be over a decade before the SPC recovered any momentum again. The reader may get some insight into the nature of the controversy by browsing through selected letters. Much of Rab's correspondence during the 1960s was on the subject, particularly his letters to Vancouver comrades Watkins and Aarons. It was inevitable that this Canadian episode had an effect on the morale of the WSP-US membership, especially since the Western Socialist was a joint organ of the two organizations. For this, and for many other reasons, the party outside Boston was doing less and less, the most notable exception to this being Comrade Samuel Late of Tucson, Arizona, who spent the 1970s speaking on local radio. In the following decade, he was to use his radio scripts as the basis for two books, so that ultimately his talks on socialism reached a much larger audience. The manpower shortage generally was much worse in the 70s than in the 60s as comrades lost interest and/or moved away from the locals. New York Local lost its headquarters in 1972. Both there and in Los Angeles, the members ceased holding meetings that year. Although there were officially locals in New York, Detroit, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, they were increasingly shadow locals whose members had no success at spreading knowledge and understanding of the case for socialism to potential new recruits. In fact, looking back, it can be seen that the WSP had begun its slow transformation into an organization of members at large. At the 1972 conference, Rab put the question of how interest in the movement might be maintained by isolated members at large on the agenda, but no action was taken. At several later party meetings in the 1970s, various suggestions were made regarding methods of supporting and encouraging members at large to participate in socialist work. There was actually quite a lot that members at large could do, even before the advent of the internet, but none of the suggestions were put into effect. Uncomrade wrote, "The history of our progress, or lack of it, as shown in our conference reports over the years, discloses a continual state of crisis, yet we are still here." In local Boston, it was easy to keep on keeping on because there was so much to do. 1973 saw the first appearance of the WSP on television. The program was Catch 44, a half-hour of primetime TV on Channel 44, the local public broadcasting system outlet, which was offered free to any community group who requested it. We took eager advantage of this offer and put on 3 different performances over the course of the next few years. The first was a panel discussion starring local Boston comrades Harry and Sally Morrison, Karla Rab and Mike Phillips. Phillips was National Secretary that year. He had originally joined the WSP in 1939, but like so many other comrades, after returning from the Second World War he had settled down to raise a family and effectively disappeared from the movement. Unlike most of those who disappeared though, Mike returned to the WSP again around 1970 and made his most valuable contributions to the socialist movement in his middle age and beyond. Our second TV production was essentially the same format as the first, with Rab, Mike Phillips and Perry Wilson as the discussants. We were able to get considerable extra mileage out of these 2 efforts, moreover, by showing videotapes of both programs at headquarters. The third time we appeared on Catch 44, we decided to try something a little different and put on a half-hour dramatization acted out by members and sympathizers. 9 or 10 people were involved in all, and we had such a good time rehearsing together and then putting on the show that morale in the local rose to a higher level than it had been in quite a while. In fact, one of the actresses joined the party a few months after the performance. Most of Boston Local's activities did keep going, although most of what we did was not strictly speaking local work. The small core of active members participated in national-level efforts, such as getting out the Western Socialist every other month. The initially very encouraging response to the radio broadcasts on WCRB slowed down to a trickle. Most of the broadcasts were now reruns, and Morrison was the only one writing new scripts. One goal that had been agreed on years before was for the WSP to bring out a pamphlet. Many times this had come up at conferences, and votes would always be taken in favor of it, but somehow an actual pamphlet never appeared, only leaflets, and the special 50th anniversary issue of the WS in 1966. Finally, in 1973, The editorial committee conceived of a pamphlet that everyone knew could be produced out of materials already on hand. The 300th issue of the Western Socialist was published as the Perspective for World Socialism, radio talk scripts, all written by Harry Morrison. 2,500 copies were bound with a special cover commemorating the 300th issue of the WS. 500 with a pamphlet-style cover for WSPUS. 500 with a pamphlet-style cover for WSPUS use, while 2,000 copies were left uncovered so that covers could be provided later with different information on or inside the front or back cover, according to the wishes of any companion parties. At around the same time that the Perspective for World Socialism appeared, Rab retired, at last, from work at the Hearst papers. There was an official ceremony at which he received a certificate stating that on September 23, 1973, he had completed 25 years of continuous membership in the International Typographical Union of North America, and merits the respect and admiration of all union craftsmen. However, Rab was much prouder of the informal surprise party given by his co-workers in Local 13 of the Boston Typographical Union, with whom he had shared 25 years of camaraderie. Some of them had come to appreciate his socialist outlook, and even those who didn't had learned from him the principles of union solidarity. They honored him with a large poster with picture of him, on which each had written a short message. Rab had every reason to feel good about himself, with so many of his co-workers making much over him. Moreover, unbeknownst to him, his family was also making plans to honor him with a surprise party as his 80th birthday approached. Chapter 6. The End of an Era. 1973-1986. Rab's 80th birthday celebration. How the Gods Were Made. Alzheimer's disease. Gradual loss of momentum within the WSP. Rab's death. Rab's 80th birthday celebration. In December 1973, there was a huge celebration at 62 Woodcliff Road, honoring Rab on the occasion of his 80th birthday. Anne, my mother, wrote a verse for the invitations. You are cordially invited to a monumental blast in honor of Rab's birthday. Now that 80 years have passed, we're rounding up his family, his friends and comrades true, from near and far, from then and now, and most important, you. So don your bib and tucker, lift a glass to Rab again. On December 22nd, from 8 till who knows when, RSVP as soon as possible. A WSP donation in lieu of any gift would be a fitting tribute. And give the guy a lift. It was a wonderful party. Hundreds of people came, and well over $1,000 was donated to the WSP in his honor. Among the guests were the Maddock family, Ilse, Paul, and Otto, pictured in the photo on the right. Otto is in the background, and also some of the musicians who had been recruited either at the old Hayward Place headquarters or at 27 Dock Square. All the stalwarts of Boston Local came, of course, as well as a few comrades from Detroit, such as Martin Cooper. 3 former vagabonds were there, Ed Seifert, a lifelong active member of the WSP, Red Wolf, and Ray Richmond, pictured on the left. Conspicuous by his absence was George Gloss, by this time a local celebrity for his book giveaways at the Brattle Bookshop. Gloss was unable to attend because of poor health. Steve and Connie Butterfield drove down from Vermont, where Butterfield was now teaching at Castleton State College, to honor Rab. It was the first time they'd visited Boston in a long time. Most of the people at that party, including myself, thought Rab was just the same as he'd always been. But Ella and Anne, who saw him on a daily basis, later revealed to me that they'd already been vaguely aware then that something was not quite right. Rab himself often said, jokingly, "There's nothing the matter with my memory, but my forgettery is working overtime." But then, he'd never had a particularly good memory. I laughed with him about it, and I wasn't worried. Rab did not serve on the NAC in 1973, but he did perform the duties of National Treasurer and carried on a widespread correspondence with comrades outside Boston. He also attended all the party functions held at headquarters during this period. The NAC met twice a month, and Harry Morrison, as National Secretary, typed the minutes of each meeting and signed his name onto a master sheet from which mimeograph copies were made and distributed. It had been Rab's custom to sign his treasurer's reports on the mimeograph master too, but starting in January 1973, Rab's name is usually typewritten, and where there is a signature, It is not in Rab's own distinctive handwriting, but in his son Bill's. How the Gods Were Made. Spreading knowledge and understanding of the case for socialism has always been the most important function of the WSP. To this end, besides distributing the Western Socialist and the Socialist Standard, the organization has generally been involved in distributing books and pamphlets from other sources. One such source was the Chicago-based Charles H. Kerr Publishing Company, from which we obtained such socialist classics as Pannekoek's Marxism and Darwinism and Karacher's How the Gods Were Made. John Karacher himself, along with his proletarian party, had been closely identified with the Kerr Company until his death in 1958. After that, the proletarian party was in charge until 1971, when, with their organization passing out of existence, its leaders gave control of the Kerr Company to a new board of directors, including Fred Thompson, an IWW leader whom Rab had met during his 1947 organizing tour of the Midwest, and Bert Rosen, a Korean War draft resistance activist and veteran socialist. Rosen contacted Rab in 1973, asking if he would write an introduction to a new edition of How the Gods Were Made. Needless to say, Rab was thrilled at the opportunity. He had wanted to write a pamphlet for a very long time, but circumstances had always intervened. Now at last, he was given this invitation, which would not only give him his opportunity to write, but would also be a major benefit to the party. Since the WSP was the largest purchaser of the Karacher pamphlet, Kerr was offering to reprint it, with an introduction by Rab, in 2 editions, one of which would have a WSP cover with WSP announcements and its declaration of principles, on condition that the WSP would help with the expenses of reprinting and would agree to take 2,500 copies. The WSP's editorial committee report to the 1973 conference announced, with reference to Comrade Rab's introduction to Karacher's How the Gods Were Made, the editorial committee hopes that this pamphlet will be issued as a party publication. Negotiations are now in progress with Kerr, with goal of purchasing 2,500 copies of our own edition. Rab received a letter from Fred Thompson in June 1974. Bert Rosen tells me you will be doing a biographical sketch of Karacher for a new edition of How the Gods Were Made. Glad to hear it. I happened to be reading something of the struggles within the Finnish Socialist Federation and the attacks after the 1907 Iron Range strike on the Finns for being godless. The Socialist Federation, of course, responded that religion is a private matter. It reminded me of the old discussion in socialist circles on that question. SPA taking the position that religion is a private matter and welcoming those of various faiths. I believe SPGB took the position that since religion is a social fact, it is not a private matter, but part of the enemy's arsenal. The Anarchy-Syndicalism International Working Men's Association, otherwise known as the First International, in its statement of principles, declares itself atheist. The IWW sings of pie in the sky, but has steadily taken the position that a union should not attempt to dictate a member's politics or religion, etc. I was wondering whether it might not be interesting, in case you have the documents handy, to put in a few sentences about this discussion on religion within the ranks of the radical movement and the various views that have been held. Yours, Fred. To which Rab responded, "It is my intention to summarize the issue of religion as a private matter, and its contrast with religion as a matter of social concern. Note, not primarily as a part of the enemy's arsenal, even though it is also that. The latent strength of socialism is its scientific analysis, which is in harmony with an understanding of the social forces at work in society. Its generalized conclusions are confirmed and corroborated by unfolding events. That is the acid test. This is great merit of Karacher's How the Gods Were Made. Regarding John Karacher, I intend to praise his contributions to socialist understanding. Also, I will be critical of his dictatorship of the proletariat confusions and his support of the Soviet Union. I agree with you that religion is not a union matter. It could not be otherwise, given that unions are primarily involved in the economic phase of the class struggle. I forgot to mention that in the introduction, I'm thinking of mentioning our Karacher's and Rab's personal relationship. Despite any differences of opinions that developed after the Russian Revolution, we remained fast friends. In fact, when visiting Boston to speak for the Proletarian Party, he stayed with me at my home. As ever, yours for a sane world here and now, Rabs. Apparently, Kerr was eager to go ahead with the project, because Thompson's next letter came quickly, with an undertone of urgency to it. I could probably have taken for granted without writing you, that in an introduction to How the Gods Were Made you would mention the different views that have been expressed within the socialist movement regarding religion and the relation of the socialist movement to it. That is good. When we first reprinted The Pullman Strike, I was disappointed that we had not added at least a page or so to give the main facts of the strike and to suggest what books say what about it. Since then, in our reprints, we have tried to be helpful to a wide range of readers by adding informative rather than polemic introductions, and this has helped the working stiff reader who digs history on his own account and has got a much wider classroom use for the various books. The Right to be Lazy coming out now has a life of Lafargue, very brief, but hard to come by otherwise, and some explanation of the circumstances under which he wrote it, and notes on the folks he talked about. I think it will be a better educational tool that way. With so few people knowing anything about Karacter, an account of him will not only make the book something plainly written by a real person, but also tie its debunking use to constructive social effort. How about a listing of 5 or 6 books one could recommend in the same field? Bert tells me he has so few copies, he would like to turn it over to printer. The introduction need not be long, in fact it shouldn't be, primarily to tell who Karacter was, what sort of a fellow, his prime interests or concerns. He did that well for Engels, and I hope you can do it as warmly, but more briefly for John Karacter. Certainly no harm in mentioning that you could be friends and argue in a friendly way about the difference in evaluating the Russian Revolution, etc., but of course not going into the pros and cons of the arguments. I expect you, he and I all see the movement as bigger than its sundry organizations and parties, and consequently, the need for the solidarity of a varied left, a differentiated left, capable of intelligent discussion of its differences. Some of my young friends today, I regret, do not seem to see this need. Best wishes, Fred Thompson. Rab was excited about this prospect. He wrote an introduction to Karacter's pamphlet covering all the points he felt should be made, and he showed it both to me and to Bill, asking each of us to look it over. I took this job very seriously, read what he had written, and offered a few suggestions as to the wording. I don't know what Bill's editorial comments were, but he also did some editing before Rab sent it off to Kerr. Besides requesting this editorial assistance from Bill and me, Rab also wrote to others for help at several points along the way. He wrote and rewrote his introduction several times, trying to accommodate the requests from Bert Rosen, representing the Kerr Company, as to both the length and the scope of the piece. I don't remember any other project to which he devoted quite so much effort as this one. In the end, however, for whatever reason, his essay was never published anywhere until now, although Rab had hopes for it at least until January 1976. I suspect the problem may have been simply that he couldn't bear to make it as brief as what was wanted. How the Gods Were Made deals, of course, with religion, a subject towards which Karacter's attitude was identical to Rab's, but quite different from that of many others. As Rab put it, in this excerpt from his introduction, for years, there has raged a continuing controversy between two schools of socialist thought on the significance of religion. One school would avoid any discussion of religion as though it were a plague, insisting that religion is a private matter for every individual to decide for himself. It holds that any other view only antagonizes prospective socialists and keeps them from joining the socialist movement. The other school maintains that religion is a matter of social import, both practically and theoretically. In How the Gods Were Made, Karacter demonstrates that religious beliefs, in any of their forms, are incompatible with an understanding of socialism, both as a science and as a movement. The apologists for outworn religious superstitions emphasize that religion is, primarily, concerned with moral and ethical principles. But, despite these nebulous explanations, it cannot be denied that the essence of all religions is the service and worship of God or the supernatural. Actually, man made God in his own image, in spite of the contention of religionists that the reverse is the case. No longer can religion be justified on its own terms. It is true that there are many gaps in our knowledge, but whenever we get answers, they always prove to be physical, material ones. This applies to the social sciences, including morals and ethics, as well as all other branches of science. This is only a brief excerpt, The entire text is included on page 449 to 455. Alzheimer's disease. Ella had a major stroke in 1975, which shook the whole family to the core. With Ella confined to a wheelchair for the remaining 5 years of her life, Anne devoted herself completely to her mother's care. Nevertheless, when Anne needed to leave the house for brief periods, she had no anxiety about leaving Ella with Rab. I was busy during that time raising my family, teaching childbirth classes, and going back to school. I graduated and became a registered nurse in 1976. When I visited 62 Woodcliff Road, I failed to notice anything unusual about Rab. He often called me down to his office, a small space in the basement, to show me his correspondence, including letters which can now be read in this book. Many other people also failed to notice his decline, including WSP comrades who had become so confident in Rab's ability to rise to any occasion that they took it as a given. On some level, Rab knew his forgettery was working overtime more and more in his 9th decade. In spite of this, though, everyone around him expected him to function the same as he always had. As an example, in 1976, when Harry Morrison, who had been doing tremendous amounts of work at headquarters, got a new job that cut into the time he was able to devote to the party, Rab rose to the occasion and took over many of the routine tasks. Later that year, Rab wrote, "I've not been on the editorial committee for a few years. After 35 years of being continually on the editorial committee, the comrades relieved me from serving on that committee. However, they had asked me to continue proofreading the WS, which gives me an opportunity to make suggestions regarding articles. I do not attend editorial committee meetings. The reason I'm not on the committee is that I'm involved in routine matters. I open the mail, process subs, mail literature orders, and handle many details, such as answering minor inquiries, as the factotum of the party office. This is on top of my treasurer duties and my personal correspondence, not to mention reading books and correspondence. As you can see, I'm busy." As I was reading over Rab's letters as part of the research for this book, I noticed that those written during this period are just a little less clear than the earlier ones. Although it is easy to tell what he wanted to say, the words sometimes are so garbled that I felt a need to edit for clarity before transcribing them into selected letters. A good example is his letter to Frank Marquardt dated May 24, 1976, where I have left Rab's own words in a footnote. See pp. 393-395. Rab continued to carry on a voluminous correspondence all through the 1970s, and to give me carbon copies of the letters he felt were important. However, beginning in 1979, there are some letters in the WSP archive where the signature is in Billy's handwriting, not in Rab's own. These letters were probably as much Bill's as Rab's, and I have not included any of them here. Ella died on December 5, 1979. Only after this point did it become obvious to me that Rab was no longer able to function normally. I don't think he ever quite realized that Ella was dead. He knew it sometimes but would forget it again. Maybe that loss was the last blow, the one he couldn't recover from. Meanwhile, my own life was changing too. As my husband became more invested in his academic career, his attention was less and less on the things that had once kept us close. When he took a sabbatical from teaching in 1978 to travel abroad, I declined to accompany him. At the time, I did not think of this as signaling the end of the marriage, but when Durrell returned, it soon became clear that our relationship had changed. The months on my own had given me the self-confidence to understand that I would be happier without the compromises implicit in this marriage. For the first time, I assumed complete responsibility for my own life. Sarah was 14 years old then, and our son, Adam, had just turned 11. The following year, 1980, saw the last issue of the Western Socialist published. Harry Morrison had suffered a heart attack towards the beginning of 1979, and, on the advice of his physician, retired from active work in the WSP because it was too stressful for his cardiac condition. He devoted himself to his own writing and no longer attended meetings. George Gloss, who had once been a key figure on the editorial committee, was becoming increasingly frail. Gloss died in 1985. George Durrell, once Rab's hope for the future, was no longer involved in the movement. Bill Jerome, still a socialist, had a busy law practice. Steve Butterfield had moved to Vermont, where he was teaching English. If Rab had died suddenly in, say, 1975, it is not impossible that one or more of these or other veterans of Boston Local might have been jolted into action. But Rab did not die. Even when it was quite apparent that he was suffering from Alzheimer's disease, he kept on keeping up the appearance of an active comrade with the aid of his son. Bill told me that starting at some point in the late 70s, Rab found that his handwriting just was failing him. He couldn't quite manipulate the pencil, or maybe it was his eyes, I don't know, but he just couldn't write too well. And the typewriter was just beyond his power. So he'd have me type letters. It was impossible to have him dictate it. He'd ramble and it just wasn't anything that could be typed. So what I'd do, I'd let him ramble, and I'd take notes, and then I'd type it out and have him proofread it, And he said, "Oh, that's fine, fine. But I know there were a lot of little things I'd changed, because I knew he'd made mistakes." Although no one knew it at the time, Bill Rab was helping his father more and more. At first, Rab could tell Bill what he was trying to say. Even when he lost that ability, Bill generally knew what his father would have wanted to say in response to the letters he received. But Rab had always kept in touch with so many comrades, all over the United States and Canada, as well as in England, and scattered from Iceland to Australia to France. In a very real sense, he had extended his hand in comradeship to everyone he corresponded with, the old stalwarts of the world socialist movement, and the new contacts, students and workers. He had been the teacher, the confidante, the mentor, the peacemaker. All this ended, winding down slowly, imperceptibly enough so that many people outside Boston didn't even notice it was gone. I asked Carrie Rab in 2004, at what point she knew that Rab really wasn't himself anymore. She thought for a long time and then said, "Well, I always thought that he was the same until he turned, like about 84 or 85. I still thought he had his marbles. And then eventually, of course, he didn't. But he was the same person, as far as I was concerned, until one day he said to Billy, 'Who are you?' And so life changed, and I think Billy's life changed. He couldn't get over his father not knowing who he was. That was in 1981. That jibes with my own perception. In 1981, I was dating a man named Hal, who was not a socialist. At one point, Hal agreed to debate with Bill Jerome on some subject at WSP headquarters. Although the debate turned out to be an embarrassing fiasco in many respects, it delighted Rab. Hal thought he was probably the last person to get into Rab's long-term memory, but only a few months later, Rab no longer recognized him. I think that debate may have been the last public meeting of the WSP that Rab attended. In 1982, when Boston Local voted to give up the Huntington Avenue headquarters because the landlord had raised the rent, no one told Rab. He realized from time to time that there was no more headquarters, but that temporary knowing wasn't as devastating as it would have been earlier because he retained it only intermittently, just as with the memory that Ella was gone. There was never any question of moving the national office back to Detroit or to New York, where once there had been so many socialists. Now there was no local any better equipped than Boston to maintain a national office. The closing of the rooms at 295 Huntington Avenue, therefore, was a blow not only to Boston Local, but to the whole WSP US. On one occasion, when Rab realized there was no more headquarters, he said to Bill with disgust, "Christ, you mean I have to start all over again?" Everything that had been in headquarters was stored in various comrades' homes. Comrade Aaron Feldman, the national secretary in 1982, who was living at that time on the Twin Oaks commune in Virginia, took most of the records there and took on most of the organizational work. Cartons of WSP papers, pamphlets, etc. were moved to my cellar in Lexington and to Bill and Carrie Rab's in Newton. Comrade Ken Stewart also took some. I moved the large framed party manifesto, The War and the Greater War, from the wall at headquarters and hung it on the wall of my living room, where it remains to this day and will stay until the World Socialist Party is strong enough to have an actual headquarters again. With no official headquarters, NAC meetings, as we kept calling them, until 1983, although the administrative functions of the committee were no longer being carried out, were held at the Watertown home of Ruth Seifert, the widow of Eddie Seifert. Both of the Seiferts had been members of Boston Local from the beginning. Ruth was no theoretician, but she was always willing to help out in whatever way she could, and at this time she took over more responsibilities than previously. It was Ruth who opened a new bank account for the party, to which Rab, for so long, the WSP treasurer, had no access. In October 1982, the official mailing address of the WSP became Post Office Box 405, Watertown, MA, because Ruth Seifert took on the responsibility of picking up the mail, and she lived not far from the Watertown post office. Besides picking up the correspondence from the post office, she sent out notices of meetings about once a month, having lent her apartment on Spring Street as the usual meeting place. Rab attended only one of those meetings, Lenny Feinzig, Mike Phillips, Bill Rab, and Ruth Seifert were the regulars, with Ken Stewart and me sometimes joining in. Meetings began with Lenny noting the incoming correspondence. I was asked to keep track of it, but had a hard time of it, I remember, because I never had a chance to look at the letters ahead of time, and they tended to get distributed during the meeting to whoever, most often Lenny or Mike, was willing to respond to the SIBs they did a response, so my secretary's reports were woefully inadequate. Little activity was carried on in Boston. I think we were all demoralized by Rab's decline. I know I was, at any rate. On the other hand, there was some activity going on outside Boston, which we made an effort to support. Comrade Samuel Late, in Tucson, Arizona, brought out his compilation of radio talks, World Without Wages, Money, Poverty, or War, in 1980. The magazine, in these times for August 1982, carried an ad for this book, with Ruth's Watertown address given as the contact. Late's second book, The Futility of Reformism, appeared in 1984. Some comrades in the SPGB, notably Steve Coleman, proposed that one way to fill the gap left by the demise of the Western Socialist might be to publish in England a semi-annual journal which would be a joint publication of all the international contacts of the World Socialist movement. At the NAC meeting at Ruth Seifert's home in November 1982, Billy Rab, Lenny, Mike Phillips and I fully discussed this idea and came to the conclusion that we approved of it. Lenny sent out a summary of our discussion, along with the November minutes. We are prepared to submit at least one original article and one classic reprint for each issue. Although we are at the present moment very weak and very few, we felt this long-range activity may have the best chance of success. 7 issues of World Socialist Journal of the World Socialist Movement did appear between 1984 and 1987, each with contributions from the WSP-US as well as other members of the WSM. By 1983, we were no longer sending out NAC minutes, but an occasional report to the membership covering whatever correspondence and activity we had to tell about. One such report includes the statement, "Rab is physically well, but aging. He is in his 90th year." Gloss came to one of the meetings that year with a generous donation of money and a request for literature to display in his bookshop. Comrade William Z. Red Miller died around this time. The bulk of his estate was bequeathed to the companion parties, the largest share going to the WSP-US. There was considerable discussion in Boston as to what propaganda use we could make of this completely unexpected windfall, but there were so few active members that the decision was taken to donate it to the SPGB. The only voice seriously raised against this was Ken Stewart's. At one of the meetings at Ruth Seifert's, a vote was actually taken to dissolve the party, but nothing was done about it, and it's not clear that our small group had any authority to take such a step without even consulting the membership outside Boston. Comrade Ron Elbert, who had joined the organization in 1973, was living in Orlando, Florida during this period. A frequent contributor to the old Western Socialist, he also had articles in 3 issues of the new journal, World Socialist. In 1983, Elbert composed an ad and placed it in The Nation magazine on behalf of the WSP, advertising the Socialist Standard. His ad brought such a good response that when Mike Phillips suggested, at a party meeting held in February 1984, that we should try to increase the distribution of socialist literature in the USA, I made a motion that we send Elbert some of the funds from the Miller bequest, to be spent advertising the Socialist Standard, using his own judgment as to specifics. The result was another highly successful ad that ran in several issues of the Progressive magazine. Meanwhile, Anne cared for Rab, as she had cared for Ella before. Lenny was not much help, since he was at work most of the day. Anne's back, which had begun to trouble her during the years she spent lifting Ella in and out of bed, got much worse in the 1980s. Rab had always lived with Anne and Lenny, but after a while Billy and Carrie Rab, who lived only a few blocks away, took on the role of caretakers for him on weekends, and later he stayed alternate weeks with each household. No one in the family ever seriously considered putting Rab into a nursing home. In May 1986, the first issue of the World Socialist Review appeared. None of the Boston members had had anything to do with it. It was the brainchild of an enthusiastic new member in Marne, Michigan, Rich Foland, and a former member of the SPC, Ray Rawlings, who turned it out clandestinely on a photocopying machine at work. In the second issue, fall 1986, Fulland, Walter Kobus, also in Michigan, and Aaron Feldman, in Virginia, were the only American socialists listed as contacts, and Sid Catt, in Toronto, was the only Canadian. Although the Watertown post office box was still listed as the address for the WSP, as was the SPC's Victoria address, without giving the name of a contact person. By that time, Rab remembered the WSP only intermittently. When I spent time with him then, in fact, it seemed to me that he had forgotten all about socialism, just as he had forgotten not only who we, his family, were, but even who he himself was. I was wrong, though, as Billy told me later. It was only an intermittent forgetting. Billy said he was still writing letters then and holding meetings in his imagination. But most of the time, he didn't know anything except that he was with people who loved him, even though he wasn't sure who any of us were. Late that fall, Anne's back was so bad that she asked Billy and Carrie to keep Rab longer than their usual week. He had been at Floral Street a little over a month when he died, on December 31st, 1986. There was a New Year's Eve party going on. Billy tells the story. The night that he died, he'd got out of bed, and he came halfway down the stairs with a bathrobe on, fortunately, and I quick went up the stairs to greet him and introduce people to him while he was leaning over the banister of the stairway. This was still before a lot of people had come, and it was mostly people, friends he knew anyway, and he says, "Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt the meeting." So I said, "Well, it's really nothing you have to be concerned with. It's just paying bills, and how to get more money, and how to set up a youth organization." That's the kind of thing I'd always say to him. I had meetings for him every day. We were always planning meetings, people coming in from New York. A lot of it was imagination, but it was all party. Everything was party-oriented till the last night. He died during that New Year's Eve party, and he was happy about it. He was with comrades, and they were enjoying themselves. He exhausted himself, going up and down the steps. I think he actually came all the way down, when I think about it. But, be that as it may, I remember him shaking hands over the banister, along the wall, and between Carrie and I, we were up there in his room with him, never skipped 10 minutes even. Believe me, I have thought about that night. It took place 15 minutes before New Year's, with the bells chiming and the whistles blowing, the popcorn popping, and whatnot. 15 minutes before that was when he died. And probably at 2 a.m, there were still people downstairs. The undertakers had been up there and had prepared him, and they carried him down the stairs right through the party, out the front door. Of course, I went out, and Anne was there, and shucks, there was nothing I could do. I went back to the party. This was all arranged through the Tufts Department of Anatomical Donation. Very considerate people. It was really a socialist passing. I was really proud. This is the tribute to Rab that appeared in World Socialist Review, No. 4, Winter, 1987. It is essentially the same as what Billy read at his father's memorial service. Tribute to Rab, 1893 to 1986. Last New Year's Eve, Isaac Rab, a founding member of the World Socialist Party, died. The following is a tribute offered in his memory. While still attending high school in Boston, Rab was the youngest secretary of the Socialist Party of America, Eugene Debs, Norman Thomas, and considered himself quite well grounded in Marxism. In 1916, as a young man enrolled at Ohio Northern, he went to Detroit in search of a summer job, fully intending to resume his studies in the fall. He found employment at the River Rouge Ford plant and also contacted the SP of A. There he met his wife, for 63 years, Ella Rebe, whose father had been an organizer for SP of A in the Montana, Wyoming, Colorado region. He heard about 2 Englishmen who were conducting socialist classes. The Brits were Moses Baritz and Adolph Cohn of the Socialist Party of Great Britain, who chose to sit out the war in the USA. After his first encounter with Baritz's eye-opening mockery of his reformist position and Cohn's scholarly analysis on the same theme, Rab was never the same again. He knew what he wanted to do with the rest of his life. So much for the SP of A. So much for college. He would stay in Detroit. Rab was a quick learner and, encouraged by Cohn and Baritz, despite World War I, organized on-the-job classes using SPGB pamphlets as text in the factory yard during lunch hour. He was warned by his supervisor many times, but he ignored the consequences. His defiance finally resulted not only in his dismissal but in his being blacklisted. By this time he and Ella had 2 little children, and there was nothing to do but move back to Boston. Somewhere around this time, a few scattered comrades in New York and Detroit, along with Rab in Boston, organized the Socialist Education Society, which eventually evolved into the Workers' Socialist Party, and finally the World Socialist Party. Alone in Boston, Rab spoke on street corners and attracted enough people to start classes, first in his home and then in rented rooms, empty storefronts, and finally meeting halls. He was a colorful speaker and a superb teacher, so much so that by the mid-20s, a viable group had been organized. In 1928, he became the director of a sizable boys' athletic club called the Vagabonds. He knew little about baseball, but his talks on science, philosophy, and current events, from which he always extracted a socialist message, soon had the boys reading party literature and listening to selected university professors whom Rab had been able to persuade to address the club in their specializations. At least half the group eventually joined the WSP. The Depression of the 30s provided fertile soil for socialist propaganda, and the party grew in numbers and spirit. There was much enthusiasm and a youthful mingling of social and socialist activity. A new and busy party headquarters became a center of many interests. Rab's house became a home away from home to comrades and prospects alike. The open house atmosphere was graciously presided over by Ella, whose children had by then grown up sufficiently for her to become active in the party. Then came World War II. The party, even under wartime conditions, managed to carry on successfully. Regular forums, debates, economic classes, and discussions, as well as the publication of the Western Socialist, were steadily maintained. Of course, during this period, Rab was not alone. There were many members eager to write, speak, and even clean up headquarters after a meeting or a social event. It was possible to embark on an organizing tour of the Detroit-Chicago area, which was instrumental in re-establishing the Detroit local. Those were probably the happiest and most rewarding years of Rab's life. After the war, the social climate became less favorable to spreading socialist ideas. Returning servicemen were forced to reorganize their lives under new circumstances and perspectives, altered hopes and fears. With the Cold War anti-Red sentiment and the witch hunting of the McCarthy era, the party suffered along with every other group that deviated from the 100% flag-waving jingoism of the period. The WSP continued to hold its own for many years, but it had clearly lost its momentum of earlier days. It is pleasant to recall that Rab found optimism and encouragement even when things appeared adverse. One such special occasion was his visit, with George Gloss of Boston, to Great Britain during the early 50s. He brought back unending anecdotes and accounts of the trip. He met people he had only known through correspondence or the Standard or by reputation. He attended meetings in London, Manchester, and Glasgow, speaking at branch and propaganda meetings. He was thrilled by the size, quality, and support of the general membership. The entire experience was one of the highlights of his life. He had begun his quest for a sane society before the days of radio, yet he realized that modern times called for modern measures in the use of the mass media. To his credit, he even appeared on the party's TV broadcasts in the 60s. Rab was disdainful of the concept of leaders and great men, implying as this does that an understanding of the forces which drive capitalist society was not required. He liked to use the initials ACDSPIE, a clear, definite, socialist position is essential, as a gimmick in lectures and a closing in correspondence. It's sad to lose him. He symbolizes an era in which one man's voice did not seem so insignificant as today. Although Rab would protest, there is no doubt that the scope of his intellect, the example of his humanity, his expertise as a teacher, and his charismatic magnetism combined in a unique personality that inspired people to think and thinking people to act. Would that there were more ordinary men of his ilk. Epilogue. Core principle of the World Socialist movement is that history is not made by great men, but by prevailing material conditions. That is indisputably the case, although of course it is also true that each individual human being is a part of the prevailing material conditions. Otherwise, it could be argued that the attempts of the WSM to spread knowledge and understanding of the case for socialism can have no effect on history. No one who remembers Rab doubts that he influenced the history of the socialist movement in the United States during his lifetime. In the 1990s, when I did oral histories with many people for this brief biography, that point was made over and over again. Here are some of the things I heard. Your grandfather was the key to keeping the Workers' Socialist Party alive. Rab was a good organizer when I look back on it. He was friendly, warm-hearted. He had that smile all the time on his face. A sweetheart of a guy. Rab was never narrow-minded. He was a dedicated man about his beliefs. That's why he kept it together all those years. I was so affected by the way he taught. He was a great teacher. The people who knew him, people that were scientists themselves, when they heard Rab speak, it made an impression on them. His son Bill said he was head and shoulders above anybody else because of his panoramic, interconnected appreciation of what constituted social thinking. In those days, he had that. The way he just went up to Harvard and MIT and talked to these bigwigs, professors and Nobel Prize winners, he'd just make himself right at home with them, and they accepted him. Still, of course we recognize that Rab's passing, without having achieved his goal, does not mean that a socialist revolution is any less or more likely than it would have been if he had never lived. In the years since what now seems like the dark ages of the 1980s, the World Socialist Party of the United States has reinvented itself. No single comrade has replaced Rab in all the roles he played in the organization. But various comrades have done their parts, beginning with Rich Foland in Michigan, who began publication of the World Socialist Review in 1986 as a successor to the old Western Socialist, and quickly followed by Ron Elbert, mentioned briefly in the last chapter, who breathed new life into Boston Local when he moved here in 1987. Elbert and I formed a deep connection as comrades both in the socialist movement and in our own lives. The trend that was already beginning in the 1970s has continued. The WSPUS is now an organization of members at large. Even in Boston, there is no longer an organized local. However, we continue to exist as an organization. In 1997, 5 comrades, Elbert, Len Feinzig and myself, Tom Jackson, once of Detroit Local, then living in Pennsylvania, and a new recruit from Illinois, held an informal meeting at which we determined to re-establish a more formal structure within the loose connection of members at large that was all that was left of the WSP at that time. The following year, the first meeting of a new National Administrative Committee took place. Elbert and I were joint national secretaries that year. The NAC met via telephone conference call instead of in any particular city. Most of our work now is done over the internet. The WSP presence on the internet has become our largest single source of new members, and we are currently taking in about the same number of new recruits each year as the party did in its heyday. But in addition to those new member comrades, hundreds of people are exposed to the case for socialism on our website every day. Although the number of those people who feel ready to commit themselves to the WSM remains small, we are planting many, many more seeds than socialist comrades of Rab's generation could. Given this situation, it is hard to measure the growth of the socialist movement. Even in the years when there was lots of social activity in Boston Local, as well as study classes, public meetings, speakers on Boston Common, etc., there were always more sympathizers than official party members. People who visit our site and the websites of other organizations of the WSM are potential sympathizers. When the time comes, I wouldn't be surprised if those sympathizers make up a big part of the conscious political majority needed to establish socialism. The necessity of revolutionary social change is much more dire today in the early 21st century than it was during Rab's lifetime. How can anyone seriously imagine capitalism continuing much longer? We are on a countdown now to some big changes, one way or another. Mainstream scientists predict that sometime in the first 25 years of this new millennium, the point of no return will have been reached, after which even if business as usual stops requiring environmental degradation, it will be too late to reverse the damage already done. Material conditions, notably the effects of global capitalism on the ecology of planet Earth, have changed enough so that, in my own experience of talking with people who have never before even heard the case for socialism, I notice that more and more of these people already recognize that capitalism is not working. The anti-capitalist movement has many adherents, although that in itself is useless without the goal of a clear alternative. Rab himself used to say that a socialist is always an optimist. That is true. If a person weren't an optimist, that is, if a person were easily discouraged, he probably wouldn't become active in a socialist movement. After all, it does seem pretty unlikely that all these people who are no-win basic disagreement with the World Socialist Party are ever going to see what already seems so obvious to us socialists. If you, therefore, are of a pessimistic or realistic turn of mind, it's hard to sustain much enthusiasm for actively promoting the socialist case. It's too easy to give in to the embarrassment of being out of step with almost everyone else you know, whose circle of friends and acquaintances doesn't include a single other socialist. I suspect the reason many people who have no theoretical argument against socialism fail to involve themselves actively in the movement is that they see no hope of success. It's a syndrome sometimes called TINA, there is no alternative to the present system. But the fact is, you never know till you try. If you don't try to raise the consciousness of everyone you come in contact with, as Rab so consistently did, how can you really know what might have happened if you had? Rab would start up, or join into conversations at the drop of a hat, with the person sitting next to him on a bus, plane, or train, with a hitchhiker he picked up, with chance acquaintances, neighbors, co-workers, everyone. And he made a lot of socialists that way. Rab told me, many years ago, that socialism can be established only if certain necessary prerequisites are in place. 1. The only prerequisite still lacking in his generation, and even today, is a conscious political majority of people who understand what socialism is and are willing to commit themselves to making it work. Another prerequisite, however, is potential abundance. Rab thought that second prerequisite was still lacking in Marx's time, so that socialism would not really have been possible then. Without the technological ability to provide abundance for every man, woman, and child on the planet, it would, from a practical standpoint, be impossible for everyone's self-defined needs and wants to be met, even if the means of production were owned in common by the entire human community. In capitalism, of course, real abundance does not exist. The capitalist economy requires that many necessities of life be deliberately kept in short supply so that a profit can be made on their sale. However, enough technological advances were made during the 19th and 20th centuries so that potential abundance does currently exist. Rab never said socialism will happen automatically, but he did say that the only alternative to it is chaos. Now it has become plain that if we don't get our act together as a conscious political majority and establish socialism soon, the chaos that will replace capitalism will take the form of climate change, including massive flooding from global warming. The loss of most of the major cities worldwide as the water level rises could easily cause more economic upheavals than even capitalism can rebound from, and the rainforest will be gone. The global environment will be less friendly to our species than it was before. Abundance, potential or otherwise, may no longer exist on Earth. Seems to me it behooves us to work harder than ever at making socialists, to avoid the alternative future staring us in the face. It's easy to fall into the trap of being a realist. Socialists, being optimists, ask, why not give socialism a try? If the alternative is to witness the ruin of everything human beings have accomplished on our small planet, the good along with the bad, why not spread the word that there is a different way of organizing society? If everyone did that, the socialist revolution could happen as quickly as it takes a person to change their mind. In Rab's words, it's as easy as voting capitalism out and socialism in.